Klein, Kempo, and Goriak, Cranberry Dental Studio, PG Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, ET Trucking, and SS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We are on. It's the Panthers Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic here with you till 9 o'clock every Saturday. Programming update. Pitt's bowl game, the Military Bowl, the Go Bowling Military Bowl, on Saturday the 27th, so 2 weeks from today. There will not be a Panthers Insider Show. The game kicks at 11, so we'll have network pregame, Larry Richert, myself, from 9 to 11. And then Doran Dickerson, Bob Pompiani, Johnny Patrician, and I will join the Pitt Panther preview show from 8 to 9. So a little bit of a programming update for you as we head into the holidays and Pitt's bowl game in Annapolis, Maryland against East Carolina. We will get into that later on in the show. A lot to unpack today as Pitt Volleyball looks to secure another regional title and a fifth consecutive trip to the Final Four in women's college volleyball. They'll take on Purdue tonight at the Peterson Event Center. Again, in the regional final, Pitt has really just cruised through the region at this point, having not lost a set. They'll take on the number 12 Boilermakers tonight at 7:30 p.m. at the Pitt. Match will be streamed on ESPN2, and this is the 13th meeting between Pitt and Purdue. Boilermakers holding an 11-1 advantage. But it's been a while, and Pitt has certainly come a long way since they last played. The Panthers are led by Olivia Babcock, who will likely be the National Player of the Year again. If not in the conversation, she will secure it. Bree Kelly and others have played at an incredibly high level. The Panthers are the number 1 seed in this region. Purdue beat SMU to advance to this title game, so a lot to watch tonight. Be careful on your way to the Peterson Event Center tonight. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Going to be some snow, about 1 to 3 inches today. It'll commence, looking at the hourly projections here, the snow will get started pretty soon here, around noontime. And it'll continue through the afternoon into the evening, not concluding until closer to midnight. Accumulations between anywhere from 2 to 6 inches. So be careful. Visibility could be an issue. And again, if you're going to the Pitt tonight, recommend leaving early and taking the full allotted time to get to your seat and get nice and cozy for a great match between Pitt and Purdue at 7:30. Jeff Hathorn's going to join the show here at 8:20, and we'll dive into Pitt volleyball, this matchup. We'll talk Pitt hoops. The Panthers take on Villanova today at the Pavilion on the eastern side of the state. Panthers coming off a difficult loss to Hofstra, and they'll go to Villanova, where they've beaten Villanova 8 straight times since the Elite Eight loss in 2008, which is crazy. The Panthers will take on Nova. Resumption of an old Big East rival. I'm sure Jason Mayle will be there, of Pitt Villanova lore, had 40 against them way back when in the 90s. But this is a big one for Pitt. They got 2 consecutive big game opportunities with Villanova, and then obviously next weekend they'll be in wonderful Hershey, Pennsylvania, to take on Penn State in the Commonwealth Classic, as it has been called before in football. But this is for basketball, and this will be at the Giant Center in Hershey, which is a wonderful arena. Hosted a lot of PIAA basketball and so forth. I used to go there as a kid, actually, growing up in Lancaster. Looking forward to being at that game. Heading back to see the parents, Joel. So I'll be in Lancaster with the kids, and we're all going to go to the game at the Giant Center on the 21st between Pitt and Penn State. So 2 Power 4, Power 5, whatever you call it in basketball, opportunities for the Panthers to try to get things going before the heat and the heart of ACC play gets underway here in the balance, the later parts of this month. But to get the show started, a little bit of a hodgepodge here of thoughts. And again, Jeff Hathorn going to join us here in just about 7 minutes. College sports is really interesting right now. And I want to start with, obviously, the college football playoff. Those final rankings and playoff seeds and matchups have been set. Much discussion has spawned from those final rankings. And I want to dive into that a little bit. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Take your calls, 412-928-9370. College football, you got the Michigan situation with Sharon Moore, which is tragic in a lot of ways, just in more ways than one, and obviously has dominated the headlines this week. But Notre Dame stole the show. Their athletics director, Pete Bavacqua, going on a bit of a media tour. Shots going back and forth between Pete Bavacqua and Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Notre Dame accusing the ACC of taking shots at them, slandering them, what have you. Now, I'll say this before I tell Notre Dame that you can't always have your cake and eat it too. I think Notre Dame should be in the playoff. Saw them in person, walked the sidelines before the game, watched their quarterback, C.J. Carr, come of age, and saw Jeremiah Love, who I think is the best player in the country, just make big play, big run after big run in spectacular fashion. Notre Dame is without question a better football team than Tulane. They're a better football team than James Madison. And I'm all for the mid-majors, the high mid-majors to get opportunities to play. I think this screams for an expanded playoff. I don't know where that stands in the hierarchy of conversation. I'm sure it's being discussed. It was discussed out at the Sports Business Journal Summit this week in Las Vegas. But to me, those aren't, Elite Eight games, if you will. Those aren't Sweet 16 type, those aren't first-round games. Those are play-in type games. And Notre Dame's better football team has proven it all year. And I commend them for having weathered the storm early and then obviously took care of business on the way out. I'm happy Miami got in. I think they're a college football playoff team. Saw them in person, too. We saw them both in the same month. Two of Pitt's last three games were against Miami and Notre Dame. And we saw the class of both football teams. And I'm happy Miami got in despite having to go a circuitous route, not making it to the ACC championship game. That's a whole other ball of wax. All those permutations and tiebreakers and so forth, which Jim Phillips has said they're going to take a look at. Too little too late for 2025, but at least they're going to take a look at it. But Notre Dame's not in a conference. And their AD, who I respect, he's had a great career in TV and golf and so forth. But he made the comment that Notre Dame went on a historic 10-game run in their winning streak. A historic 10-game run where Pitt was the best team they played on the way out when it came to being ranked, when it came to the stakes of the game. And yes, there's no doubt that they add to crowd size when you host them. There's no question. But this historic 10-game run included wins over Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, USC, kudos, BC, Navy, Pitt was ranked 22nd, USC was 20th, Syracuse, and Stanford. Now, 5 of those are ACC schools as part of their agreement. But that's far from a historic run. Miami's wasn't much more difficult, and they lost to SMU, obviously. But it's just a bit rich to go on this sympathy tour, opt out of a bowl game, and then sign a memorandum of understanding that if you're in the top 12 next year, you're in. I find it a bit rich, but it's par for the course. Notre Dame is, without question, one of the biggest brands in college football. They're great for the game. But, if you're not in the league and there's not a clear path for you, this is what can happen. And we saw it happen with Notre Dame not being included in the college football playoff. Jeff Hathorn going to join us next. Lot to unpack with Pitt volleyball, Pitt basketball, and we'll get the balance of the show. We'll talk about this bowl game between Pitt and East Carolina. It's Panthers Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 o'clock this afternoon, Penguins take on the Sharks at PPG. Pitt basketball at 4:30 takes on Villanova across the state. That's right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 4. And tonight, Pitt volleyball in action in their 6th consecutive Elite Eight, taking on Purdue at 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to Panthers Insider. Pat Bostic with you till 9. Joel Nelson behind the glass and a perusing Jim Colony in the producer's booth, looking at what I assume is the producer's schedule. Watching Jim reacclimate himself as he dips back into some radio work, which we are all blessed that he is doing, logging into the computer, making sure he has what he needs, me going up until 9 o'clock or 8:59 and frustrating him is very enjoyable. And speaking of enjoyable, there's nothing more enjoyable than being joined by the great Jeff Hathorn, which we are joined now on the Fan Hotline. Jeff, good morning. Thanks for making time for an old friend.
Hey, Pat, I am sure that everything for Jim is going flawlessly as normal.
You won't believe how many comments I got. I joined you guys over the Thanksgiving holiday about the quality of your show together with him. Obviously, you've worked together before. Two pros, and again, I'm grateful for you making time this morning. Jeff, you're all over the place in Pittsburgh. You're at Steelers facility, Pirates, Penguins. Obviously, you call games for Pitt football, Pitt volleyball. You cover very closely Pitt basketball. I want to talk to you about the latter two programs, Pitt volleyball, obviously, and Pitt basketball in two different positions, but both with very big matchups today. Let's start on the hoops front. Panthers
Okay.
travel to Villanova to take on the Wildcats in what feels like a 2-game must-win type of situation to get this season back on the tracks. A disappointing loss, a convincing loss, frankly, to Hofstra last Sunday. Just where is this team at, and how would you describe the importance of what a win in this game against Villanova today would mean for them?
Yeah, I think it would be a spark for them. It would be something they could hang their hats on. You get Binghamton, then you get Penn State. And you got a chance to go into the holiday break on a little bit of a roll, feeling better about yourselves. It's just been I mean, not having Deshaun Jackson is huge. I mean, they were counting on him. They were going to run a lot of offense through the center, who is unable to play this season and may not be able to play again. That was a monster loss. And, Brandon Cummings has dealt with some ankle issues, and he's missed a couple of games. And I still don't think he's where the team needs him to be. And they just haven't had the depth this year. They want to play a defensive style, and I think at times guys aren't playing the way that they should. I don't want to, say it's all just on, lack of depth. They need to play a little better, and Jeff needs to make some coaching adjustments, and I think they're working through that. The problem is they haven't. Normally, you can work through some of these things and still win. But they've had a couple of mid-major losses, which really I know alert the fans. That I would say this, Pat. The good news is there's a top 10 recruiting class on the way, and Jay Kuntz, who they stole from West Virginia, is one of the best at work in the portal. So this may turn out to be a season to forget, but I think there's some areas to build, and I still think the future can be there with Jeff.
Yeah, no question. And I want to piggyback off that because you mentioned the recruiting class. Jay Kuntz, you mentioned some of the younger players on this team that are being forced to play. And I think they expected Amari Witherspoon to play significant minutes coming into the season. He hasn't necessarily acclimated or been as consistent as they'd like, but there's a lot of season left for him to get valuable experience and to improve. I think Brandon Cummings is in a more prominent role, and the guy that has another year that has been incredibly impressive has been Barry Dunning. Just what do you think of his ceiling?
Man, look at him physically.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like a guy that could play at the next level. And when he's dialed in, and, one of the things Jeff said that I think is interesting, and Barry said this too on his show, on Jeff's show, it's a lot of times something that happens on the defensive end that gets him rolling. Some kind of play that really, gets it going for him offensively. I think he needs to be more consistent on both ends, but they need him on the offensive end. When he's not there, I mean, he played 2 minutes in West Virginia because he just wasn't there. When he's dialed in, he can make them a much better team. And Barry physically is impressive. And then you got a guy like Fialepa, who comes over from Australia. He's acclimating to all of this. He didn't get the summer with the guys. And basketball's never been his primary sport.
Yep. It's
been rugby. And it's different training. And after 5 or 6 games, it's like he was already hitting a wall as a freshman. And as that goes on, I have no doubt that he's going to improve. And there'll be some good. If some of these guys can play more consistent, they're going to surprise some teams this year. It's just they haven't put it together a lot this season so far.
Jeff Hathorn, our Odyssey Sports Director, joins us on the Fan Hotline talking Pitt hoops, and we're going to transition now, talk some Pitt volleyball. There's no question that the biggest game in town this weekend, because the Steelers play against the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football, is Pitt-Purdue tonight at the Peterson Event Center at 7:30. Caution out there, if you're planning on going to the match, you're going to be dealing with some winter weather, so be careful and take the appropriate amount of time to get there to the Peterson Event Center safely for this regional final and an opportunity, 6th straight regional final, an opportunity for a 5th straight Final Four. Let's dive into this matchup. Pitt is 1-11 against Purdue all time. This is a traditional Big Ten power. The ACC has come a long way. The Panthers have played 3. This will be their 3rd straight Big Ten opponent. Michigan, Minnesota, who they swept both, and now Purdue. Let's kind of handicap this matchup. What are some important things for folks to follow?
Yeah, well, first off, Purdue you mentioned the record all time against Purdue. Although the good thing is they met a couple of years ago in the NCAA tournament at Pitt, and the Panthers won that in 4 sets. Purdue is they block really well. They were down big in their or in their last match in the Sweet 16 against SMU and ended up losing the first set, and then stormed back and then had an epic 4th set that they won 29-27. They're a big team. I mean, all teams are big, but they block really well, and that's something that Pitt needs to be concerned of is their size. They're a 27-win team in a conference with all kinds of talent, like the ACC. The Big Ten and ACC are the 2 best conferences in college volleyball. Purdue has a veteran coach. They've been there in these situations before. Can they slow down Olivia Babcock is going to be the question. I mean, there's more to Pitt than that, but that's really going to be that's the difference maker that Pitt has over anybody else. Is no one else has Olivia Babcock. And that's going to be Purdue's challenge in this matchup. It's a very good team. They're fundamentally very sound, but I could say these same type of things about Pitt.
Yeah, Olivia Babcock with 19 kills in the Panthers' sweep over Minnesota in the previous round. Take a look at the bracket right now, and all 1 and 3 seed matchups in the regional finals. Nebraska, Texas A&M, they'll play tomorrow at 3:30. Texas and Wisconsin will play tomorrow night at 7:30. Obviously, we've got the Panthers and Purdue tonight at 7:30, and then preceding that match is Creighton and Kentucky. Again, all 1-3 matchups as the road gets narrow, as a certain coach on the South Side likes to say about playoff late season competition. Jeff, I'm going to ask you a difficult question because in a lot of ways, and it's at a higher level, certainly it's a sport that has taken this region by storm, and I can't give enough credit. I've done it numerous times to what Dan Fisher's done to build this program. But it feels like the Panthers, they're probably favored to win this game tonight just by virtue of having one of the better players in the history of the sport, frankly, in Olivia Babcock, and by virtue of the rankings. But the Panthers going to a 5th straight Final Four, 6th straight Elite 8 appearance, regional final. Does this team have what it takes to advance? Can this team get to a title game? What's different about this team? Because it kind of feels like the Jamie Dixon teams, right? But a step or two farther, which is harder to do. But what's different about this team? Is it simply an older Olivia Babcock that gives them an opportunity to leverage those experiences and maybe bring home the hardware?
Yeah, and I would tell you that you look at it, and last year when they had Torrey Stafford, who's now with Texas, you kind of felt like that was the team to get to the championship game, and they weren't able to do it. They ran into Louisville, having to play them in Louisville in the national semifinals. What I like about this team is they've had other players step up during this run. Olivia's been awesome, and like I said, she is a difference maker. You could set up all the blocks you want, and she finds ways to go up over them, which is amazing. But Blair Bayless has had some big moments. Bree Kelly is hitting at a huge percentage. Abby Emsch, who's a freshman, has done really well in the middle. Marina Puzel, who is a freshman, has really found her game. And then they're getting better play out of their libero position with Mallory Meyer and Emery Dupes. And I haven't mentioned, probably on purpose, Brooke Mosher. When the season started, you could tell Brooke didn't really have a feel for her teammates in the key position that you have to have a feel for everything your teammates can do. Right now, she is leading an offense that is playing at a high level, and she is an elite setter. But she's not just a setter. She can block. She can kill. She digs. She has a jump serve that will wow the crowd every time with her topspin serve. I mean, she, to me, I'm not going to say she was better than Rachel Fairbanks, who the Panthers had last year, but she is of that quality of player. And when you have that, that allows you to get into those type of games. The problem is they're likely, if they were to get there, they're going to face Nebraska. a Nebraska team they lost to earlier in the year, a Nebraska team that is on an insane roll, and a Nebraska team that is coached by the same Louisville coach that beat them last year. The emotion, the storylines would be amazing. It's just they're going to be a very tough team to beat to get to that ultimate prize.
Well, we'll see what happens. And, Jeff, I appreciate you making time this morning and joining us. Great insight on the Panthers matchup against Purdue tonight. Have a great weekend, brother. Enjoy a Sunday semi-off.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I appreciate it.
There he goes, Jeff Hathorn, our Odyssey sports director. And just a do-it-all guy, a pro. I can't praise him enough. His knowledge right there, I mean, Joel, even of Pitt volleyball, digging into the lineup, really a Swiss Army knife for us at Pitt, and we're quite grateful. Calling matches, calling basketball games when we have kind of the nonlinear coverage, streaming coverage, if you will, on the ACC Network Extra or so forth. And very fortunate to have him here in Pittsburgh, and he covers everything with incredible professionalism. It's a big one tonight. And yet you can look ahead to Nebraska, a potential matchup between Pitt and Texas in a national championship game with all of the Tori Stafford storyline, saying she couldn't be herself here in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's all there. And, there's the old saying, right? The man in the arena. In this case, it would be the woman in the arena. I think we kind of assume the Panthers are going to be in this position every year. But again, when you dial back the clock, when you turn back the clock and see where Pitt was at to start the season, having scheduled a much more difficult start to the year from an opponent standpoint, starting 0-2, and having gone 29-2 since then, this team is delivering again. And again, for my money, if you're on the fence, if you got a good four-wheel drive vehicle, and you're looking for something to do tonight, this is a great show. Watching these ladies play, how they play, the energy with which they play, how the crowd has developed a knowledge for volleyball that didn't exist 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and is on the edge of their seat for every single point. It's fun to watch, and I implore you to consider heading down to the Pitt tonight for some great college volleyball, and to hopefully see Pitt hoist a regional championship once again and take their talents to Kansas City for a fifth straight Final Four and likely a matchup against Nebraska. Coming back, we'll take your calls briefly if you're out and about and you're sitting down and you're listening to us or streaming us on the Odyssey app or all the various ways you can follow our content here. Give us a call, 412-928-9370. We'll talk about this Pitt Bowl game a little bit, where Pitt football is kind of in the process of preparation for that game. The portal opens on January 2nd. A lot of things swirling around college football, coaching openings, closings, hirings, firings, a lot going on. We'll narrow the focus to Pitt and where things are at. Again, last week we talked about, was it a successful season? I think the resounding feedback was yes. But what's it going to take to close it out the right way against a good East Carolina football team in a cold climate in Annapolis, Maryland, which is a great town, and then leverage it, parlay it into a more successful 2026. We'll dive into that next as Panthers Insider. More after this break.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, Pitt basketball in action, 4:30 at Villanova. It's right here on the Fan. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock. Penguins this afternoon also in action. They'll take on San Jose at 3 o'clock. And then tonight, Purdue is going to face Pitt volleyball in the Elite Eight, 7:30 Peterson Event Center in the regional final. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our wrap-up the year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts, build a same-game parlay, enjoy live betting, and more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight. And I need it more. My kick myself in and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and that short smells like a dog car. I'm Johnny Rinse tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Final segment of the show always flies by. Appreciate Jeff Hathorn joining us. Pitt Purdue tonight, 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. 7 or 7:30? I'm all messed up here. I think it's 7:30. Let me just confirm that. 7:30. Pitt basketball 4:30. They take on Villanova today. That's broadcast on True TV. Feels like the NCAA tournament. You know, Pitt, Villanova, True TV, TNT. Start to get all the networks, but obviously in Big East territory, taking on an old Big East foe. Should be a good matchup. And Tom from Bradenton, our good friend, wants to talk Pitt hoops. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. Look, I just think that the bench should be cleared and put in 5 new guys to play. And at the end of the year, we got to do a reevaluation or an evaluation of the coaching staff. You can't lose to the Hofstra on some of these teams. I mean, I with all due respect to them.
I appreciate your thoughts, Tom. And I think, obviously, the coaching staff is evaluating who should play, who shouldn't play. They've had some guys in and out of the lineup. You know, they've had guys have moments this season. Barry Dunning's had his moments. DeMarco Minor's had his moments where there's been magic, right? The Ohio State game winner for Minor. Barry Dunning has played better of late. Cam Corhen's having a solid season amidst, obviously, some difficulty from a team standpoint. And the Panthers right now sit here, as we look at their schedule, at 5-5, which is not where you want to be, playing the majority of your games against, you know, mid-major basketball teams. But I will say, and this is not me being a shill or throwing up excuses, but the Panthers this season, you know, you go back a couple years to when they missed the NCAA tournament, despite having a very good year with Bob Carrington and so forth, Blake Hinson's final year. And one of the knocks on Pitt was a very easy kind of cakewalk of a non-conference schedule. I got news for you. Youngstown State, Panthers defeated Youngstown State. Quinnipiac, who the Panthers lost to at home, and obviously Hofstra, who the Panthers lost to at home, which should never happen. I'm not saying that this is excusable at all. All three of those teams have chances to win their league and be NCAA tournament teams. And we'll see if they are. So it goes back to the model of trying to schedule teams that are at the top in the top third of their league so that your RPI and net ranking and all those wonderful things you look at the end of the year are up there. Problem is the Panthers weren't able to take care of business in those games, which speaks to your comment, right, about you can't lose those games, and that's absolutely the truth. But now Pitt at 5-5, their best win clearly over Ohio State, played well against a good Texas A&M team, weren't able to close the deal with a lead late in the game, and then you lose to Hofstra to follow that up. Villanova, Binghamton, who's not a very good basketball team, and Penn State before you travel to Miami to take on the Hurricanes 2 days before the new year. So you could be at 8-5 and on the upswing. That would be positive. Now, what's that going to take? I think it's going to take certainly more consistency on the defensive end. I mean, both of the losses to Hofstra and Quinnipiac, the Panthers gave up 83 and 80 points respectively to mid-major teams. That's staggering. That can't happen. You're going to have to play better defensively. So Panthers came into this season feeling like they had a tougher team, more of a physical team. Obviously, not having Deshaun Jackson affects that. But they're going to need Biba Cummings to be more consistently available. They need Barry Dunning to be more consistently excellent, which he has been excellent at times this year. And they're playing two freshmen that have started the bulk of the year. Two true freshmen in Roman Cialepa and Amari Witherspoon. And they've been true freshmen. They've been incredibly inconsistent. This isn't Bub Carrington, and his learning curve was much quicker, as was Jalen Lowe in his time at the University of Pittsburgh. That light needs to go on for those two young men for this team to be competitive in the ACC, because it gets tough, right? Home opener in the ACC is January 3rd against Clemson. Panthers have had a very difficult time beating Clemson over the years, Brad Brownell's teams. Syracuse has quality wins on their resume already. Georgia Tech has struggled. Louisville's excellent. Boston College is in a similar position to Pitt right now. NC State, new coach in Will Wade. Wake Forest, always tough. Clemson, Virginia, SMU, Duke, Carolina. I mean, it's conference play is just around the corner, and the Panthers only have a few opportunities to get right prior to that getting underway. Let's talk Pitt football to wrap things up. Again, we have just about 8 minutes left of the show. Take your calls, 412-928-9370. And I've got a lot of questions, not on the air per se, about why is Pitt playing this bowl game against East Carolina and, the Military Bowl. It's going to be freezing. How did Pitt get, shafted again with the ACC Bowl selection process and so forth? And the reality of it is I don't have answers to all those questions. I will say this, Clark Lee, the coach for Vanderbilt, I thought said it really well. And I think Pat Narduzzi would say the same thing if asked. If you build a football program and sustain a football program where guys love to play the game and winning's important and primary, it doesn't matter who or where you play. And yes, Pitt is playing in, a Tier 3 bowl game in the ACC. Maybe it's Tier 2. I don't want to disrespect the Military Bowl because, frankly, the last time we were there, I had a great time. I had a great time having a couple Guinness on the strip there in Annapolis, get a chance to see that campus, and then go back to that stadium, which I absolutely love, Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium, and what it stands for, and the dedication to our country, and how that game is tethered to our military. It is a great experience, and our players and the program, the coaches get to stay in D.C. and right downtown. I mean, it's a great experience for them. And they'll get to experience a lot during their time there. But it's about winning a football game and trying to get win number 9. And you finished last season with 6 consecutive losses after starting 7-0. And it lost to Toledo in a bowl game that was a 2-point conversion contest at the end of the game. You do not want to end this season like that. Not with what you have coming back. Not with what you're working to build. This is year 2 of the Cade Bell kind of infusion offensively. You've got a young quarterback in Mason Heinchel that you can build around for 2 more seasons. And yes, I know of all the talk out there of Cade Bell's candidacy for other jobs, and rightfully so, right? I mean, when you make waves and you're a young coordinator that has success, it's dynamic offensively, it creates explosive plays. I mean, that's going to bring attention to you. And I'm confident that Pat Narduzzi will express and do what he can to keep things intact, obviously with not only the coordinator but the quarterback and our whole apparatus for that matter, and making sure that's sustained. This bowl game is a part of that process, whether it's against East Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, or whoever else. It's a part of that process. And oh, by the way, East Carolina is an 8-4 football team with 2 coordinators that just got hired at high major football teams, Power 4 football teams. Like, they don't have coordinators there, but they've done a heck of a job with this football team this season. And you've got, Ole Miss taking on Tulane in the college football playoff. You got James Madison playing in the college football playoff. East Carolina, this season, you take a look at their football schedule. I'm trying to bring it up here. I'm struggling with the web today. They played Tulane. And I want to say they played them pretty tough. Man, I'm having a hard time with this computer, Joel Nelson. They played them tough. You think Ole Miss is, oh, man, we're playing Tulane. I wish we had a better opponent in the first round of the college football playoff. Yeah, it's the playoffs, so it's different. I get it. But you play who you play. And a 9th win is a 9th win. Tulane beat Memphis. Tulane played BYU tough for a little bit. Played NC State to a 24-17 result. And lost to Tulane, a college football playoff team. East Carolina lost 26-19 on October 9th. Beat Tulsa, beat Memphis, lost to UTSA in a crazy game, 58-24, so that was lopsided. And then closed things out with a big win over FAU. It's a good football team. They play fast offensively. Their defensive line, they play kind of an odd front. They do a nice job getting pressure. It'd be interesting to see how they deploy things without coordinators, at least focused all the time. I'm not certain, quite frankly, of their status to coach the game. My guess is probably not, just given the level up and where they're headed to programs like Auburn and otherwise. So we'll keep an eye on that component of it. This game's about Pitt and getting a 9th win and continuing the momentum from a positive season. And we talked about this last week, the gaps that Pitt needs to fill on its roster to compete with the likes of Miami and Notre Dame. And this East Carolina team is not Miami or Notre Dame. This is about taking momentum into the offseason, having a great experience, getting a win on national TV, being 9-4. If you win convincingly, maybe you have a chance to creep late into the top 25. This bowl game has been ranked as one of the more intriguing when it comes to just the potential for a good football game. All those things are on the table. And then you bring back your quarterback, your coordinator. You get into the portal with momentum. Guys want to come play with Mason, whether it be up front or on the perimeter. You start to kind of weed through who's coming back on the defensive side. I think that defensive front can be bolstered. Got some young talent at the linebacker position, at the corner spot, at safety with Cruz Brookins. And you start to really flip the calendar to 2026 and do so with a win in your pocket. So I'm all about playing in the game. I'm all about playing the game and earning an opportunity to play another one. Who knows what the future of bowl games are? They could be played early in the season. in 5 years. Week 0 games that are sponsored and so forth. But at this point, when you earn the opportunity to play in one, and that's my issue with Notre Dame, you play in it, you give your guys an opportunity to experience it, and you go get a win. That's how I'll wrap up the show today. 2 weeks from today, we'll be in Annapolis for a big football game between Pitt and East Carolina. Be on the air at 8 a.m. that morning. Pregame at 9. Billy Hillgrove at 11 a.m. And then we'll be back to Pittsburgh, obviously, for the balance of the holidays before the portal opens January 2nd. And there will be a lot to unpack and discuss as that comes to fruition. Joel Nelson, thank you for manning the ones and twos. Got to get out of here. Give Jim Colony enough time to get in, get settled, get situated for his 2-hour program this morning, and appreciate Jeff Hathorn making time to talk some Pitt volleyball today. Wish those ladies the best of luck. Panthers are playing out in Villanova at 4:30. Coach Capel and that crew, good luck against the Wildcats of Villanova. Have a great weekend. Stay safe out there with the conditions. Again, some snow on the horizon today, and we'll talk to you next week. Hail to Pitt.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Joy is one of the best feelings there is. Joy is a hot meal on a cold winter day. Joy is finding comfort in a place to call home when you have nowhere to go. Joy is the sound of presents unwrapping on Christmas morning. Every dollar that you give to the Salvation Army today brings joy to someone in need. Help provide food, shelter, utilities, and more. Text the word kettle to 31333 or visit salvationarmywpa.org to give joy today.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Big day today. Penguins start things off at 3 o'clock. They'll take on the Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Pitt basketball at 4:30 takes on Villanova, and that's right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 4, that across the state. And later tonight, Pitt volleyball in action in the Elite Eight for the 6th consecutive time, and they're going to take on Purdue at 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com, and that's a Saturday morning with Jim Colony.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
snazzy little tune here. It's not Christmas music, though. But this is music for any occasion. Why do I feel like... This isn't from, like, the Saturday Night Live bit where the guys tilted their heads and they're driving in the car. Mike Myers, and who was the other dude? David Spade, probably. Anyway, okay. All right, yeah, as Joel mentioned, and thank you, Joel Nelson is here. He gets me on the air, gets me on the text line, which is really important, at 412-928-9370, which reminds me that the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So you can text in stuff like, stay in your lane. What are you talking about? Isn't this about sports? You know, those sorts of texts at 412-928-9370 are welcome. It also dawned on me that the other day, and I think of, every, mathematically, doesn't matter how old you are, okay? But every subsequent day is a shorter portion of your life, mathematically, if you think about it, right? You so many days in, and then the next day is actually a shorter portion of your life than the day before. So time does fly. That's why time flies, I think. Anyway, it's been almost 4 years since I retired. So it dawned on me that maybe there are people that are tuning in here that have no idea who Jim Colony is. And that's fine. But not like I have to reintroduce myself, because there are a lot of old people out there, even young people that are getting older now, like my kids' age, that will come up to me and say, hey, man, I used to listen to you in Madden back when I was in high school, kind of stuff. I still get a lot of that. But I've been around here for quite a while. We moved to Pittsburgh in 1991. I'm not going to get the full biography here, but I've basically worked at a variety of stations, and most recently here since 2010 when the station launched. I was one of the original guys. And so it's been, about 15 years now, right? And since I left, the station's winning all sorts of awards, and there goes my phone, which reminds me of when I used to cover training camp, and they started sending me text messages when I was on the air, just blowing up my phone and telling people who knew me to text me so that it would basically get on the air. So that just happened there. I don't know who it is. Actually, I'm going to look at it. I feel like Pompiani, because I know he always gets called out. Oh, no, that's just a freaking notification. That wasn't even a text message. And this time of year, there were a lot of notifications because, like everybody else, I do shopping online by necessity. I'm really old school. But anyway, so I've been around for a long time. I've covered everything in this town. I don't pay attention as much as I used to over the last 4 years, but I do still pay attention, particularly to the Steelers. I do not gamble, even though, Parks Casino paid me some money, but I do not gamble. I'm under strict orders at home to not do so. And so other than low-level fantasy football, $25, $50 buy-in kind of stuff, that's really the only gambling that I do. So I don't get involved in any of that kind of stuff. As of coming up in June, it's going to be our 45th anniversary. So I kind of want to make it there. And I tend to go all over the place, as you're hearing right now. So that's me. And as I posted on Facebook when I plugged this appearance, and I don't know how many Saturdays I'll do this. Next Saturday, I think, is still up in the air here. But I haven't been asked, and I looked at the schedule. That's what I was, if you listened earlier with Pat Bostic, when he said I was in the producer's studio with Joel and was looking around, like, to see who the producer, I know who the producer is, it's Joel, but I was looking at the schedule for next weekend to see who's on Saturday from 9 to 11, and there's nobody right now, at least unless I missed it. But, so I don't know, not sure if I'm going to be on next Saturday, but anyway, since I work at Pheasant Ridge Golf Course here in retirement, shameless plug, I got the hat on here if you're on the YouTube channel, which is now operating on weekends. So I'm going to kind of go all over the place. But this weekend, man, there's a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of stuff. And so with that in mind, coming up at 9:30, Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now is going to join us. And so I'm not there every day. But obviously there's been a lot going on lately, not the least of which the Penguins losing a few games, one which was just ridiculous. And then instead of bouncing back with a great effort, the other night they played probably their worst game of the season. And then they traded the goalie and also a former number 1 draft pick to Edmonton for another goalie, a defenseman that might turn to be useful. And then a second-round draft pick in 2029. Okay, so that means in 2029, that's 18 years old, minus 4. So if there's like a 14-year-old kid out there in Pittsburgh someplace, who knows, who's a really good hockey player, maybe it's at some point, if there's some freshman in high school out there that'll be the Penguins' second-round draft pick in 2029. But as they say, it's future assets. And so there's a lot going on with that. Dan will discuss that. There's an important football game coming up on Monday. There are several factors involved in that. The most interesting was that it's going to be freaking cold. And if you watch any TV, and we'll have fan weather coming up. Let's see what he wrote for fan weather. Okay, it's about the snow. So this is wait, I can't remember. It's a first alert day. Is that Channel 4? And then it's an impact day. That's Channel 2. I still use the old channels. At KDKA is an impact day. I don't know what Channel 11 does. No offense to the guys at WPXI, but that's a station I don't really watch. But I believe it's an impact day on KDKA and a severe alert weather day on Channel 4. Because I saw Ashley Doherty was on this morning. I love Ashley. Well, I sound like love Ashley. She's the greatest. No, but I do like Ashley. I play golf with her. She's really good. But anyway, she's very nice. And so she says, we're going to get a lot of snow. And if you live, and it's kind of oppo, right? Because a lot of times you get across I-80, which is where the lake effect snow comes in, and we don't get that much here. But basically, the weather people, they've doubled up on the weather people on TV, and so we're told to just not go anyplace unless you want to go and patronize the advertisers that you hear on the radio. If you're going to go out, then you buy stuff from those people. But other than that, you just want to hunker down really for the next day or so. And then after that, we're going to get some snow. Then it's going to get really, really cold. And so that was going to be the big storyline for Monday night. You've got a team that has won 4 games in a row. You got a team that's kind of up and down. So since they won last game, they're due to lose this game. And then they'll be out of the playoffs again, and everybody can panic. But then all of a sudden, you get the team's best player, who basically, and no offense, who has underachieved this season. But the best player suffers a medical malfunction. It was almost like before that playoff game years ago when Jerome Bettis got a shot and then was unable to play because of the reaction to that shot. And that happened at the last minute. This is not last minute, but there was a medical procedure, dry needling. Had anybody ever heard of dry needling before the other day? And then I believe we got that courtesy of TJ Watt's brother, JJ, who basically was, and look, there are certain rules about what you can say and what you can't say about medical issues. And so, don't blame Mike Tomlin for not trotting out the dry needling thing. That's well, it's not above his pay grade because I don't think there's anybody in town whose pay is above his. But that's the way the saying goes. That's out of his purview, okay? That's a medical thing. And so, but if TJ's brother is going to tell us how it happened and what happened, he punctured a lung because of dry needling. I don't even know what dry needling is. Since then, of course, I've looked it up. The Post-Gazette and other places. Every website probably has it. You Google it online. You can go to and the Cleveland Clinic seems to come up with a lot of these things. They seem to be a source for any kind of a medical question. But it sounds to me like it's not routine, but it's not routine. It's not commonplace, but it's not as uncommon as you might think because you'd never heard of it. So it does happen, and maybe it happens quite a bit with athletes, and nothing bad ever comes of it. But then all of a sudden something goes wrong, and the chances of this, according again to the Cleveland Clinic, are fairly astronomical that things are going to go bad or things are going to go badly. But they did. And so now he is out of the game on Monday night. We certainly wish for him a speedy recovery. He was able to walk out of the hospital basically, but there's a big difference between, and I've seen guys like this over the years where somebody has a knee injury, somebody has an ankle injury, and you see them walking around and they look fine. But there's a big difference between walking around and looking fine and being able to breathe relatively easily But then all of a sudden, when you start doing something physically, you start exert yourself physically, doing anything, much less participating in a professional sport, there's a completely different level that has to be reached. And so obviously he's not going to be able to play on Monday night. He's already been ruled out. And then after that, is he out for the rest? We don't know. We could go to the NHL injury designation of week to week, where all of a sudden, it goes, Evgeny Malkin goes from day to day, and then all of a sudden it's week to week. So he's week to week. It could be, who knows? But so for our purposes, since this isn't Medical Frontiers, I think that's over on KDKA. Do they still have that show on KDKA? 100.1 FM and KDKA AM 1020. Medical Frontiers, I believe they used to have it. But so I'm not going to really get into that kind of stuff. I think from our standpoint, we can only look into Monday night's game that TJ Watt's not going to be able to play. And he's out of the lineup. And so the only discussion that we can have on sports radio really is, how's Nick Herbig going to do? Jack Sawyer's going to have to play. What's behind that? And I think in the short term, the one position, and this is why I had advocated last spring, instead of paying TJ Watt, to trade him to receive assets, since, and here the Steelers are again. They're a 500 team. They may or may not make the playoffs, and when they do, and Justin Herbert comes rolling into Acrisure Stadium and rolls up, 450 yards on him, then it's going to be, deja vu all over again. So, they can do that with him. They can do that without him. That's why I advocated that. And excuse me, why am I saying excuse me to the microphone? I keep hitting it with my hands. But the one position where the Steelers do have depth, as long as Alex Highsmith is healthy, and sometimes that's a fairly big if. Like last game, obviously he was healthy. It looked like he was going to leave the game. He comes back, but he was really good. He made the game clinching play. I'll put it that way. The game clinching play. And he made other plays as well. They obviously need him. Now they definitely need him. Nick Herbig has made splash plays, but is he stout enough against the run, which is what he's going to have, and all the Steelers are going to have to be on Monday night, because that's what Miami's going to do? We don't know. Jack Sawyer, who was an accomplished player. I was excited about that middle round pick when the Steelers got him, because this is another guy who was really productive at Ohio State, and he's going to have to play more. So can they withstand it for a week or two? Probably. Can they withstand it for, the remainder of the season? I don't know. But, first things first, we got to talk about Monday night. And we'll be doing that later on with Jeff Hathorn. He was on with Bostic earlier, but we'll have Jeff on again because, like I said, there's a bunch of stuff going on with the Penguins, with the Steelers. And Jeff's also wrapped up in Pitt volleyball, as the Panthers will try to advance to the Final Four with a match later on today. I just got distracted by looking down and seeing that Title Man misses the days of Panther Hotline. I do and I don't. I will still get occasional text messages from people when something bad happens to Pitt football. Like earlier this season against Louisville, for example. I'll get a text from somebody and say, "You should be doing the post-game show right now," and I just have to laugh. But at any rate, so that's what we've got coming up. And looking at my notes here, and I did mention, there's another aspect of this game that would have been a big deal. And actually it is going to be, because there's, my old buddy Bill Cowher used to always say, I don't know if he was the first guy to say it, but I remember he used to say it all the time, is that you can only control what you can control. And so from our standpoint, we can't control what had happened to TJ Watt, why it happened, who's to blame, because that's what we like to do now, is you blame everybody for stuff. But what we need to do is look ahead and see, okay, what are we going to do now? Because there's nothing we can do about what had happened. The only thing, the Steelers can do now is to move forward without him. So we can talk about it like that. But another aspect of this is Minkah Fitzpatrick, who was another guy that I had advocated trading in the offseason. Just, again, same deal. He hadn't made much of an impact. I mean, TJ Watt's been an impact player his entire career. Minkah was not making much of an impact for the Steelers and there were communications issue. If he's supposed to be like the guy behind the defense and they communicate, I know the linebackers wear the green dot, but you got the safety, the veteran safety behind everybody, has to make sure everybody's in the proper position. He wasn't making plays. There were miscommunication issues on defense. Things weren't working. So you may as well trade him. Well, the Steelers finally did. And then we did see Minka he scored 2 points, which is pretty good on a 2-point conversion return, which is something you don't see happen all the time. But he's been making a few plays for Miami, and Miami's been playing pretty well. And then Jalen Ramsey has been inconsistent for the Steelers, and he's played a couple different positions. I really liked it when they were able to move him, but I kind of liked him back at safety where he can use his acumen, his experience, and his skills at that position. But he drops down to slot corner. He has to cover guys like Jamar Chase, and it just doesn't work. So that's been a kind of a, and yet he has made some he has made some nice plays as well. I think that trade has been kind of a wash. I know Jonnu Smith was part of that trade as well. Why he was is a mystery to me, because the only thing he may have done is taken Pat Freiermuth off the field, but they haven't really used Jonnu Smith that much. They haven't used Freiermuth nearly as much as they should. And so he's been he's just kind of like here. He's an Arthur Smith guy. And, I mean, Cordero Patterson was an Arthur Smith guy. And now, Jonnu's an Arthur Smith guy, and he's not using him, but there was a couple games ago when it looked like he was running those Cordero Patterson plays, and I didn't understand that. But to me, that trade has been it's been okay. I don't know that the Steelers' defense would have been any better if they'd still had Minka. If Elliott was healthy, that's a completely different story, because I always thought that he was kind of an underrated, most important part of the defense, and we've seen when he's not there that the defense is nowhere near as good as it is when he is in there. Well, now it's just now it's just going to have to be. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to remember the last time, I think I'd have to look up coldest games in Pittsburgh history. I do know that AFC Championship game was one of them, and that I remember. And I'll bring up some memories of that game. Not really that game, but my role and what I did to cover what I did for the radio station I was working at the time during that game. And it was just brutal, absolutely brutal. So we'll talk about that. And Pompiani's coming up at 11, which reminds me. So we'll chat with Bob a little bit later on. Jeff Hathorn will join me at 10 o'clock. He's been around the Steelers all week, so we'll be able to get into that. And then coming up next, we're going to talk a little Penguins hockey with Dan Kingerski, because the Penguins, man, they traded Tristan Jarry. I kind of picked on Jarry quite a bit off and on over the last few years, pointing out that he was really good until he had to be. Well, now we don't have to worry about that. And now maybe he'll be really good at Edmonton until he has to be. And the reason they brought him in was so they would have a goalie that could take them through the playoffs. So we'll see how that works for them. We'll see how Stuart Skinner works for the Penguins. When really, I think what all of us are looking forward to, did you really want to get a goalie in return for him? I don't think anybody did. They got a useful defenseman, but people want to see Musharov. That's what they want to see. And I don't know if this deal means we're going to see him any sooner than we would have if they hadn't made the Jarry trade. So we'll talk to Dan Kingerski about that, some of the lineup issues, when Malkin's going to come back, how hurt is Sid. Is Raquel going to play this afternoon? Because the Penguins have a game at 3 this afternoon. I'm Jim Colony. This is, as Joel said, Saturday morning here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4:30 this afternoon, Pitt basketball in action across the state. They will take on Villanova. It's right here on The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 4 o'clock. Later tonight, Pitt volleyball in action in their 6th consecutive Elite Eight. They will take on Purdue at 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. If you love golf, great food, and good times, you've got to get the 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And don't forget the Washington, PA location. 9 Yards features the #1 ranked golf zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic play you'll find. Tee it up on world-class courses, join a league, or grab a private bay with your buddies. And this holiday season, grab discounted gift cards available in-house at both locations. Because at 9 Yards Golf, fun goes the full distance.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and Bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at AllaFamiliaFineFoods.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
The Assisted Goals Foundation is helping keep kids in hockey. Join them December 27th and 28th at the RMU Island Sports Center Garden Rink during their Nutcracker Tournament for an equipment sale. Shop discounted used gear from 11 to 4 each day. Drop off equipment to donate between 8 and 10 a.m. and give new life for a young athlete who needs it. Sale proceeds help support annual scholarships. Thanks to partners RMU Island Sports and Play It Again Sports Cranberry Township, the Assisted Goals Foundation, helping keep kids in hockey.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
During football season, people make clutch plays on the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. New casino users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get a $50 casino bonus on the new slot game, Puff, and lots of Puff.
21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gamble. Come on, gambler.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better. because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, this is big. This is like a big week. But for one night only. One night only. That was from the movie Dreamgirls, right? For one night only on Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, that would be us, 93.7 The Fan. You got 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You've got 100.7 Star. You've got Whammo 107.3. And then Y108. They'll be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore, where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. It's free. However, please bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. There are more details on our website and the other stations' websites too, but more details at 937thefan.com. And I will not be there, which is even more reason for you to go. I can't go. Here's the thing. Okay, we don't do much of anything. Our social calendar is almost empty. But all of a sudden, there are 3 things for us on Wednesday, on the 17th. There's the Pheasant Ridge Christmas party, which is always a gala event. And so that's where I work now most of the time. So you know, I got to go to the Pheasant Ridge Christmas party, which starts the same time as the karaoke night. And then my wife got invited to a party that we should go to the same night. So there's like 3 things. And, you know, independently, we would have gone to all 3. It would have been great. But now we had to kind of pick and choose. So I got to go to the golf course. She's got to go to her thing. And so I'm going to miss the karaoke. But I know Starkey will be great. Because he'll go, Mulsey. It'll be some song involving Mulsey, because it always does. And it's always a winner. All right. So enough of that, because we got big things coming up in between now and then. Actually, in between now and Wednesday, the Penguins have 3 games, including one against Edmonton on Tuesday, which is kind of interesting. But joining us now with the head honcho, the chief bottle washer for Pittsburgh Hockey Now, he's the man, Dan Kingerski. Dan, good morning and Merry Christmas.
But yeah, is this why I don't get invited to Christmas parties? Like, you get all the invites and I get none. Is that how this works?
Something along the lines, but you are invited. Now, there are other gatherings that I believe you are invited to involving the station, but this is like a public event, you know, so you're invited. Everybody's invited to karaoke. And you don't work at the golf course, so you're not invited to that one. And then you also did not work in the GI lab at Passivant Hospital, so you're not invited to the other thing either. But other than that, I think you're welcome pretty much anywhere.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's good. Well, I know you're welcome at least most of the time. You're welcome at PPG Paints Arena, and a lot of stuff going on here, Dan. I think I don't know if I had kind of resigned myself to the fact that if there was going to be a Tristan Jarry trade, I kind of just it kind of get way in the back of my mind. I thought maybe during the off season, maybe get off to a hot start early. But the timing of this is interesting to say the least.
You know, it really is. I mean, it's funny how quickly the situation changed. It went from Jarry being untradeable. Well, they have to give up a draft pick to get rid of him. You know, the fan clamor there, to almost very quickly overnight, they can't trade him. He's stealing wins. They need him for this playoff push that they're in. So I thought what the trade said to the team, to the public, is that while the team is fighting for wins every night, Kyle Dubas is still keeping his eye on the future and rebuilding. He didn't say it specifically, Jim, but he mentioned the volatility in the goaltending profession, which kind of said to me, we did this while we could. Because if Jari has another second half slump, then you're back to being stuck. And Jari's under contract for 2 more years, which would almost necessarily sort of block, Sergei Murashov or somebody else at the AHL level, because you can't just move him into the ether. He has to go somewhere. So they made the move while they could, and they got a pretty healthy return as well.
Yeah, I thought that was, I think the two quote-unquote mistakes that Dubas made right away were, giving Jari that contract and then Ryan Graves. And even Graves, I guess his play has fallen off a little bit lately, but he, after starting out in the minors, his play in the NHL level has been better. And this isn't saying much, but been better this season than it had been the last couple. But the Jari, his whole career, the timeline of everything is just how he started out as being the next guy, and then he turns out to be the guy, and then, I still say he single-handedly cost him that playoff series in 2019 against the Islanders. Almost any other goalie you think would have been able to win that series, except maybe Stuart Skinner in Edmonton, which they'll tell you that. But so tell me, and you mentioned Murashov. So that's who everybody here wants to see, and yet when are we going to see him? Because now they still have 2 NHL goalies here.
Well, it hasn't changed Murashov's timeline. And essentially what I take Dubas to mean is when Murashov demands that spot through his play and readiness, it will be his one way or the other. So, the Penguins have several options with Skinner, and to a lesser extent, Sheloffs. I think Sheloffs is kind of protected right now, but if Skinner plays really well, now you have a trade chip. Or you can re-sign him based on how Artur Sheloffs is playing. If Sheloffs is still kind of treading water, has question marks around him, maybe you go with a Skinner-Murashov tandem for next year. And you can make that decision pretty much any time because Skinner's contract expires. Sheloffs will be a restricted free agent, which means the Penguins don't have to re-sign him. They can, non-qualify him and away he goes. So it really is, the next few months of just sorting this out to see who grabs the spot. And, oh, by the way, there's also Joel Blomqvist down in the AHL who's starting to really, get in the groove again and put up really good numbers. So the Penguins have options. It's just a matter of who claims the spot.
Yeah, I was going to get to the young guys, too. Because, Blomqvist, a couple before we even knew who Murashov was, he was going to be the next guy. And then all of a sudden he gets bypassed. But what about can the argument be made? And you said that Murashov will get here when he shows that it's his time. Hasn't he done that already? Can't you make that argument that he's shown that already?
You can, but it's not definitive yet. He played a couple of games and he was good. I can't say that he was guaranteed the best goalie on the Penguins roster in that moment, however. And plus, there's always that push and pull where, a goalie comes up, shooters don't know him. It takes a couple of weeks or a little while to figure him out, and then the shooters will figure the goalie out, and that's when, problems begin to emerge. So there's probably a few rough edges to keep sanding on Murashov right now.
Okay, speaking of rough edges, and I'm just I know that it's been discussed, and you can go back and look at it, and if Letang takes the body, if Sid pushes the face-off forward, any number of things should have happened at the end of that game that didn't. And then, of course, they got to the part where you knew the Penguins weren't going to pick up the extra point once it went to overtime, and then naturally and obviously the shootout. But then the other night, and was this just is this just because you would have expected the team to bounce back, but then you had an accident on 279, and I was just when I heard about that, I'm thinking, there's a hockey game tonight, and there's a bunch of Penguin players that are probably stuck behind this thing. and what's going to happen. And so they ended up pushing the game back by a half hour. And so whatever pregame routine hockey players have, and we all know that they like to do, it's not just Sid, all these guys, and I think all athletes are like this. You have a pregame routine, is that you want to do you have your routine that puts you in a frame of mind where you're going to perform your best in a game, and that was completely thrown out the window. And yet, and that's not a reason, because I know that everybody said it was the same for the other team. Well, it wasn't, because they were already in town and just had to get to the arena however they could get there. It just is that a legitimate reason for what happened the other night? Because you would have thought that a team, and the Penguins have bounced back pretty well when they've had similar situations earlier in the season, but I guess, man, I'm making a long way of getting around this. What the hell happened in that game the other night? It was just awful.
I think the first period could reasonably be chalked up to, that chaos. I don't know about you, but when I'm off my routine and rhythm, like for a game, it just feels weird, and you're searching for something to get you into that. I thought the Penguins started well in the second period, but just, mistakes. They have problems with zippy teams, like fast teams, and there's also been a little bit of a tactical wrinkle. Teams are kind of, Tristan Jarry called it the flat pass. Tampa Bay killed them with it, a couple of weeks ago. Montreal did it effectively, basically, for radio terms, bringing a trailer and, just a little touch pass and zipping past the defenseman at full speed. That's what Montreal was doing to them. And the Penguins forwards weren't tracking back and picking up their man and taking care of the defensive zone very well. So even though they came out in the second with a lot more energy, some things went against them, and it just kept going sideways from there. But I tended to give them that excuse for that 279 disaster. But, I guess it's over and done with, and they really need a win today.
Okay, so what happens with the lineup now? Now, Sam Poulin goes, okay, he's never really found any traction here, so that's fine. They bring in another defenseman, and I know Dumba is on, 2 o'clock today is when he could clear waivers, and they can send him to the minors if he goes unclaimed, which he probably will. But what are we going to look at? And then Raquel may come back today, although they kind of slow played that one. But what do you expect to see from a lineup this afternoon, starting with defense and then going to, if Raquel comes back, well, we know where he's going to be.
Yeah, Dan Muse likes to slow play the injuries. Like, we'll have conversations this afternoon, and sort of leaves it at that. I do expect Raquel to play, based on how good he looked this week in practice. And, he's had a couple now of, full goes. So if he comes in, boy, it really does kind of scramble this lineup, because now you're taking Tommy Novak, who's looked pretty good in the last couple of games, off that top line. And where does he go? Where does Kevin Hayes go? And I don't know the answer to those two questions. I think you might see Novak center the second line for a game or two to see how that works, because I don't think it's worked very well with Hayes. I'm curious. I mean, I think they might go a little bit mad scientist today, and we see, a bit of a Yahtzee lineup. They just throw the dice in the cup and roll it out there.
Well, it's going to be Raquel, Crosby, and Russ. We know that, right? And I guess, I don't know, if you put Hayes with on the second line, you've got like three giants still. And you don't want to put like a little dude in between the two big guys, I guess. But it's what about the third line? Is that, now you said if you were going to mix everything up, you would have to mix up them. And by all accounts, the third line has been playing very well with all the young guys. However, they haven't scored based on the opportunities that they've created.
Yeah, that's the only way to say it is, I think they were the best Penguins line on Thursday, and they've been really good in the few games they've been together. They've created more rebound chances than any other Penguins line all season combined. No kidding. They're creating the rebounds and they're getting to the crease, but they're just not finishing, and they're not taking that extra step, or they're not getting the puck away just quick enough. There's just a hair there, a hair here that is keeping the puck out of the net for them. Do you keep it together? I do like them, But there's also something to be said for maybe mixing them up a little bit, getting them, on different lines so that, they can start scoring. A third line that plays offense but doesn't score. You have to wonder what they're thinking with that. Jim, I really don't know what they're going to do with the lineup today. The easy thing would be just to, put Raquel in, put Novak for Hayes, make Hayes a scratch. But I also wonder if they're going to make some real changes, having not scored a lot of goals in the last 3 games.
Do you expect any? Do you expect any changes on? on defense?
Well, that depends if Brett Kulak is available. They had to go through, immigration, get their visas to play today. That can take a day or a few days. So to be determined. If Kulak is here, again, the easy thing to do would be to just swap him for Ryan Graves in that third pairing, ease him into the lineup and the scheme and the system and all of those sorts of things. If you do anything else, boy, it does have a real dominoes effect. Like if you were to give Parker Wotherspoon, whose play has dipped a bit, give him a break, then everything starts to go haywire again.
Yeah, I know you said. I know you pointed out that Wotherspoon's play has dipped a little bit, but the guy he's out there with Carlson, and Carlson has been really, really good. So I'd be kind of reluctant to mess with that pairing.
I think that's a good point. Yeah.
Well, that's all I got for you. That's the extent of my Penguins knowledge. Dan, I appreciate it. I guess I'll kind of not put you on the spot necessarily, but this is an important little 30-hour stretch here for the Penguins coming up this afternoon, where they got 3:00 games both days, and then you've got, I don't know if what's happened in the last couple of years. The Penguins have been bad in afternoon games, so we got that working for us as well. But what do you expect to see this weekend in these 2 games? Because these are really important games. They're home games. The Penguins are finally catching up in home games, and they need to get points where they can get them.
Well, San Jose is not the slouch that they have been. San Jose is also in the second wild card spot. They actually have more wins than the Penguins. I think the only thing that I would expect is full effort. You can't repeat what happened on Thursday. I think they were pretty sour with themselves and almost like, ready to just move on from that entirely. They do have to really tighten up their defensive zone coverage, especially the forwards, coming back, getting their man, and making sure they stay with them and take away the passing lanes, so on and so forth, and getting those back-breaking goals that put the other team away rather than letting them linger around to pull the goalie. So between the Sharks and the Mammoth, as long as they go max effort, I think everybody will be okay. It's if they have another stinker or clunker like Thursday, then you really maybe hit the panic button a little bit.
All right, Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now. Thanks for your knowledge, your expertise. Have a Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon.
You too, Jim.
All right, that's Dan Kingerski. Coming up next, I got a couple Pirate thoughts before we get to Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. This is 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 o'clock today, Penguins and the Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. At 4:30 on the other side of Pennsylvania, Pitt basketball will take on Villanova. That's right here on The Fan. Coverage begins at 4. And tonight, Pitt volleyball in action in the regional final, taking on Purdue in the NCAA tournament. That's at 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Trade away your Slave for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0% upgrade that Slave. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
This holiday season, before you unwrap new projects around your home, remember one simple gift you can give yourself: safety. If you're planning a holiday project like building a patio, putting up a fence, a basketball net, or mailbox, contact 811 before you dig. Pennsylvania One Call makes it quick and easy. They'll mark underground lines, helping you avoid costly damages and keeping your holidays bright. So before your next project, contact 811 or visit pa1call.org before you dig. It's quick, it's easy, and it's the law.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I'm just kind of looking at the fan text line. 412-928-9370. I should also mention fan Twitter. It is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them in person, or you can visit them at southhillskia.net. Very important, .net. southhillskia.net. Because I have an email that's .net. Then if some people go like .com, then, well, I don't get it. So, yeah, southhillskia.net. Okay, there's that. And while I think of it, before I forget, because I will do it when I go to break at the top before we get to Jeff Hathorn, I'll forget fan weather. So I'm going to do it right now. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. This is all capitals, bold letters from Joel Nelson. Snow this afternoon and evening, potentially totaling 3 to 6 inches. Again, that's bold, all caps. Snow this afternoon and evening, potentially totaling 3 to 6 inches. So do be careful out there. And I do actually plan to hunker down. And there is a Penguin game this afternoon, so if you're not going to the game, well, if you're going to the game, be careful on your way home. If you're not going to the game, then you're watching TV. This is a good afternoon to hunker down, maybe decorate the tree. That's something to do today. Some people will probably go out and get the tree, and you're doing that right now because we're actually finally closing in. I don't like to get stuff too soon when it comes to Christmas. I know there are some people that put stuff up right away after Thanksgiving, and we have certain decorations. I say we. Linda has certain decorations that she puts up right away because she's in charge of all the decorations. But for the most part, like we have a tree and we have lights on the tree, but we haven't put ornaments on the tree. And typically we do that with our kids. But then now that Pat and Laura have a house in Cleveland and a daughter, and so they're doing stuff there. And then our other son, Chris, is busy running Supremo Pizza on 228. So basically it's just going to be, well, a lot of times we wait till Christmas Eve and we'll put the ornaments up with the kids. But since they're not really going to come over now, I guess it'll just be me and Linda, or Linda and I. It'll be Linda and I. I get a text at 412-928-9370. Jim, grab my rangefinder. It's still sitting there. Merry Christmas. And that's true. I mean, I don't know who that is. Maybe I know that number, but I'd have to double check it in my phone. But I don't know what it's like at other golf courses. I'm sure it's exactly the same. I work at Pheasant Ridge. We must have at least a dozen rangefinders dating back, 2 years? And I don't know. I think I talked about this last year. I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but at some point, we should just sell them. Because at some point, people don't come back for them. Like, at some point, they don't come back for them, which is, I mean, I think you understand the way I'm saying it, even though that what I said doesn't make any sense. But people just don't come back. And at some point, we could sell rangefinders for like $50, $25, or maybe who wants a rangefinder for $15? There's a concept. I forgot to mention about the Pirates. Does anybody really believe they're going to spend any money? Really? Does anybody? I'm not sure. I'll talk about that next hour. So I will get into the Pirates next hour because they did do some stuff. They might do some stuff, but they probably won't do some stuff. Coming up next, we'll see what Jeff has to hear about that. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, coming up next. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hey Steelers fans, Chris Muller here, and that's right, your Steelers took home the win this week. And because of their incredible victory, Verizon is donating another $100,000 toward veteran debt relief in southwestern Pennsylvania. We all love that winning feeling, and this season, Verizon is making every single Steelers victory mean even more for our veterans. They've committed to tackling veteran debt one win at a time. And for every Steelers win, $100,000 will be eliminated. And with a mission of eliminating up to $1 million in veteran debt in our community, every single game this season counts. When the Steelers win, the vets win. Simple as that. This is more than just a donation. It's Verizon showing up for the heroes who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. With every Steelers touchdown, they're not just getting points, they're helping Verizon to pay it forward for the people who deserve it most. Verizon is proud to stand with our veterans, and to all who have served, we want to say thank you for your service.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better, because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
quiet start to our Saturday, then snow moves in this afternoon with a winter weather advisory starting at 1 o'clock. Afternoon highs in the low 30s and several inches of snow expected through tonight. Overnight, scattered snow showers with temperatures in the low teens, and Sunday scattered snow showers continue with highs in the low 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines this afternoon. The Penguins take on the San Jose Sharks at 3 o'clock at PPG. At 4:30 today across the state, Pitt basketball takes on Villanova at 4:30. That's on the Fan with coverage beginning at 4 o'clock. And tonight, Pitt volleyball in action at 7:30 in the Elite Eight, taking on Purdue at the Peterson Event Center, 7:30, the match start time for that event. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Jeff Hathorn joins the show next.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, Jim Colony here for another hour, or short to it. Pompiani is coming up at 11 o'clock. So maybe we'll get Bob in here a little bit early. We'll chat with him at the end, which is always a lot of fun. In the meantime, and I didn't get, we'll talk Pirates a little bit with Jeff here in just a second. But right now, let's go to the Fan Hotline, which is sponsored during the week, but for some reason is not on weekends. For the Hawk Report, which is sponsored during the week, but for some reason isn't sponsored on weekends. But I'll throw him a bone here, maybe invite him to our house on New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day, rather, is our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Lynch Golf Sales, who sponsors the Hawk Report during the week.
Okay, good.
Also, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, who sponsors the reports during the week.
I know. Well, I'm sure if they'd known that you were going to be on with me, you were on with Pat Bostic earlier. I apologize for that. I didn't realize you were going to be on with him as well, but that was a while ago.
No.
But you're just a busy guy. I figured I'd catch you. When I heard you on with Pat, I figured, okay, you'll do that. You go into the gym, then you'll come out of the gym, and then you'll do this. And was I close?
That's exactly what happened.
I knew it. Did you say hi to all my friends at the gym?
Exactly what happened. There were a lot of friends at the gym today.
Were there really?
There were a lot of friends at the gym.
The last time I was there, I didn't recognize anybody. Okay, so I would joke with people. And if I went back and I didn't. Now, did you actually studied? Did Ohio State actually have? Was it a journalism program? Communications program? What exactly was? Well,
they
what
actually
exactly
do have journalism there. Yes, believe it or not.
But was it? But was broadcast under? Was it broadcast journalism? Was it just plain old journalism?
We had our own J school, our own journalism school, and there was a broadcast journalism. I don't know.
Minor.
Study
kind of. Yeah.
So, but we had to take all the journalism classes: marketing, PR, law. All of it.
Yes,
so,
that's kind of.
Let me tell you, journalism law. That's a fun one right there.
Well, that the thing is, that's kind of where I was going because, well, I was a history major in college, did no radio whatsoever, but somehow ended up doing this. But I always thought, you don't have to major in like communications or however you want to put it, but you could make your own major. And knowing what I knew after about 20 years in this business is that, and you covered most of it there. But you left out medicine. And that was part of the stuff that I don't know if you took any sports medicine courses, but nowadays it's like you have to know business, you have to know law, and you have to know medicine because of all these things that happen. True. And now combined, I don't know how many years that you and I combined having this business. I'm guessing it's around 80. Well, it is 45 for me, and then 35 or more for you. So that's 80. Anyway, it's just. I'd never heard of dry needling. Okay, we've heard of a lot of different medical procedures. When did was it Ben had a sternoclavicular kind of a situation years ago? I'd never heard of that. And now we have. Had you ever heard of dry needling before T.J. Watt?
I thought dry needling were like the verbal shots that Ben gave us on many of those Wednesday meetings.
Negative Nancy.
Yeah. So. I obviously had heard of acupuncture.
Yes.
I had never heard of anything specifically called dry needling. No.
And then this is not acupuncture; it's different. But I don't know. It sounds kind of invasive to me, where it goes inside, and then you may literally touch a nerve, and that's sort of what they want to do. at any rate, I don't think neither you nor I, despite our extensive experience and medical backgrounds and whatever other backgrounds that we have, I don't think that, I mean, this is way above our level to discuss the medical situation here. So let's just, forget about that. What happened, happened. There's nothing we can do about it. What's going to happen on Monday night now? Because TJ Watt is not going to play. Nick Herbig gets elevated. Jack Sawyer's going to get more snaps. What else are we going to see other than hoping that Alex Highsmith stays healthy?
Yeah, and I mean, let's start with Highsmith. When he has been healthy, he's been really good this year. I mean, he has 6.5 sacks in 9 games. And I would say, I don't know, maybe there's just a handful of those games where he's been somewhat fully healthy. I mean, 3 different injuries that he's dealt with this year, but he has been really good. And I know that's been a conversation because of what he makes and trying to find room under the salary cap of, well, who could they trade to add, where they could add offense, wherever that might be. And Highsmith's name almost always comes up. But he's showing his value, and he'll get a real chance to show it on Monday. I think what Alex does pretty well is he doesn't allow running backs to get the edge. Like he is pretty good as in terms of of staying gap sound, and sometimes that doesn't allow for a lot of plays, or you don't get the splash plays because you're not going outside. You're staying what you need to do. I think that's Alex, and that's what they need. Obviously, Herbig's going to play a big role here. This is a big opportunity for him. Next year, he's going to be a free agent. Here's a chance on Monday Night Football. If he goes out and balls out to show, like, hey, I deserve some money here too. And for Sawyer, what we've seen from Sawyer over his career is he just finds ways to make. I think they tease him in practice about, like, the blessed life of Jack Sawyer, how things always seem to fall to him. I don't know that they just fall to him. I think he knows where he needs to be. And the other guy you might see at outside linebacker, and we'll see how this plays out, but who might get elevated and dressed is your old friend Marvin Leal.
Oh, goodness. I'd forgotten about him. I really had. I think maybe, well, obviously the Steelers hadn't. Okay, so that brings me to something that I think is going to happen on Monday night, something that didn't happen in Baltimore. And for some reason, and, John Harbaugh, and I don't know how much control he has over his offense, but he's a head coach, so he should have control over everything, is that he seems to get spooked early by stuff. When the run doesn't work right away, they get away from it. And after what they had seen the week before, I couldn't understand why Baltimore stopped trying to run the ball. I know that TJ Watt made some plays, Highsmith made some plays, other guys made some plays, and they weren't successful. But I think in the weeks and a couple other games before that, teams have shown that if you stick with it, that you're going to find room to run the ball. And Baltimore stopped doing that. To me, especially in cold weather where Tua hasn't won a game when it's been below 40 degrees, whatever it is that Miami's going to run the ball, and they're going to continue to run the ball, and that's the thing that the Steelers are going to have to stop.
Yeah, and listen, Miami does it really well. They do it a little differently than Baltimore. Theirs is more getting to the outside. But, excuse me, Jim, when you think of Miami, you think of chunk plays on the outside, Waddle or Hill or last year Jonnu Smith. This year it's been splash plays with the run game. Achane has been unbelievable, especially in the last 4 games. He's been really good. I know the Jets aren't that good of a team. Defensively, they're not horrible. He made them look really bad. I mean, he is a guy that if he gets rolling, it has allowed them to change what Tua does. Tua is no longer like Lamar from the left side, where he's running around or trying to make plays with his legs. He's content just being a play-action guy, and that's worked for Miami here over the last, handful of games.
Yeah, Achane is, well, I no one cares about anybody else's fantasy football team, but I care about mine, and so I'm going to be counting on him on Monday night to just run roughshod over the Steelers. Having said that,
good selection, Jim.
Yes, well, yeah, he's paid off very, very well for me. But okay, one of the other aspects of this, it's like the Minka Ramsey game. You mentioned Jonnu Smith, and but how do you think that trade has played out? I mean, is it a wash? Is it an advantage for anybody? I mean, we've seen Minka return the conversion interception for 2 points. We've seen that. So there's a play that he made for them that he didn't make for the Steelers over the last 3 or 4 years. But how do you judge that trade? And does it? Well, obviously, it's finally going to matter here on Monday night when they play against one another.
Yeah, it's interesting because Minka's kind of moved from safety and played some slot and done that well, whereas Jalen Ramsey had been a corner / slot and now is playing safety. So it's kind of interesting how that worked. I think for Minka, for whatever reason, there was a disconnect with him and the Steelers defense. Whether it's the coaches, whether it's him, whether it was the teammates around him, whatever it was, I mean, that just didn't seem to work. I mean, we saw at times where he would be at odds with his own teammates. So I don't mind the move. I think Ramsey has been pretty good, especially learning a new position. He brings a physicality to the back part of that defense that I think they needed. Not that Minka couldn't hit, but there's an edge to Ramsey. So if that were just straight up, I'd feel pretty good about the trade. You know, with Jono being involved, I don't know. Jono seemed kind of like icing on a cake for a tight end room, especially with the way Darnell has advanced. Now, maybe they just didn't expect Darnell to play at the level that he's played this year. And, you know, Arthur Smith loves tight ends, and he knows
Supposedly.
Jono.
I don't get this. He loves tight end stuff. If he loves tight ends, then why? Where's Pat Freiermuth? And the comment that I made earlier while you were doing some reps at the gym was that the one contribution that Jonnu Smith seems to have made is to take Freiermuth off the field. Because if you got one guy on, you got Washington on the field, you can only have one of the other two guys. I don't know. It seems like they've got both guys are taken away from, like, you don't need both Smith and Freiermuth. You need one or the other, and they're trying to use both, and it just, to me, it just hasn't seemed to work.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I could understand why they were maybe skeptical with Darnell with his development and thought, okay, we'll have a two-edged tight end. And maybe that was their thought process. But, I mean, I look at that room as a whole, and I know Darnell has improved, but I expected so much more from that position. And there's been so much discussion about a number 2 receiver. I just don't know why you can't do more things to split out Freiermuth or Jonnu to try to get them more opportunities.
Yeah, I agree. I wish that one of those guys, make them, you want a slot receiver? You want a 6'5" slot receiver? Well, there you go. And I never understood why they wouldn't use guys in that role. I mentioned the Pirates earlier. I do want to talk about them a little bit because we had King Gursky on talking about the Penguins. But I will ask you very quickly, were you surprised all of a sudden this Jari trade seemed to come out of nowhere?
I love it. I love this about the trade, not just getting his contract off the books, and he has been inconsistent, and good for him. I mean, he's basically going back home into a building that in juniors he had a lot of success in, and man, he's got a chance to win a cup now, where he didn't have that here. But I think getting him off the books and having these 2 goalies as probably 2 of your best prospects, not probably, as 2 of your best prospects, and that you didn't freak out of like, well, hey, you know what? We're on the edge of playoff contention. We can't trade anybody because this might be the year we make another run. I applaud Dubas for just not worrying about that aspect of it, whether Jari makes them initially worse, that he went out and made a trade and actually got, a goaltender back that they could flip or do whatever with. And they got a defenseman who I think could add to, some of the needs, especially if you have 0.1 seconds left. It would be nice to have him on the ice as opposed to either Chris or Eric.
Yes, or any of the other guys that they actually have on their roster, excuse me, or had on their roster even before the trade. All right, since I mentioned the Pirates. Okay, so supposedly they tried to spend some money and made an offer to Kyle Schwarber. Okay, good for them. But it wasn't anywhere close to what Schwarber ended up getting. And I think we've come to realize that if the Pirates are going to sign any free agents, they're going to have to overpay by probably at least $1 million a year to that per year for that player if they're going to be competitive. They might have to offer even more. Now, they've shown supposedly that they were going to spend a certain amount of money. And does this mean that they're actually going to spend it and invest it in the team? There are still a lot of free agents out there. There are still some trades that they could make. Do you expect the Pirates to actually invest into the team and get a payroll that's close to, if not more than, where it should be, which is over $100 million?
I mean, they keep telling us they're going to.
But remember, talk is cheap, Jeff. Talk is cheap.
It is. I mean, it's nice that they're in conversations, that they've convinced the national writers that they're in on big-name free agents. But until they pull the trigger on one, it's all talk. And I think, especially in Pittsburgh, fans are done with the talk. They want to see some action. And, you know, the thing here for the Pirates brass, and I know they're acutely aware of what the fan base thinks, what Skeens really wants inside the room, not just stuff from the outside, is major improvement to that offense. What they can't do is now freak out and go pay someone who's questionable too much money because that way they could say, oh, we got somebody. So they need to stay to their plan, but they need to make a move. They need to do something. And you're right, because one of the big moves that got the Pirates over the hump last decade was overpaying for Francisco Liriano. They signed him for $13 million a year, which at the time was huge for them, probably overpaying for him, but he was monstrous to add to that rotation. And that's what they're going to have to do here, to your point. They may have to pay a couple $1 million more. I don't see why they shouldn't be in and try to convince Bellinger that PNC Park would be a great place for him, or other free agents, not just some 35-plus-year-old whose best days are behind them, who they could get a value for. Or I know left-handed relievers are important, but signing Gregory Soto for $7 million isn't exactly going to help your offense. And please don't try to sell me on, well, you know, we think we found something with Jack Sawinski or someone like that. I don't mind them keeping him for another year and just rolling the dice in spring training, but they need to add some legit bats. Now is the time, and talk is great, but, you know, need a little more action here.
Yeah, we came close, but it does seem to me, though, that if you take the, what would be like $35-40 million for Schwarber, that if they're willing to take, I'll use the 35, you could actually bring in, by the Pirates standards, you could bring in two guys that could help them for that amount of money. And it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't take much. You bring in, and it's funny when sometimes you mention guys and you say, well, yeah, the guy only hit 20 home runs. What? Only? On the Pirates, there's no such thing as only 20 home runs, or he only drove in 80 runs, or his OPS is only 780. On the Pirates, that's not only. That's like that's just ridiculous. Well, having said that, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the other thing they need to do is try to unlock O'Neal Cruz. Whether that's signing Carlos Santana, who is a guy that I think Cruz would listen to in that locker room, you know, signing him as a 25th guy, and because he might help get in Cruz's face, might try to get him to be to his potential. I think that is also a huge part of free agency, of finding somebody, coach, veteran player, whatever it is, that could make O'Neal Cruz, and not this, you know, home run derby guy, but outside of the home run derby, be a guy that's a massive disappointment.
Do other cities have these guys? And I know these are two different, I guess, I don't know if they're much different. Well, yeah, they are much different. Where two, cities have a couple guys like we have here or had, where you got Pickens, who's just a complete nut job, who's you know, ridiculously talented, but he's a jerk and he just doesn't get it. And then you've got a guy like Cruz who's not that at all, but just still can't. I don't know. It's just it's so tantalizing to have guys that have talent like that, and then it's just wasted. That you can't get, not completely wasted, but you know what I mean. It's just like it's there and you see it, and then it goes away, and you can't figure out how to get it. So I'm counting on Don Kelly, who's a great guy. So see, Donnie, here's your thing. You can get it. I've just come to the conclusion. I've got great confidence in Donnie Kelly to be able to unlock Cruz. How's that?
I like it.
Except he's been around. Except he's been around all the time anyway. So I don't know.
I mean, whatever they could do to unlock that potential, because we're talking about home run power. They've got a guy right there. If they could get him to be more consistent, and they haven't, and he flashes it, and it's great that he hits the ball hard. He needs to hit a few more balls.
That's it's brilliant in its simplicity. I guess if I do want to mention, I don't know, okay, we're talking to Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, who is a proud graduate of Ohio State, the Ohio State University. So, I mean, it's if I were to lob up a question about Michigan, but at the same time, I mean, as a college football fan, as a Big Ten guy, that what's happening in Michigan here is just, as much as you hate Michigan, for college football and just everything that's happening in that sport now, that's just awful, isn't it?
Well, I mean, all of it's awful. I mean, what he did to that poor woman, what his family is dealing with right now, beyond any of the football stuff. And you're right, I do hate Michigan, but I don't hate people. And I feel bad for the people that he hurt. I think a problem with it is that Harbaugh brought him in and saw a stat that I think there's been 11 guys that have either been arrested or banned from college football that were assistants under Harbaugh. And Harbaugh is included in that list because he can't come back and coach college football right now because of the things he did while he was at Michigan. Listen, I don't want any bad things to happen to anybody, but you're right. What is happening there is an embarrassment, and for their fan base, for their players, they got to find something that cleans that up.
And then a program that I think neither of us like, Notre Dame. We'll just kind of end on that note. I'm Irish, I'm Catholic, but I've never liked Notre Dame. Go figure. But stuff that happens there, and then them bitching, and then getting preferential treatment moving forward. Apparently, I mean, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, listen, I get it that Notre Dame football brings fans to your stadium. They do. That is a fact. And when their AD says that, he's right. But what also is a fact is their other sports need a conference. Like their basketball team just played Idaho. Well, I would hope that if you're not in a conference for your other sports, if you want to brush off the ACC as they're not important to you, or that you make the ACC, they would gladly get rid of you and exist beyond Notre Dame and all those other sports. And you could set up a 5-game series with Idaho to play every year. If you think that's the best part of the rest of your athletic department. Notre Dame has played by different rules forever, and they have benefited from those different rules, having their own TV contract. And it's funny how petulant they get when something doesn't go their way. I think they did get screwed. I think they're one of the top 12 teams. But you know what? The commissioners that are a part of a conference finally stood up and said, you know what? This has been crap that they've been able to play without a conference. And if only for this one time, we're going to make them pay for it. And, the other part is they're upset that Miami got in. Miami beat them head-to-head. And if you're upset that Alabama got in, Alabama played in a conference tournament, and they weren't going to be punished because they played in a conference championship game. So I understand the reasoning for the other schools. And if Notre Dame wants to assure themselves of getting in, they could play in a conference and win that conference, and they would get an automatic bid to get into the tournament.
All right, one more thing, because I meant to get this out there earlier, so we'll leave you on this parting note. Tell everybody what you're doing later on today.
Yeah, I'll be at Pitt Volleyball. They're in the Elite Eight at Peterson Event Center, trying to get to a 5th straight Final Four. Well, I don't call it that, but I think it's the easiest way to say it. And they're playing Purdue, who's been a Big Ten power for forever. So, and it's funny, Jim, I had a guy with the Steelers come up to me yesterday and said, hey, you do stuff with Pitt Volleyball. And I said, yeah, I broadcast a few of their games. And he says, Well, when are they playing next? Because I need to see Olivia Babcock. And what he said was, I need to see Olivia Babcock because I want to be able to say I saw Michael Jordan of their sport. And that's what Olivia Babcock is. It's a great comparison. She is elite. She is one of the best to ever do it. And she will be on the U.S. volleyball, Olympic volleyball team here in 28 and probably 32. She's one of the best athletes in Pitt history, and it is a joy to watch her. And if you want to brave the snow and go out today, it's worth it. It's fast, it's fun, and they are incredible athletes.
And you have the call on TV, correct?
No, they.
That's right. Once you get to a certain point.
Yeah. They don't want my old voice on it. They want somebody from ESPN
who doesn't really know the team.
So.
Right. Who doesn't really know the team?
No, but that's cool. They have their national announcers. I want them to get work too. So, they bring in the national crew. So Amanda and Kelsey and I did the first couple of rounds, and then they bring in this crew for the Elite Eight.
All right. Well, enjoy the game.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for having me on.
Well, anytime. Although I gave you last weekend off, didn't I?
You did. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I think you could have next weekend off too, but I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know.
Yeah. I don't think the schedule's out yet, so we'll see.
No, it's not. No, it's not. All right. Hey, Jeff, thanks a lot, and
Thanks,
happy
Jim.
holidays and to your family and everything.
Same.
Else. Okay. All right. Jeff Hathorn
All
joining
right,
us.
see
Yeah. Bye, Jeff. Okay, there he goes. So what else do I have here? Did I do Twitter? I don't think I did. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up next, I'll get back to kind of running down a few different things about a few different things. I'm Jim Colony on the weekend on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, for anyone who wants the Steelers to draft Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina in the 2026 draft, he is reportedly going to stay at South Carolina for next season. Penguins this afternoon take on San Jose at 3 o'clock. Pitt basketball takes on Villanova at 4:30 across the state. That's here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 4. And tonight, Pitt volleyball takes on Purdue in their 6th consecutive Elite Eight. That's at 7:30 from the Peterson Event Center. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Upgrade your sleigh at Joe Ball GMC.
Lease a brand new GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months.
$299 for a GMC SUV?
Yep, $299. No one sells for less. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
During football season, people make clutch plays on the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. Like Marissa, up early making snacks for game day. She knows there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Right now, new casino users can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get a $50 casino bonus on the new slot game that everyone is talking about, Huff and Lots of Puff.
Must be 21 in NPA, New Jersey, or Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gamble. Problem call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 1/5/2026.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet. That's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jim Colony here for a few more minutes. Maybe Pomp will jump in if he chooses to. I mentioned earlier I'm not a sports bettor other than, some low investment fantasy football things. I'm in 2 leagues. One is free just for fun, and then another one is like a $25 buy-in. So I have a chance to maybe win a couple $100. So, really no betting. But I do get the sports betting. We get the guys that they send out emails from a couple different sites. And I wish I probably should have trying to look and see who sent this one out, because I just printed out the odds. But they sent out, you can bet on who's going to make the Olympic teams. And the, hockey in the Olympics is in a little bit of jeopardy. The construction's running late, and then the rink's not up to specifications. It's like 3 feet short of NHL regulation, something like that. How stuff like that can happen is just, I want to say it's unfathomable, because a lot of stuff happens that's unfathomable, but they happen and they're still happening. And that just happens to be one of them. But you can bet on who's going to make the Olympic teams. And then if, for example, on Team Canada, you can't bet on Sid because, well, he's already on it. And I don't even know off the top of my head who the U.S. guys that are Austin Matthews, right? He's already on the U.S. Olympic team. So you can't bet on him. But they have other guys that are like 1 to 100, like Jack Hughes and Adam Fox. And then Jay Gensel's 1 to 75. So these guys are odds-on favorites, and it goes down the list. But there are a bunch of other guys that you don't know, whether they're going to make it. For example, Vince Trocheck is 3 to 2. Wait a minute. How is he 3 to 2 and 5 to 2 there? Oh yeah, okay, all right. Never mind. So he's not quite odds on, but he's pretty close. JT Miller's 5 to 1, and then you go down Logan Cooley, the local, another local who is with the Utah Mammoth. They'll be in town on Sunday. He's 20 to 1 to make the team. And I don't follow it closely enough to make a determination on who should make up the U.S. Olympic hockey team. But I do know that, and Logan Cooley he's not Sid. But I remember back when Sid was very young and he was left off the Team Canada team. I think it was in 06. And he was one of Canada's best players back in 06, but they didn't want to put him on the team because he was too young. And I don't know if they do the same thing with Logan Cooley, and maybe you can make the argument there are guys that are ahead of him that are, that have more experience, that belong on the Olympic team. But that'd be kind of cool if he made it. And Miller and Trocheck, they've been on national teams before, so they have a chance. Maybe at least one of those guys will make it. But here's another guy that his name's not even on this list. And I don't know if it'll make a difference because Mike Sullivan is Team USA's coach. But I've always thought, and maybe this is like local bias and from, knowing the guy, getting to know him a little bit over the years when I covered him. But to me, Brian Rust has always been an obvious guy to be on a team like that. And you want players who can play. I probably went through this 4 years ago, that when you want players that can play up and down a lineup, you can put him anywhere. You can put him, as he's demonstrated, you can put him on a first line. And a best on best situation, he's a perfect fourth line guy, penalty killer. You can put him with your very best. You can put him with and I'm talking, and the term is relative here, with very best and then fringe, because the fringe players on an Olympic team are among the very best of the best. But nonetheless, you can put him on anywhere, lines 1 through 4, and he's going to be a perfect fit on any of those lines. and he's not even listed here. And I guess he's old now, by the Penguin standards. He's not all that old because of all the guys that are much older than he is, but it's just he's getting older compared to Logan Cooley, for example. But to me, Brian Rust has always been a guy that makes sense to be on one of those teams. And just to throw out a couple of other random things, when I was thinking about this with Christmas music, and I had this down as something to talk about when Jeff and I did the show the day after Thanksgiving, when and there were actually at least one local radio station, I think, that was into Christmas music before Thanksgiving. I think that November 1st, and I know one of the satellite stations, they started November 1st. So they start very early. We don't put decorations up until late, like I mentioned. But, I was looking at the 12 days of Christmas, and I'm not going to go through every day and how much the only thing that I think any of us could really quantify would be 5 gold rings, because everybody knows what a gold ring is. What the hell is a calling bird? 4 calling birds. I mean, I think, a French hen, okay, a stupid little bird there. Turtle doves that we I don't know if they're turtle doves, but we have doves that I guess they're mourning doves on our deck that are up to, and then they go into the bushes and do whatever they do. And then, you got a partridge and a pear tree. The pear tree seems like that would be the best part of that deal if you had a pear tree. But I don't even know what a calling bird is compared to others. And this is something that I did not look up. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there as sort of a rhetorical question. Somebody texted, "Do you think Notre Dame's feelings are hurt because I hate them?" And the answer is, I can only hope. But I don't think they really care. But I do agree with Jeff, and I don't know why I never liked Notre Dame. I just never did. Maybe when I was really young, my dad might have liked Notre Dame because he's Irish. He's not Catholic, but he's Irish. So he might have liked Notre Dame because that was they were a national program. But Notre Dame's not what it once was, and I wonder when that's going to go away. Where people of my generation, and I just turned 70 years old. Okay, so I grew up in the mid '60s through mid. Well, I'm still growing up, but I was born in 1955, so I first kind of knew what was going on sports-wise in the mid '60s when I knew what Notre Dame football was. And it was kind of forced down our throats because they had that Lindsey Nelson show that was on, after an exchange of punts, they would play it back on Sundays with a condensed version of the game that they played on Saturdays. And I'm assuming that got wide distribution nationally, but that was always a national program. The service academies were national well, they still are, but I'm saying the service academies were national powerhouses, back in the day. So they had national followings. And then it was Notre Dame. And I guess down south, those schools were always pretty big, but to me, probably nothing like what the SEC is now. But I just never liked Notre Dame. And then for them, my dad always used to say, you can't have it both ways, right? I can't remember examples of where I wanted to have it both ways, but I'm like every kid, I wanted to have it, all the advantages. You want to have it both ways. Where and he says you can't have it, and that's what Notre Dame is trying to do. They're trying to have it both ways, and maybe more than both. They're trying to have it all sorts of different ways, where everything benefits them. And then for them to be so short-sighted is that Notre Dame can't be Notre Dame unless they have anybody to play. It would be great if all of a sudden people said, you know what, we don't want to play you. Go play Bishop Sycamore or somebody like that. If you just all of a sudden people just didn't want to play Notre Dame. That'd be awesome if everybody got together and didn't want to play Notre Dame. That's my solution to the problem, is that everybody just say, Notre Dame calls up and says, hey, you want to play football? And no, we don't want to play we don't want to play you guys. We'll play somebody else. Maybe that's the stick it to Notre Dame thing. All right, coming up next, Bob Pompiani is next. I'll be back with a few final thoughts if I have time for any. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins take on the Sharks at 3 o'clock. Pitt basketball takes on Villanova at 4:30 on the other side of Pennsylvania. Coverage on The Fan begins at 4. You can catch that on the free Odyssey app as well. And tonight, Pitt volleyball in action in the regional final of the NCAA tournament, taking on Purdue at 7:30 from the Peterson Event Center. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If you're considering functional medicine, There's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
The season of savings is here at South Hills Kia. Stuff your driveway with the 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive, only $309 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose a 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Don't miss out. These holiday deals end January 2nd, 2026. Celebrate the season with a new ride at southhillskia.net for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Oh, we're back. Okay. I kind of snuck up on me. And you know who snuck in and then snuck out? That was Bob Pompiani's here. When do you got?
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Bob. I'm just great. It's always great to see you. That's usually the first question I ask when our boss Craig Riley says, do you want to do whatever? And I'll say, is Pomp going to be on after? And then when he says yes, I say, sure, I'll do it. Although he still hasn't asked me about next Saturday. And I looked at the schedule and I didn't see it. It's just next Saturday. It's just next Saturday.
I don't think they have that schedule up yet.
Well, it is in there.
Oh, it is up. Okay.
You're on it.
Well,
but there's nobody scheduled from 9 to 11.
That'll be you.
So maybe I'll do it again. I don't know. I got nothing else to do. Just because, shameless plug. I got now that the YouTube thing is working on weekends, you got the Pheasant Ridge hat here.
Pheasant Ridge.
Somebody said I mentioned this earlier. We got to get you out there to play.
Find time. I'd love to be able to find time.
I know. I know.
It's gone backwards because I don't have enough time.
I know. Well, you know who does have time? Me.
Well, aren't you a starter there?
Yes.
That would be a great job. That would be this job. I would love to do stuff.
It is. And I mentioned, and I don't know, now you're like a country club guy. So you belong to Chartiers, which is great. And I appreciate you asking me to play there every now and again.
We did the one time.
And yes, we did.
That was Bob Airy. Yeah, Bob Airy was with us.
I mean, with Pompiani, with Bob. I said, you're Bob Pompiani, Bob Airy. And I told you, Dave Pallone texted me, the Hall of Famer. It's always nice to get a text from a Hall of Famer. Last week, I think, after the show, I got a text. He said he wants to set up a match. So with him and Bibbs and Bob Airy, and then you and me. So we can figure out the teams.
Okay. Well, Bibbs is sneaky good. He can be really good. Dave Pallone's really good.
Yes.
And he plays golf like he, handles the harness game.
I've played with him. I'm clearly the worst of the lot. So,
but that's why we have.
You know what we do though? I've played in matches with other guys, and basically it's for fun. You have 4 guys. So what you do is you play basically 3 matches, right? Where, like for example, you and I would team for 6 holes. Bibbs and I would team for 6 holes. Dave and I would, that's what we do it. My team, I usually go 0 for 3. My team usually loses the whole time. But again, it's the companionship that we're talking about.
Absolutely.
The reason I thought of that was because I kind of threw out a thing earlier about all the stuff, the golf clubs. Oh no, somebody texted me in a wise ass says, I left my rangefinder. If you find my rangefinder, blah blah blah, whatever. So I pointed out how we have like tons of rangefinders. We should sell them. And I don't know what golf courses do. And then a guy texted in. He works at Riverview. He goes, we have dozens of rangefinders, and what kills him is the amount of putters we have. And hundreds of 100 wedges.
I mean, people just leave them behind and don't claim them, or what?
Well, yeah, but I see the wedge I understand because I've done that myself plenty of times where I get to the next
3 clubs with you and you're not sure what to hit, and then you leave 2 of them behind.
Yes, yeah. and I have to circle back with the group behind. Hey, you're looking for these, that kind of thing. And I've picked up others and so forth and so on. So I can understand leaving a wedge, but how do you leave a putter?
Yeah, I don't know that. That's a good question. You don't need. You should.
Maybe on the 8th.
But it's the last thing, unless you
you chip in on 18,
and then you leave it there.
But how many people do that? And then why would there be any putters? And I just don't understand it. And then some people come back for them, and some people don't. What I've always told people, actually, there's a couple of a friend of mine. I think it was either Mark or Lisa. I can't remember. I think it was Mark, had his solution is when you take for your rangefinder, you put your car keys, if the rangefinder comes inside of a case, you put your car keys inside of the case. And that way, you get back to wherever you've left the rangefinder on the cart. You get to your car and you look for your car keys. Hey, it's in the rangefinder. Right. So either that or you never know where you left your keys. But
one of the great ailments of getting older is forgetting things on a daily basis. I always
say put fluorescent tape because a lot of rangefinders are black. And then the railing on a golf cart is black.
They're hard to see.
Yeah, so they blend in. People forget about them. Maybe they've had a couple, back 9,
maybe
something like that. But if golf courses, it should be like what they do at the airport, right? Have you ever gone to that thing where they auction off people? People leave stuff at the airport, unclaimed baggage,
I didn't know.
Like cars.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't know that.
It's like. No. People, you were saying Hokie really had his car stolen from the airport?
Yes, stolen and involved in a high-speed chase and got totaled.
Oh my! I don't mean to laugh, but
no. But see, he now parks at Globe Parking, which is
yes, I've heard that.
That's good.
Yeah, we do that.
He didn't do that at this time. He went into long-term extended because he me likes to get steps, and so when you walk a long distance, it counts as your step. That was the wrong reason to park there. It just so happened it was a random theft. The guy broke into his car, somehow took it. They got involved in a high-speed chase, and he crashed it and got arrested.
Holy crap.
And it was a special car for him because he and his late wife used to love that car.
Oh.
So.
Oh, that
terrible.
Sucks. Well, yeah, I mean.
What are the chances? How many cars are parked in the extended lot?
I don't know. And then how long do they need to be there before they're declared abandoned?
It's a good. I don't know.
Same thing
they did that
with rangefinders. How could you not know? That's that's like on the news.
Rangefinders are a little easier to explain. I left my rangefinder. You leave your car somewhere. That's a lot harder.
Well, they leave them there maybe on purpose. No, maybe it's somebody that they're probably stolen already. I don't know. Or maybe people, instead of getting them repo, I don't know. I mean, that's like when if you watch like movies and TV shows where people commit crimes, I don't know how many times my wife and I look at you, I would have never thought of that. You know?
Yeah, I've seen those kind of movies, and I don't think that way either. It's like, what are you doing?
I don't know. All right, well, I guess I got to win the show here because you're up next. So what do you? Well, you got to. I was saying there's tons of stuff going on here. I mean, you got the T.J. Watt situation. You mentioned Cam. I didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, he missed the last couple of days of practice. He has a knee injury of some sort or a knee problem. Hopefully he can play.
Hopefully they didn't give him the dry needle or whatever that thing is. And I know you're going to try to figure that out too. But and then not completely different, but a different Penguins team all going to be on the ice this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to talk about that trade. I thought that was a very good trade, considering that he got under a contract, which he gave in the first place. So he had to correct a mistake, which he did. And look, Tristan Jarry, I think when he's on his game and has good people playing in front of him, is a much better goaltender. And Scotty Bowman's son is under a lot of pressure out there because they've gotten to the finals twice. Connor McDavid signed a short-term deal, wanting to see what they would do to try to improve, I think, their defensive play, specifically goaltending. So he wants to make a change. Although I think Stuart Skinner has had some success in the postseason, and he's younger. It's just that Tristan. I've always said Tristan Jarry is really good until he has to be. And that sounds like the same way here. And I don't know if you blame the goalie for what Edmonton can't do because they've got the prolific Edmonton
scores.
allows a lot, just like the Penguins when they were back.
Oh yeah.
They give up odd man chances and they'll exchange them with you because they have firepower at the other end. But the problem is when you give up too many of those, you make it hard on goaltenders. So, and if Jarry faces that there, he's going to have the same problem.
Well, we'll see what happens on and then Tuesday night. I'm imagining.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're going to have the two goalies against one another.
Yep. Edmonton, Pittsburgh. What a good night that'll be.
So it is pretty good. But in the meantime, the Penguins need to get some points here today and tomorrow. Yeah. Bob, I'll enjoy listening to your show on my way home.
It's always a pleasure, Jim.
All right. Oh, did
Hopefully we'll golf.
Fan weather. Yes, we will.
Soon.
Not today and not tomorrow, because fan weather, which is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. There's going to be snow. Not quite yet this afternoon, or not quite yet now, but there's going to be snow starting this afternoon and this evening, potentially totaling around Pittsburgh proper 3 to 6 inches. I'm Jim Colony. Maybe I'll talk to you next week. Bye.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Wrap Up the Year sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts, build a same-game parlay, enjoy live betting, and more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Sip, shop, and never miss a play this season. It's Deej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers inviting you to join us for game day. Our hospitality bar is always open, and we're here 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs.
Have we met? Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HAPPY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HAPPY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. This afternoon, the Penguins take on the Sharks at 3 o'clock at PPG. Pitt basketball takes on Villanova at 4:30. That game being played on the other side of Pennsylvania. Coverage on the Fan of that game will begin at 4 o'clock. And then tonight, Pitt volleyball is in action for the Elite Eight, the regional final. They will take on Purdue at 7:30 at the Peterson Event Center. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shedrovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning to you on a winter advisory day. Joel Nelson, that means a little later we're expecting some snow. Right now it hasn't happened. It's just cold out there. And all the people at the KDKA First Alert Weather Station have said they're going to get between 3 to 5 inches, depending on where you are, which is, that's not too bad. I mean, we expect it. We're heading to winter. We'll keep you updated on that as we go along. But in the meantime, we're here to talk sports with you at 412-928-9370. And I want to first tell you that the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Want to get into a lot of topics today, and I do want to hear from you. So 412-928-9370 is the number. I always look forward to the back and forth, the exchange here. Of course, the big story coming out of Pittsburgh this week is one belonging to T.J. Watt, who is now home and resting after he was in the hospital for a lung situation, a partially collapsed lung, I suppose. And we got that information from a very reliable source, which would be J.J. Watt, who took to his social media site and announced that. Haven't heard that officially from the team, but there are, before we get into speculating how this happened, I should caution everyone to know that there are a lot of different things that can happen to create a partially collapsed lung. Now, he did go through a dry needling treatment, which is something that a lot of athletes go through. So for better information on what exactly that is, this is how both the Cleveland Clinic and Allegheny Health Network and other, situations, other teams of doctors understand what this is. I'm just going to read you a quote. This is from the Cleveland Clinic. This is a form of treatment used by medical providers such as acupuncturists, physical therapists to treat pain and movement issues associated with trigger points. Needles are used to stimulate muscles, which cause then those muscles to contract and twitch. It is performed to relieve pain and improve range of motion. So, sounds to me like these are parts of normal procedures that go on during the course of the week. Now, is this the reason that T.J. Watt had a partially collapsed lung? If it is, I'm sure in time we'll find out. But it may not be. There are a lot of other things that can happen. If you have existing problems, whether it's legs, ankles, there's also such a thing as blood clots that can happen, and they shoot to different areas. It's not uncommon, according to other research I've done on some of these situations, to look at, clots that send their way places. It could lead to embolisms, whether it's a pulmonary embolism, things of that nature. So I don't know, and I don't want to speculate on what actually happened here. All I know is that it's good that he got it taken care of. They had to do some sort of minor surgery to take care of it. Now he's home, and he is out for Monday night. So that means most likely he may be out more than just one game. I mean, it sounds like this is something you don't want to mess around with, especially in cold weather kind of time of year. I don't know how that affects the lungs. And again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to try to play one on radio here for you. But I do think that he's in a good place right now after this whole situation, and we'll find out more as time goes on. But from that point of view, that makes it difficult for the Steelers to do what they want to do, I would imagine. And it also, in conjunction with that, looks like a defensive line that could have some issues. Derek Harmon is somebody I think the Steelers wanted to have back this week. He's kind of been partial. I'm not sure if he's going to be back or not. He makes a huge difference in the run game, which is what Miami likes to do. New and improved Miami offense, which features a lot of running and hardly any passing. So they won 5 of 6, 4 in a row. They're dangerous in that department. But if they're going to be without Watt, and then they're without maybe Harmon, and I also saw that Cam Hayward has been bothered by something. So, I mean, you're talking about situations that may present themselves to include people like Logan Lee, Broderick, Martin Rhodes, Izemi Otomowo. These are guys who are on their depth chart right now and may get substantial playing time based on how this is going. So I want to hear the matchup, and that's what I want to focus on today, the matchup between Miami and Pittsburgh, how you see it. Are you convinced the Steelers can win a division if Watt is not able to play beyond this game? Let me know at 412-928-9370. The other big news that happened yesterday was a big trade for the Penguins. As Tristan Jarry, many people believed at some point this was going to happen. I was more in the camp that said he'd play up until the trade deadline and see what's out there. But Edmonton has been desperate for a goalie, even though Stuart Skinner, if you look at his playoff numbers over the last couple of years, they went to the Stanley Cup Finals twice, 2 years in a row. And there have been games that he has not made critical saves at critical times, but there are also games where he stood tall and allowed them to win playoff series. He's 27. He costs far less than Jarry at $2.7 million. And I think Dubas gets an A+ on this kind of a trade, mostly because he got out of a contract that he himself signed with Tristan Jarry. So that was a correctable mistake, and he did a good job at doing it. He got Edmonton to take the whole thing. They get Stuart Skinner back. Not that he's going to be the future here. I still think that's Sergei Murashov and Blomqvist, although Shilov's, he's been decent until they get to the shootout. They got to figure that out. But they have a lot of depth in goal right now, and Skinner's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, so they'll have to figure out what goes on. Worst case scenario, he plays very well. They can trade him at the trade deadline and get something. Best case scenario, he turns out to be a Vezina kind of goalie, which I don't think will happen, but he's been proven in big games. But the key to this trade to me was Brent Kulak. And, not that I'm an expert on Edmonton Oilers hockey, but because they've been in the playoffs for so long, I'm a big late-night viewer when it comes to these NBA games and NHL games. This guy was very productive for them in the postseason, racked up a lot of minutes, very reliable, and that's another guy who could fit right into this situation. On top of that, Kyle Dubas got a second-round pick from 2029. Now, that's down the road, of course, but he is stockpiling picks. And if that second-round pick turns out to be a really good player, I mean, that's going to be the final confirmation that this trade was a really good trade for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, interestingly, as time would have it, the Penguins have to play 3 games the next 4 nights, and the last one is on a Tuesday night when the Edmonton Oilers come to town. So you will most likely see Tristan Jarry in goal for Edmonton and Stuart Skinner in goal for the Oilers, or for the Penguins. So that's going to be fun to watch today. The Penguins will take on San Jose. Tomorrow they have another game, both 3 o'clock starts at PPG Paints Arena. I'd like to get your take on that. Also, 44-year-old Philip Rivers. He's going to come back and looks like he's in line to start, which is just shocking to me. But that's how the quarterback situation has gone in the NFL. If you are in a situation where you need help, most of the backups that you hear about are not really that good options, and they should be. They're younger. They should have opportunities. But you see guys like Aaron Rodgers and Philip Rivers still being relied on at their ages. It's tough to find a quarterback, franchise quarterback no less, and the Steelers will still have to do that shopping at the end of this year by, the draft, by signings, whatever the case. And until that situation gets solved, it's going to be a year-to-year kind of thing. And I think that's exactly, where the Colts are. They have gone through a lot of different people ever since Andrew Luck decided to retire. They've gone through draft picks. They've gone through free agents. They got through older guys, younger guys. It just hasn't worked. And they're still looking for a quarterback, which is why Philip Rivers is in line to start. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I also want to throw this out because Matt Campbell was a big topic here throughout the week, the new head coach at Penn State. And I wonder what the bar is at Penn State. I guess I'll throw that question out at you at 412-928-9370. What is the bar now? People wanted Franklin out to the point where they didn't care that there were 3 10-win seasons in a row. They didn't care that he went to the national semifinals. It wasn't good enough. So 2-part question. What is the bar for Matt Campbell? And for next year and next year only, who will be in the college football playoff first? Will it be James Franklin at Virginia Tech? Will it be Matt Campbell at Penn State? 412-928-9370 is that number to call. So let's get right to it, Joe. We have a lot of people on the lines. And let's begin with Mike in Moon Township. Hello, Mike.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Pompiani.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call. I just want to ask you a question about Pitt football. What do you think is going to happen to Eli Holstein? And also, do you think Pitt was worthy of a better bowl than the Military Bowl with East Carolina? Do you think they should have been more worthy of the Liberty Bowl with another team like Cincinnati with a bigger payout? That's my question for you.
Well, thank you, Mike. I think the answer would be I was hopeful they'd be in a Pinstripe Bowl. I don't care about the playoffs. They all get money there or whatever. I care about the matchups, and I thought Penn State Pitt in the Pinstripe Bowl would have been good. They chose Clemson instead, and I guess Clemson has a more far-reaching fan base. But the rivalry part of this matchup would have intrigued a lot of people, I think, to drive to New York and watch it on both sides. They didn't do that, so, the bowl games have been diminished over the years, obviously, and you have a lot of teams that have just not even bothered. They decline them. I think it's up to 9 different teams now have done that. Notre Dame was the first to do it. So, to me, it doesn't really matter where they go. I was more interested in the matchup. Number 2, Eli Holstein, it will depend on what happens, I think, with Mason Heinschel. If Heinschel is being looked at by other teams, and that's what happens in this new NIL transfer portal era, he can very easily get scooped up and go to another place and may be willing to pay more. I hope he doesn't. I hope he stays here. If he does, then Eli Holstein will have to look elsewhere. And he'll find some work somewhere at a different team. He'll have to transfer, go through that. He won't make nearly as much money. that money will be earmarked for Mason Heinschel. Jim in Peters Township joins us right now here on the Fan Hotline. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Bob. After I graduated from Pitt in 1975, I spent 27 years as an institutional trauma burn and wound specialist. I called on pulmonologists, surgeons. We had products that prevent people dying from sepsis.
Okay.
Let me tell you something about the lungs. The lungs compress. When it's cold, it's worse. That's why people go in the hospital, they get bronchitis, pneumonia, they come out in a box, they get sepsis. We have products to prevent sepsis. Now, I'll tell you this right now. No surgeon, no pulmonologist would endorse a dry needle procedure. It's common, yes, but look what they're doing. 15 years ago, they started to use Toradol. Toradol is a non-sterile NSAID, for pain. So they want to get the guy on the field, but that's quackery. It really is.
Well, let me ask you something. When they do this, because I know nothing about dry needling treatment, what exactly are they doing, and where do these needles go?
Well, they're injecting the needle between. It can happen a couple ways. It can happen by puncture. It can happen. Air gets in between the lungs, and they're trying to compress it, and they put a needle in there. But the people who do these procedures, like acupuncture, for example, they're not trained like surgeons, and it doesn't. I never heard of it, to be honest with you, but I was reading about it. But I can guarantee you talk to any pulmonologist, any surgeon who deals with the lungs, they would never endorse something like that, because you're right about pulmonary embolism. I had a friend die of that.
Yeah, me too.
And when the lungs, you get any opening in your lungs. Think about it. Lungs, you breathe it. Your lungs shut off. Your heart, you're dead.
Let me ask you something, and I don't know anything about any of this with regard to TJ, but he did have a toe injury a few weeks ago.
They could have had. What happens is, Bob, there's one kind of condition called necrotizing fasciitis, and they used to see it at the Mercy Burn Unit. You get a little cut, the size of a pin. You should never leave it open, because what happened, bacteria gets in and goes to the stomach. Now, it could have been they had an infection going up and hit the lungs, but or it could have been due to blunt. He's playing a line, but it could have. Yeah, if he had a toe injury, he could have easily had bacteria that went up through there. It sometimes kills people. Yeah, I mean, I used to go into surgery like Mercy and West Penn, and we had I would observe, and I learned a lot of the products I sold, because we sold things that prevent people from dying from sepsis.
Jim, I appreciate all of that, because and I'm not going to try to speculate on anything, because I have no details about it, and I'm thinking to keep that close to the vest.
Yeah, one I read, and I mean, it just shook my head. I shake my head when I think about what they did.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that perspective, because I was hoping someone like you would call, because I don't know much about how these things work and where they go and what needle they use, how they use it, where they use it. But I do know about pulmonary embolisms, and I know they can occur quickly. And thank goodness for TJ that he was at the team facility so they could react quickly to it. And if there was something, if he had gone away from there and something like this happened, who knows what the outcome could have been. It's just so prayers answered that way. But he's not going to be able to play on Monday. So we'll see where that takes them and how they attack this newfound Miami offense, which is heavily relied on the run game, specifically Devon Achane. All right, one more before we go to break, Joel. It's going to be Neil. What's up, Neil? How are you?
Hey, Bob. Good to talk to you. Thanks for taking my call. Shout out to the YouTube chat. All my friends on there. I'm very active in that through the week and the weekend. So question for you, or what your thoughts, actually. It's about this upcoming draft and the quarterback draft class. You probably heard that Lenore Sellers decided to stay back in school at South Carolina instead of becoming eligible, which is good for him. He needs more seasoning. But the way this quarterback draft class has been played this year, I'm not very impressed at all, except for Mendoza, of course. But I see a lot of these other quarterbacks that are still eligible to stay in school because they can get more NIL money than probably their rookie contract. And they need more seasoning, too.
Especially if you need more seasoning, and there are a lot of them who clearly do.
Right, exactly. And I wouldn't reach for a quarterback in this draft. I know the Steelers they've been scouting and looking and everything, but Yeah, I just don't know what they need a lot more help than quarterback right now, wide receiver number 2, maybe another left tackle, you name it. There's still some holes to fill in this team. Quarterback isn't really one of them, I don't think. Because I would definitely give Will Howard a chance. Sure, he's a 6th-round pick, but whatever. I think he's got the skill set. Maybe they can bring Aaron Rodgers back one more time if they can convince him. Depending on how far
but again, they keep kicking a can down the road if they do that. I would rather them figure out something and see what that plan is. And if it means drafting someone, again, it will depend on where they draft, who's available when they draft. You don't want to draft just to draft. You don't want to say, I need a quarterback, I'm taking a quarterback, because that gets you into problems.
Exactly. I agree with you on that.
Thanks, Neil.
You got to see where they're at.
Yep, I appreciate it. We got to go to a break here. We have Jerry, we have Tony, Anthony, Cody, and Pat all coming up. As we continue here with the Bob Pompiani Show, I want to remind you that this is the time of year where a lot of people are bringing in decorations to their house, celebrating Christmas, and then when you're doing that, you may decide, when this is all done, I need some repairs to my house. Well, I'm here to talk to you about West Shore Home, because home remodeling should not have to be stressful. West Shore Home is proving that it doesn't have to be at any time, because they use tremendous cutting-edge technologies. They use stuff called real-time scheduling. They use stuff called scan-to-plan measurements. All these things are designed to make it quick, efficient. West Shore Home makes your remodel fast, easy, convenient. Whether it's if you need a tub-to-shower conversion or maybe a walk-in tub installation, that's become popular, especially with people getting older. Full bathroom remodel, new windows. How about an entry door? How about a patio door? Even full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Because they only use teams of highly trained employee installers. They do not bring on subcontractors. These are their employees, and this ensures a consistent world-class experience every time you get it. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, listen to this, you're going to get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off for just being a fan of our program. But you need to schedule it right now. Do it at westshorehome.com/fan, and you'll get those $500 worth of savings. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, another big bat is reportedly off the market in MLB free agency. Jorge Polanco, according to multiple reports, set to sign a 2-year, $40 million deal with the New York Mets. Penguins today take on the Sharks at 3 o'clock. Pitt basketball will take on Villanova at 4:30, and that's right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 4. And later tonight, Pitt women's volleyball is in the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament for the 6th consecutive season. They'll take on Purdue at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with the AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early,
who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's Neofes Insurance.com.
Trade away your Sleigh for top dollar plus savings up to $12,000 on new GMC Sierras.
At Joe Ball GMC.
Or lease for $269 a month for 24 months.
$269 for 2 years.
Or 0%. Upgrade that Sleigh. Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw.
See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The weather outside is too cold to function. But inside Fine Wine and Good Spirits, you'll find everything you need to warm up. Our shelves are stocked with the seasonal spirits that bring your favorite cocktails to life, like schnapps for a peppermint eggnog, or Buffalo Trace for bourbon cream tiramisu. No matter your taste, we have the assortment to warm up every celebration. Shop for seasonal favorites and more today at your local Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back alongside Joe Nelson, Bob Pompiani here until 1 o'clock. Want to remind you for one night only on Wednesday, December 17th, the Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, all of them, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, 100.7 The Star, Whammo 107.3 and Y108. We'll be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore, where on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. There is no admission cost, but please bring a canned food item to support North Hills Cares. That's North Hills Cares. You can get all the details there at 937thefan.com. Got a lot of people on the phone. I just want to throw this out because it's funny how this works in both the NHL and NBA. They're two really red-hot teams. The Penguins right now are 14-8-7. They're 5 points out of first, but they have 4 teams ahead of them. It's very jam-packed, as always. But Colorado Avalanche, 22-2-7. That's one of the best starts in the last 10 years, 22-2-7. They have 51 points, best by far in the NHL. And then you look at the NBA, and you see Oklahoma City Thunder at 24-1. So Denver's in that same division. They're 18-6, and they're 6 games out of first place. That tells you everything you know about OKC and the transformation they made from a whole bunch of nobodies into NBA champs and now defending it in a very good start. All right, let's go back to the lines. A lot of people have been waiting. Tony in Upper St. Clair. Hello, Tony.
Oh, hello, Bob. Hey, Bob, I know you didn't intend to, but you prefaced your remarks about TJ Watt saying you didn't want to speculate, but then you made what would be medically a baseless speculation, bringing up the point about pulmonary embolism.
No, I brought it up because it's in the Cleveland Clinic. They're talking about things that can cause lungs to collapse, and that's one of them. That's why I brought it up, because I don't know, and Tony, I'm sticking by that. I don't know. I read for you what they say about dry needling. That's their official Cleveland Clinic explanation.
Yeah.
I never even heard of it other than this when it happened.
Yeah, that's right. You never heard of it because although they say it's common, it's not a medically approved procedure. As you even said, it's done by acupuncturists.
Right, and physical therapists. But they have to be licensed to do it also, I think, wouldn't they?
I have no idea. I have no idea what regulates acupuncturists. I don't think it's certainly, the AMA, or there's no medical society that certifies acupuncturists as far as I know. So that's what I mean. I'm not going to have an acupuncturist or a physical therapist sticking a needle in between that's obviously a complication of putting a needle between the rib cage.
Well, again, Tony, I get what you're saying. I really, I tried to avoid this because I know everyone on this line wants to talk about it, but I want to just stick to what I saw from the Cleveland Clinic, their explanation of this, and who knows what really happened? Nobody does, and until that's out there.
If he had a pulmonary embolism that caused the collapsed lung, he would have been dead. He would have died. So
that's why I brought it up, because it can do that very quickly. And I don't know. All I know is that the last gentleman we had on, who was a pulmonologist, seemed to include that as a possibility. And maybe he was not a
pulmonologist. He was a seller of medical equipment, and he said that he assisted pulmonologists. He observed their procedures.
Okay. Well, then he would know a lot more than I would know, and that's why I wanted.
Yeah. Did not Schefter report on ESPN that he had this dry needle procedure done? Unless that was a false report.
No, I don't. I'm sure he did, but I don't know if that would be the cause of it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to connect those dots because I don't know.
Well, I think overwhelmingly that would have been the cause. Someone did this, and a complication of the procedure occurred.
Well, thank you, Tony. I don't know, and until we do know, it is what it is. All I know is he's not going to play. And I started this whole conversation by talking about the matchup itself and what this means to the matchup, and I think we're not going to get there, but I'd like to do that. But thank you for the call, Tony. I appreciate that. The matchup itself is intriguing. It was intriguing with T.J. Watt. It's even more intriguing without him now, and they have to stop a run game that's been very productive, and most teams have been running away from T.J. Watt. Now, without him there, I wonder what they're going to do, and this is a different concept. Miami's run game is very different. I mean, it's not going to be what you saw from the Ravens. It's not going to be what you saw from the Bills. It's going to be more on the perimeter. They like to get Achane in space where he can make a difference. He's one of the fastest guys in the NFL, if not the fastest. So that's where I wanted to go with this. But obviously, this kind of situation is unique, and that's why people have brought it up. So let's see what Anthony in Oakland has to say. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you from the union perspective here. They're going to do an investigation.
Oh, no doubt. The NFLPA will do that for sure.
They have to because it's a liability issue now for the Steelers. If I were they, especially what happened with that Tyrod Taylor thing back in 2020, you shouldn't be having any kind of procedures done at the facility that is serious enough to put somebody in the hospital with a pierced lung. So I don't know if this person worked for the Steelers. That'll come out later. Or it was someone who worked with TJ himself. But the facility is going to be they're liable for anything that goes awry there. So I'm really surprised. I'm sure that the league put out an edict after what happened to Tyrod Taylor that you can't have that kind of thing going on at the facility. So they better get this straightened out because that's a very serious matter.
Yes, and they will. And when they do, you'll hear details on it. Right now, we haven't heard a thing other than he's doing better, and that's the number one thing. So hopefully,
I just gave you the union perspective. I think sure they're going to.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they do, and that's what they should do. But for now, he's at home resting. Hopefully, he'll be back. I don't know if he's going to be back. Actually, when would that be? Who knows what the timetable is?
Yeah, we don't know, and this is why the onus has to be on the offense now. This team is 1-11 without T.J. Watt. The Steeler offense has to take control. They can't go play Tomlin ball now. This is the part of the season where your main guy on your defense is not there. So
Right.
you have to score points. You can't be just slowing it down and all this other nonsense that's got Tomlin in trouble. You better say open it up as you did in 2023 where they had no other choice, on those last 3 games where they became a completely different offense. That's the mindset they have to have right now, Bob, because anything other than that is unacceptable, and there should be resumes getting ready to give to the owner.
Yeah, I think they have to absolutely do that. And this is a Miami team, though, that's also, we talk about their offense, Anthony, but their defense has gotten much better in this 4-game stretch, too. They only average 15 points per game, and they are the best team, I think 1 or 2 in the league, starting games. They only give up 3 points in the first quarter on average, and the Steelers have trouble starting games. So I think that's going to be very important for both teams to start this game on Monday night. But thanks for the call. Go ahead. One more thing. Go ahead.
Well, outside of Buffalo, they didn't really play anybody else, to be quite honest with you. I wish the Steelers would have had that Murders Row that they played. We'd probably have won 10 games by now. So, but the point is, offense, do your job. Thanks, Bob.
All right, thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. 412-928-9370. Let's go out, Joel, to Emmanuel in Carnegie. Hello, Emmanuel. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's up today?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the Steelers, I'm going to talk about the Steelers real quick. I think we're going to be good without Watt just because we added more depth to the linebacker position. But as regards to the Penguins, I agree with the trade. I love it. It's great that we got rid of that contract. And I think we're going to make a lot of young players play. I think it's going to be great that we're going to still have depth because of what we got in return. The second-round pick is great down the road. But I ain't going to lie. I was listening to the radio yesterday, and when Austin rang the bell, I was hoping that the Pirates – I hope it was about the Pirates getting a player. And
You never know what the bell ringing is going to be. It could be one of a million things, so it's always interesting to hear that bell, yes.
And I just heard that the Mets signed Jorge Polanco. And
2 years, $20 million. Is that what it is, Joel? 2 years, $40 million, $20 million a year? Is that what it is? Yep.
I'm heartbroken.
They can do that. There are a lot of guys who fit that 2 year, $20 million, 3 year, $60 million, whatever the case. Those are contracts that, and if they were intending on spending that much money for Schwarber, then they have that much available.
I'm heartbroken, man. I'm heartbroken. I want to talk about the Steelers, but man, I'm heartbroken. I just want hope for the Pirates. I love baseball. It does. But
I hear you.
I think we're good without. I think we're going to be good without Watt. Hopefully, he comes back healthy, and we're going to make a good run down the stretch at the end of the season.
All right, Manuel. Thanks. Yeah, you don't know. 1-11 says a lot. But they're gonna need people to step up big time, and more so even on that defensive line. If Derek Harmon can't play, they need other guys. And I mentioned some of the names who may get more playing time. Otomowo, you got Logan Lee, you got Broderick, Martin Rhodes. These people who've been brought in here to help because of the injuries they've had to begin this season, like Loudermilk's out, he hasn't played all year, and all these other guys who find themselves on the shelf, and that's what happens over the course of this many games. All right, back to the lines we go here, and let's take Jerry in Cranberry. Hello, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, Bob. I enjoyed you guys out in the Card Castle yesterday and was able to participate.
Yeah, they do a great job out there, and the General makes it really a special place. I'm sad I couldn't be there, but I just couldn't be there.
Yeah, pertaining to your question of Matt Campbell in the bar, it's national championship or bust for Penn State.
What does that mean exactly, though? How many years? How many years does it take to get that? I mean, that's what I'm asking.
It's certainly not immediately. Absolutely. It's about culture. I almost think when they fired James Franklin, Matt Campbell was one of the first names that popped into my head. And I think it's about building a culture. It's almost like building Joe Paterno back. If that's a crazy thought to say.
Well, I know, but it takes time to do that. So if you had to answer this question, who is going to be in the college football playoff first, Franklin or Campbell?
I would say Campbell.
Interesting. I think the ACC is much more doable than the Big Ten, but yeah, you're right. It'll be. If he gets there in the first year, that would be a rousing success.
I don't think anybody from Penn State expects that. I think it'll take a few years. I think there's going to be some changes. But I think he's going to come back to the roots of where Penn State football is. I think he's going to bring himself back into Western Pennsylvania and start recruiting Ohio again. I don't think James Franklin had a lot of success in the Ohio area.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Appreciate that input. Cody in Minneapolis joins us right now on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hey, Cody, what's up?
Hey, Bob. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but, if our D-line is mostly backups this week, then our offense better step up even better than they were against the Ravens, because that Achane, he's no joke. He's about to run all over us.
Yeah, and they're not going to stop running him either. Apparently, they've just decided that's the best way. Tua throws a lot of interceptions. They want to reduce that, and the passes per attempt have gone down from I think by 10 over the course of this 4-game win streak. So he was passing the ball 34 times before this, and when they got hot, it's down to like between 20 and 24. So they're relying heavily on it. Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they ran the same thing that Buffalo ran a couple weeks back, where they were just running the same play over and over and over and over again with James Cook. Because if that works, and we can't stop it, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's Buffalo just said, okay. And I think a lot of teams, when they start feeling something like that, and the Steelers over the years, when they've had a really solid run game on a consistent basis, would just line up and say, it's coming again, see if you could stop us. And I think that's what Miami is doing right now. Thanks, Cody. I appreciate the call, man. One more. Pat in the car. You've been waiting for 26 minutes, so I wanted to get you on. Hey, Pat, how are you?
Hey, Bob, I'm doing well. Thank you for taking my call. And to be 18-6 in 6 games out of first is that's terrible. Those poor guys.
But that's the Nuggets, and that's when
Yeah, that's that. But as far as the Steelers go, I think it's just another opportunity for Tomlin and the coaching staff to realize we don't have a good defense. We simply don't. We used to. No, we just don't anymore. And if we go in and we got to try to put up 40, like Anthony said, either you turn the offense loose or just walk off the field, because that defense is incapable of stopping anybody routinely. They're just terrible.
Well, the run game the last 2 weeks has been that way, and that's what they're facing in this opportunity here, Pat. They can't allow that to get going, because it's going to affect time of possession, as it has in the last couple of weeks. It's going to affect how many plays you're on the field for. And lately, in fact, I don't think they've ever had more than maybe one time this year where they've had more snaps offensively than the other team. So, especially on a cold weather day like this, you don't want that defense to be out there too long.
You certainly don't, but I just don't think they're capable, Bob. I mean, it's been years now. They're not getting off the field. And before I jump off here, I'm begging Penn State fans, for whatever you think, don't ever say you want to build the culture of Joe Paterno. Let's just let that sleeping dog lie and move forward, and they could try and do whatever they want to do. But we don't want to build that culture again, Bob. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Pat. It's about winning, just a winning culture, and I think Pat Campbell is kind of a guy, or Matt Campbell is the kind of guy who can make that happen. Because he's done it in other places. And when you do it in Iowa State on a consistent basis, he was their winningest coach, I believe, in their history. That's not a place that normally you would expect that to be the case. But, he's got Terry Smith. That was a big thing for them to keep him around, and I'm glad they did. So we'll see. But it's certainly not going to happen overnight. And that was my primary question. How long before people start getting antsy at Happy Valley if things don't work well in the next 2 years, for example? But quick turnarounds happen. Transfer portal will make that happen as well. We got Bob in Maine. We got Jimmy in Ohio Pile. We're going to get your calls here, gentlemen. If you be patient here, we got to go to a break. When we come back, more of that. We'll talk more about the Penguins trade and their game today against San Jose, a team they should win. Although I got to tell you, they got some young talent on that San Jose team that's very, very good and intriguing. They're going to be a better team as time goes on, just because of the fact they were so bad for so long, and they really did well on their draft picks. So that's all coming up. And we'll find out if the new Penguins will be in uniform today or tomorrow, because they have back-to-back games beginning at 3 o'clock both days. 412-928-9370. Bob Pompiani Show rolls on right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another big name on the MLB free agent market is now off, as Jorge Polanco reportedly is set to sign a 2-year, $40 billion deal with the New York Mets. Penguins tonight take on San Jose at 3 o'clock. That's this afternoon. Also this afternoon, Pitt basketball takes on Villanova at 4:30. It's right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 4. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Must finance HMF Road EPR 1-2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF Dealer's Choice for Santa Fe rebate. Hybrid models only. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end January 2nd, 2026.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Both available with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $4,250 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob
Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world
all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. As we roll along, I want to remind you about the Globetrotters. If you've never seen them in person, they're coming to Pittsburgh. They do every single season. It's the day after Christmas, and it is really a treat. It's more than just basketball. It's a lot of fun entertainment, especially for family and friends. Also, there's a grand opening going on for 9 Yards Golf Lounge in Ross Township, and they got a lot of stuff going on. They have one in Washington County. This one is in Ross Township. It's brand new. And today, if you go there, longest drive, they have a close to the hole. They have a hit the target, prizes, discounted gift cards, all for those of you who want to continue to swing golf-wise and you have nowhere to go outside because it's too cold and we're going to get snow. 9 Yards Golf Lounge is a good place to go. 412-928-9370. All right, back to the lines we go as we continue to roll along. We're going into the state of Maine. We have Bob on the line. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Privilege again to talk to you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. I'm not just Bob from Maine. I'm Doc Bob from Maine. So I know a thing or two about what's going on with TJ.
What is when you say Doc Bob? What are you specializing in?
Well, I don't want to kind of say it because people then are going to, I don't want people.
All right, but like I said, I preface all of this by saying I don't know any information about specifics what happened here, and it's such a topic right now because it happened. It happened to one of the most prominent players in the NFL, and that's why it's gotten the kind of coverage it's gotten.
Yes, of course, and suffice it to say, I'm in an area of medicine where I know a lot about what's going on with him. So a couple things. You've had a couple people call in already opining on all this. First of all, number one, pulmonary embolisms don't cause pneumothorax. Okay, they don't. They're two separate things, and they're both potentially deadly. Okay, that's definitely there. What I wanted to say was I have no idea what happens in the sports facilities in these NFL teams. I'm assuming that whatever these trainers or sports medicine people do in there for procedures, you have to assume with the NFLPA that they have whatever it is, board certified or certified people doing these needlings. Okay, and I can tell you this: if you're putting a needle anywhere near someone's thorax, chest, front, back, side, whatever, you ought to be doing that with an ultrasound so that you can see the anatomy. You ought to be aware of what you're looking at. Putting a needle in someone's thorax to do whatever you're doing, dry needle, you're doing a block. Pneumothorax is a number one risk there. Okay, and it can.
And what is that specifically? That's when you say the name.
That's when what's happening is the needle is nicking the covering of the lung. There's a cover of the lung. We call it the pleura. It's called the pleura. And if you nick that, what can happen is when you breathe in, that air goes outside that covering, and it can then, and your chest wall is not very elastic, so that air it can build up, and it can compress that lung to a point where it's quote unquote collapsed. And if it's 100% collapsed, you're in trouble. So it can get to that point if it's big. Now, obviously, this needle was small; wasn't big enough to create that situation. But my point is, so it can be anything from but let's just watch and observe, to this guy needs a chest tube to drain that air out of there, to he has to go to the OR to get that hole repaired. So it can be a spectrum of that. Okay. Sounds like he had a small enough one that clearly didn't need a significant amount of intervention. Although if he did need surgery, that was significant. Okay, and I can tell you this too: it's going to be a while before that guy's going to go out and start pounding on other people, because that can recur. You got to let that thing heal.
Right. That's what I was thinking about. This may not be just a one game.
No, I'm guessing this is going to be a couple of weeks at least, Bob. I'm guessing because again, the type of impacts these guys have on the field, the type of the force out there. You remember who was it? Who was the Pats QB? It was I remember because it was the opening of the Brady era. What was the QB before Brady?
Drew Bledsoe.
Drew Bledsoe. You remember what happened to him? He got hit on the sideline. He ended up with both. He ended up with a pneumothorax. That means he was bleeding inside his chest, and that air was getting away. Well, they had to rush him to the hospital. He could have passed. So anyway, that's the type of those types of forces out there. This guy's gonna. I'm looking at TJ. He's got to be resting for at least. They're not gonna get him for. I doubt he's going to be in the Detroit game. Yeah. I really do.
Bob, thank you for the information. I appreciate that. And again, we're just opining here based on those who have called, who've had this, experience in dealing with this sort of thing. Because I know nothing about it. I honestly, I heard dry needle. I have no idea what that meant. If you would have told me acupuncture, I get that. But whatever the case, bottom line is that he's at home and he's in much better shape, and it's up to them to decide. And football takes a back seat to life in this situation. I think most people would understand that and should understand that. So as I move forward, I don't know if I want to talk about dry needling again. We've been talking about it the whole hour here. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But it's a tough loss for the Steelers, no doubt. So if you want to talk about the game specific, call right now. I'm going to get one more in before we go to a break, and that's Greg in Youngstown. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Hey, Bob. About the Steeler game, and I got one more thing to say, too. About the Steeler game, I think they're going to win. I mean, and playing in that weather, I don't think that really benefits the Dolphins at all, even if they can run the ball. They played Cleveland this year, the Dolphins, in that garbage weather, and they had a tough time against Cleveland playing in that weather. So I think the Steelers should win. But I got something else to say. I heard the City Limits and Donnie Football say that they can beat Aaron Rodgers in a race. Okay, so which I doubt. So what you guys should do is have Donnie Football race City Limits in football gear and see who would win on that one. I'd like to see that one instead.
Well, Austin's a lot lighter. I don't know if that helps him in his racing. I don't know. All I know is that Aaron Rodgers he showed me, and thanks for the call, Greg, that he should be on the run when he can. Last week in that Baltimore game, he went out of the pocket several times and looked pretty comfortable doing it, and he won the race to the end zone against some big defensive linemen, which you may say, well, that's not all that much, except that he's 42 and he's outrunning guys like that. I think that's something to be had. So I also want to hear, any of you want to talk about the 44-year-old Phillip Rivers coming back after he's a semifinalist in the Hall of Fame voting, which means he probably would have gotten in or close to getting in. Now he's going to have to wait 5 more years, and I don't know if that matters to him at all. But he's back, and I wonder what kind of game plan they will have to come up with to protect him, because he hasn't played in 5 years. He's 44, and you can take a hit, and, man, it's dangerous out there. We'll talk about that and more as we continue. It's 412-928-9370 if you have a Pirate call about what they haven't done so far. And, again, Polanco just signed with the Mets. 2 years, $40 million, $20 million a year. That, to me, was an affordable range. But they didn't get him either. Who will they get? We'll talk about Jari, Skinner, Kulak, number 2 pick in the Penguin trade that was just made, and your thoughts on it. And also, what do you think is the goalie rotation moving forward? Mirashaw's been on fire down in Wilkes-Barre. He is the future. But now you have 2 guys, one acquired by Trey, both actually, Skinner and Shilovs. And Shilovs hasn't been in the shootouts, but he's been generally pretty good. He's only 24. How do you think they will utilize these goalies moving forward? It's 412-928-9370, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I want to tell you about the weather, too, before we go, because if you look outside now, you will not see snow. However, snow is coming in this evening, potentially totaling between 3 and 5 inches. Depends on where you are. If you're up, east, maybe more, north, maybe more. But you're going to get some snowfall this evening, and I suppose we're overdue for it. We had a little bit earlier this late fall, but nothing to the point where it'd be 3 to 5 inches. 412-928-9370, and that fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. When we come back, we'll continue to roll along with your calls right here on Sports Radio 93.7 Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from No. 1 Cochrane, because No. 1 Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, No. 1 Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all No. 1 Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now they're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So you've got the Ravens and Bengals today. Baltimore, a small road favorite. No T. Higgins for Cincy. And Joe Burrow feeling very down in the dumps. That's why I like Baltimore to go there and win, and even their record at 7-7. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
During football season, people make clutch plays on the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. New casino users score $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. This afternoon, the Penguins host the San Jose Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is at 3 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the program. Logan Arblaster is now behind the glass. Thank you to Joel Nelson, who always does great work. We'll be looking to talk to you at 412-928-9370. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. A lot to talk about. The Steelers find themselves right now in as the 4th seed. It was interesting, after they beat Baltimore, their chances of getting into the playoffs went from 27% to 67%. However, that can change just as radically the other way. Each of these teams has 4 games left. The Steelers have a game against Miami on Monday night, as you know. Then it's back-to-back road games at Detroit, at Cleveland, before they finish with hosting the Baltimore Ravens on January 3rd or 4th. Baltimore has a significantly harder schedule, in my view. They have to go to Cincinnati, a team that beat them just a few weeks ago down in Baltimore, then at Green Bay, Patriots at home, and then Steelers. 412-928-9370. So what is your take? Can they do it? Especially if they don't have TJ Watt at their disposal. Right now, the Broncos and Patriots are the top 2 seeds in the AFC. Not many people saw that. Jags are 3rd. If I had told you at the beginning of the season, Logan, that you would have Denver, New England, and Jacksonville as your best 3 teams in the AFC, I don't think you would have had that answer, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you go into the playoffs without Patrick Mahomes, there's no Chiefs likely in the postseason this year, and then possibly also no Ravens or Bengals. You're looking at an opportunity that is wide open, and that's how it's been all year in the AFC. So you have a big win against the Ravens, and that's a win that Joey Porter Sr. said that can heal all wounds and can get you back on track where you need to be going as a team. And then you have an equally bad offsetting thing with TJ Watt getting injured. It's something that could really be a turning point the opposite way for the Steelers. So hopefully they keep that momentum building the right way.
Seeds 5, 6, 7. The wild card teams, in case you're wondering, the Chargers right now are 9-4. Then the Bills at 8-4, and the Texans. Watch out for them. They're the 7th seed right now, but they are on fire. 8-5. The Dolphins are still close. If they win, they're going to improve their chances pretty dramatically there. So it will be interesting to see how this all plays out. 412-928-9370. The Penguins in action. They have back-to-back home games this weekend, and then the Edmonton Oilers come here on a Tuesday night. That'll be Jari and Skinner most likely in goal for that one. How do you look at that trade? Do you like the trade? Do you think Kyle Dubas did a good job with the trade? Give me a grade on it. I think it's an A+ considering he got rid of the contract. I know he signed that contract, but Edmonton took the whole thing on at $5.3 million, and they get a goaltender in return. Stuart Skinner, who is younger, he's had more experience in the playoffs, and I think, he's had his moments of really good stretches in the playoffs, but he's also had some breakdowns in the playoffs. How would you, moving forward, utilize these goaltenders? Miroshov has been up here, but he's knocking on the door. He's going to be here eventually. What do they do with Shelovs and Skinner right now, and how far do they go with him before they eventually turn it over to Miroshov or Blomqvist? I'm still not going to rule him out. 412-928-9337. Let's go to Guy in California who joins us right now. Hello, Guy.
Hey, Bob. Boy, quite the show this morning. Snow in the forecast, dry needling, pneumothorax, pneumothorax.
If you had told me those words would be in any of these shows over the course of the whole year, I would have said you're crazy. What is dry needling? What is thermocorma? All this different terminology I don't understand. But go ahead.
Anyway,
hopefully you're not going to go down that road. I'm done with dry needling for now.
No. If I could talk about Penguin hockey real quick. Obviously the Penguins are happy to get Jari out of town. And the Oilers were very happy to get Stuart Skinner out of town. But I think certainly with the trade, you're getting, Kulak, a third pair D-man and a second-round draft pick. But I think, Skinner's a lot better than the Oilers fan base thought. So I think you're getting a good asset there. But I think also Jari, statistically at least, because I was listening to some of the Oilers take on this, is considered by a lot of folks a lot better than we Penguin fans thought. He was like the fourth best in high danger save percentage. So as far as the grade goes, it's to be determined to see how these if in fact obviously if Skinner's still with the Penguins after next season. But I just caution everyone to kind of tamp the brakes a little bit. Miroshov is a great, AHL player, but he's only played 4 NHL games, and he's won 1-1 in those games. And I'll just leave you with one last thing. Last night was the Quinn Hughes trade, and that's a big, big trade. Mm-hmm. And you may not think people will take an interest in it, but his going from Vancouver to Minnesota is huge. And right now, the Central Division with the Avs in Dallas, the Wild had to do something. And why that's of interest to us is that Quinn Hughes and Brock Faber are the two defensemen now for Minnesota, and they'll be playing on the American team. And one's a left-hand shot, one's a right-hand shot. So it'll be interesting. And I'm against the Olympics in the middle of the season, but it'll be interesting if this game goes through, because the stadium issue, they'll be on the ice together. It'll be pretty exciting to see them play.
No, I appreciate it, Guy, and I think you're right about that. And Quinn Hughes, I have to give Billy Guerin a lot of credit. He's the GM of that team, and he's been not shy about making moves. He gave Kirill Kaprizov the biggest contract ever, and I thought that was a little bit too much money, but he gave it to him anyway. He's a tremendous player. Now Quinn Hughes goes to that. That power play will be big, and Vancouver in exchange gets Marco Rossi, a couple of other people you've never heard of in a first-round selection in the next year's draft. So I think that's going to be interesting to watch how Minnesota tries to deal with Colorado. That's a tough thing to have. But, Guy, thanks. And I know that a lot of people will be watching what they do with Skinner. I think they're going to play him until the trade deadline and then figure out what they can get and flip him then too, because you have these young guys just chomping at the bit. And to your point, while you're never knowing about whether or not a guy can handle NHL goaltending versus the minors, the kid shows a lot of promise. He looks like he is the real deal.
The Penguins have to determine whether or not they want to go for a playoff position. I mean, they're eighth, I guess. In the
but 5 points out of first, they get hot again. They're going to have to get 3 home games coming up in the next 4 days. To me, you got to win at least 2 of them and stay away from loser points. Guy, thank you. I appreciate the call. Let's go out to Rick and Pitcairn. Hey, Rick, how are you? Welcome to the program today.
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Good, thank you. What's up?
I think the Pirates, I think that they're really not going to spend any more money this year. I would have liked to see them go after the first baseman for the Mets. He signed a 5-year deal for what?
$155 million with the Orioles, yeah. And the Orioles are similar to the Pirates.
And they're nothing. And I mean, I know that the Pirates are going to have to overspend, but they could afford to pay. They got money saved from Ryan Hayes. They could have paid him a little bit more money and got him. And he's like got the third most home runs in the last so many years. Sign Aaron Judge and.
Well, listen, they're not going to do any of this, and thanks, Rick. Listen, I appreciate your optimism, but man, you got to see it before I believe it. Polanco just signed for, to me, an affordable deal, 2 years, $40 million, $20 million a year. If they're going to spend 30 on Schwarber, at least that's the report was, then you should be able to sign somebody else. Now there are others out there. Is Bellinger an opportunity to come here? I don't know. And normally you would have to overspend. They've created this situation, and that means not just in terms of money per year, but an extra year over what? Like, for example, if you had gone to Alonso, you would have said, well, I can give you 6 years at that same rate. And I don't think they're going to play that game at all. Let's go back to the lines. We got Rich in Forestville. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Bob. Hi. First of all, Dubas gets like a AAA plus for this maneuver. Edmonton was bidding against themselves. They painted themselves into the corner. When they didn't sign Carter Hart, it was obvious they had a choice between Jari and Binnington. Binnington is nowhere near the goalie that he once was. So the fact that Dubas did as well as he did is kudos to him, but it falls on Edmonton. They had to give up a lot to get a goalie. The defenseman that the Penguins got back in this trade, Kulak, most of the people in Edmonton are crying that this guy was part of the trade. He is a solid defenseman. He's a top four defenseman throughout the playoffs. A little bit down year in terms of offensive capability this year, but the fact that they got a goalie back that they can trade, they can showcase him just like they did Jari here for a couple of weeks. Goalies, having too many goalies is not a problem. It's an asset. One's going to get hurt. So many teams get into the playoffs. So many teams have marginal goaltending. This is going to be a significant asset to flip. It's not going to be one of the young ones. It's going to be the two that are on that are going to be
right. So my point is that would delay Miroshov coming up here because there's no room for him at this point. And if they're trying
21, so there's
no, I know, but he's ready to play now.
20 years,
he's ready to play right now.
Yeah, no, but I mean, just like the Penguins are trending towards a playoff spot. I mean, it'd be foolish to make trades to think that they're going to win the cup. They're not a cup contender. They're much further ahead than most people gave them credit for during the off season. I mean, they've taken a huge step, okay? Getting these sorts of assets to be able to trade away is a substantial part of this trade. This isn't the end. I hope Jari wins a cup in Edmonton. It's of no consequence. It's just like if Tomlin gets fired, I hope he wins a championship. It's just not working here, and Jari wasn't going to be the goalie of the future here. So I think Dubas did an exceptional job being patient, rebuilding Jari's value, and finding the only taker that was out there for him that overpaid. I mean, all of that is just exceptional.
Yeah, thank you, Rich.
Last comment I wanted to leave you with.
Make it quick, please. Well, sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we did accidentally. Let's go to Brian in New Brighton. Brian, how are you?
Hey, Bob. Love the show.
Appreciate it. What's on your mind, Brian?
So that kind of the piggyback on what that guy was saying a little bit. The one thing I'm pretty reasonable and rational with my sports takes in the area, whether it comes to the Penguins, the Pirates, and the Steelers. I don't understand why such low expectations for the Penguins. Over the last couple of years, if you had to ask what the weakest link for them have been goaltending and defense, they still have Sidney Crosby that is probably one of the best conditioned athletes, ever. And yeah, he's getting older. They're getting older, but with this added young talent and possibly, solving that goaltending problem, I don't understand why the expectations are so low with this team. I could easily see them in an Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, that's being very optimistic, Brian. I'm looking at what they're doing, and it's clearly Dubas trying to load up for the future while trying to protect the opportunity for guys like Crosby and Malkin and Letang and Carlson to play in a postseason game, which they haven't done in a while. So that's the whole thing. They need more depth on defense. I totally believe that. They're not. They have the same guys, and quite frankly, looking back at that last game, they shouldn't have been on the ice at the end so that they get a goal at .001 tenth of a second left. That was just ridiculous how that whole thing went out. But they still need help. They have help on the way potentially here. They got some guys. If you look at the University of Michigan, Horkoff, one of their number one picks from last year, along with Ben Kindle, is tearing it up. He's going to be up here at some point. They got guys who are knocking on the door, but they're not. I don't think they're ready to contend with some of the elite teams here. But I do think that people want to see them in the playoffs, if for no other reason to see Sidney Crosby play in a high-leverage game. I want to see that, and I think they're trying to do that while still managing what they got to do in the future. So this goalie situation is going to be interesting to me because I think while you bring in Skinner, you're not going to not play him. You have to play him. He has a year left on this contract, then he becomes a free agent. I want to see if they could flip him to you know what their future is, but he could be good. And if he's good, there are going to be teams that want him just the same as they wanted Jari. There's always a team desperate for goaltending.
So my question then is for you specifically: if you get a good run at a goaltender come playoff time, right? Do you put it past a generational talent like Sidney Crosby and Malkin and Letang and these guys to surprise teams in the playoffs, right? Like, yeah, a lot of it's attrition, and you're just hoping they stay healthy because of the age. But if everything is healthy and moving forward, I don't see why not they can't surprise some teams come playoff time with a good run at a goaltender.
Well, it takes goaltender. Thank you, Brian. You're right. I mean, if you get the kind of goalie play that you need, I've seen that happen where teams get hot based on their goalie and goalie only. They have one of the top power plays in the game right now. I thought preseason they could be a playoff team. Not a division winner, not certainly a prime team that's going to contend, but a playoff team. I think that was available, and I still believe that. They're playing a style of hockey generally that's been very good. Goaltending, if it gets better, they'll be in a lot of games, and depending on where they end up, I'd love to see one opportunity for Sidney Crosby this year to get in, and then you go from there. So we have more to talk about. It's 412-928-9370. Ryan will be in New Jersey coming up next. We got to take a break here. Also want to talk more about the Steelers in Miami. Your take on the Steelers without T.J. Watt. Can they win this division with what's left for their schedule and what's left for the Baltimore schedule? We'll get into that and more. But right now, I want you to get into this message because it's an important one from West Shore Home. Home remodeling should not be stressful. West Shore Home is proving that it doesn't have to be. You know why? Because they use cutting-edge technology, and real-time scheduling, precision, scan-to-plan measurements. West Shore Home makes your remodel fast. They make it easy and they make it convenient. More than anything else, they make it right. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, a walk-in tub installation, full bathroom remodel, or if you need new windows, call them. If you need a new entry door or a patio door, call West Shore Home. Even a full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home with their projects. Why? Well, it's pretty simple because they have teams of highly trained employee installers. They don't have subcontractors. It's all their work. They're proud of their work. 60,000 five-star reviews will tell you that. This ensures a consistent world-class experience every time they do it. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, listen to this, you're going to get a second shower absolutely free. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 thing. Buy one, get one. Lock in extra $500 just for being a fan of our program. All you have to do is schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. Pitt men's basketball at Villanova Wildcats this afternoon. Tip-off is at 4:30 with coverage starting here on The Fan at 4 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Give the taste of Pittsburgh this holiday with Alla Familia's 5- and 3-piece gift boxes featuring signature sauces like marinara, vodka, Diablo, and bolognese, plus chili oil or red wine vinaigrette. All under $60 with free shipping nationwide. Order at AllaFamiliaFineFoods.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Oh man, I'm not insured. Wait, I'll get insurance and report the claim later.
Lying to an insurance company about your auto accident is insurance fraud, a felony, and you will get caught. Over the last 5 years, Pennsylvania's insurance fraud investigators made 2,200 arrests, collecting more than $15 million in restitution, fines, and court costs. Suspicious claims get investigated and prosecuted. Visit helpstopfraud.org.
Sponsored by the Pennsylvania Insurance Fraud Prevention Authority.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neophis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neophis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. That's NEOFES insurance.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochran has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochran locations and Cochran.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Rolling along here at 412-928-9370 with Logan R. Blaster behind the glass. Bob Pompiani here until 1 o'clock. Austin Bechtel takes over and will keep you through the rest of the day. In the meantime, we have a lot to get into. Of course, Steelers and Dolphins. Want to hear from you. Without TJ Watt, how do you think they'll do? What do they have to do to win that game? They could be without some other people, too. I saw this, and when I saw this, I kind of laughed. It was Brett Kiesel. There's this thing that's going to happen on Valentine's Day. It's called Till Dirt Do Us Part. And he is going to officiate the marriage of 8 couples at the Pittsburgh Professional Bull Riders event at PPG Paints Arena. So, Till Dirt Do Us Part. Brett Kiesel, he does it all these days, and he'll be doing that. They also have the Holiday High School Hoops Classic going on December 22nd. It'll be like Holiday Hoops, and, of course, Globetrotters on the 26th. A lot of stuff going on in Pittsburgh. Today it's a big hockey day in Pittsburgh as Pittsburgh takes on San Jose, an up-and-coming team. And, you know, they have some good young talent on that San Jose team. You get to see it. Macklin Celebrini may be one of the best players of his age right now in the NHL. And he is putting up some pretty good numbers already. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Ryan in New Jersey. Kick us off this segment. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Bob. How are you doing today?
Good.
The one thing I got to ask, Bob, because you're like about the last guy, because, you know, I listen to the station, you know, in the course of working and driving during the week pretty much all the time. You might be the last guy who's talking about drafting the quarterback of the future next spring. Who's still holding to that, and I get why, because you're up there on the Mount Rushmore of Pittsburgh. You know, you're a civic-minded guy. The Steelers don't need to generate more buzz for the NFL in Pittsburgh by doing something like that. I think that would be a very poor football move. It would just be a PR move, and they don't need the PR, to be honest, because that well is empty. There's no quarterbacks for the future coming up.
You know what? We were just talking about that, how it changed. If you looked at the beginning of the season, Ryan, and the 5 names that were listed as going to be first-round picks, none of them are there.
No, I know.
And all of a sudden, it's the Pavias, it's the Mendozas, you know, all these different people that you did not expect. So it goes to show you how difficult it is to actually try to get one.
Yeah, I mean, they should look for good defensive interior linemen, receivers, things like that. I mean, forcing a quarterback would just be a huge
unless one that they really like is there for them. You're right. You don't want to force it, because if you do, you're going to end up potentially with another problem on your hands.
Yeah, like 3rd round, maybe, but like, you know, there's no pick number 22 quarterback caliber in this class. I just don't see it. Just one thing real quick, because I usually call you about the Pens. So that trade with Edmonton, the guy who called a few minutes ago, is not about competing this year. I like what's going on with the Pens, because obviously they kind of are stripped down at this point, but we see the flaws. I mean, Skinner and Kulak are for flips. So you make that trade to flip them. Both, you know, at the deadline to maybe if they fall out of it this year. That's the plan, I think, more than anything.
I think Kulak could help them, though, this year, and I do think he's 31. I don't know how much money he's going to be looking at, but I like what he's done in the postseason last year specifically.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, he's a quality defense. He's better than what they got. I mean, they've got two quote-unquote Hall of Fame defensemen who cannot defend. They're fishermen at this point. That's a problem. Obviously, it's been a problem all year. So I think what we see now, I don't know what's going on with Malkin, but he's always the straw that stirs the drink. You see Crosby's looked terrible the last week. He's too old now. Like they need each other. They cannot pull the weight for the other like they did in 2010. So I mean, if injuries hit them, I mean they're struggling without each other, and they're struggling because they don't have a great cast around them. They have some young raw talent, but they don't have a great cast around them. So if this is like one of these 1-month injuries from a tweak or whatever, they could sink. I mean, I thought they'd be legitimate playoff contenders if they made it to Thanksgiving. They did, but they have zero margin for error. They really need everybody on the ice to even be in the thoughts of getting into the playoffs and maybe making a deal to improve them this year.
Right.
It's not. They can't do this. They can't do this hurt. But
Thanks,
Rob.
Ryan.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. I think you're right about certainly Skinner. I mean, to me, it looks like there's no room for him moving forward. And if you do sign him, you'd be blocking the future. And the future is down there in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. So to me, that's an opportunity. He'd be in the same boat that Jari would be in if he were still here, which is to say you're trying to move him at some point. And maybe, and I'm not trying to say this, as a knock on Skinner. He's been pretty good in the playoffs, largely. He's had some bad moments as well, but he was traded mostly because the Edmonton Oilers wanted to upgrade. Their biggest problem has been consistent goaltending. And the other thing is Stuart Skinner's from Edmonton. He's faced a lot of intense criticism because he is from Edmonton. But guess what? So is Jari. He's going to go into the same boat. And if you don't perform well there, those people will get on you pretty quickly, knowing that that's sort of the weak link of that team. So we'll see how this all pans out. But I would, definitely think that Skinner's going to be a flip opportunity at the deadline if he plays well, because someone else would want a goaltender if there's an injury, whatever else. If not, you can just play out the rest of the season and then move on from him as well. Let's go to Marty in Frick Park. Hello, Marty. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I was listening earlier, and I'm a little bit flabbergasted. You might recall I called you and Joe. Austin was screaming at me. I never thought they'd fire Franklin. Still surprised they did. It was an overreaction. But here's the thing, Bob. Penn State, a lot of my brethren are delusional. Penn State's really only been a serious national title contender, Bob, since 1986, 5 times. 1994, 2005, 2008, 2016, and last year. That's the list. That's 5 times in 39 years.
So you are of the belief that they should not have fired Franklin, correct?
Oh God, no. No, I mean I don't think we're going to live through another 6-6 season. If he did that again next year, he's got to move on. But I think it was a reaction. It was a disaster of a season. Again, besides Ohio State, their 5 or 6 losses, Bob. You put they're like 12 points or 5 games. Now, 2 of them are horrific. The Northwestern UCLA games. It was a terrible year.
Yeah, it was. But you know what? If they win that Oregon game, which went to overtime, I just wonder how this thing would have gone.
What, though, Bob? Like I always point out, being in Pittsburgh, longtime Steeler fan. Bill Cowher didn't win a championship till his 14th year.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing people need to realize about Franklin, getting out of Matt Campbell's new coach, he's a solid hire. He's a good coach. Franklin, under the current rules, would have been in the playoffs 6 out of 12 years.
That's true.
Penn State
That's
fan,
true. We've talked about that over the years, yes.
Right. I mean, I think any Penn State fan, unless you're delusional, over the next 12 years, Bob, if Penn State makes the playoffs 6 or 7 to 12 years, I'd sign up for that right now.
So let me ask you this question. Who's going to get there first? Is it going to be Matt Campbell or is it going to be James Franklin at Virginia Tech? I'm talking about to the next college football playoff.
To the playoffs?
I would say Franklin, just because I don't think the ACC is that.
He has a really good chance. He has a lot of momentum, a lot of energy, new money. That he stayed in his recruiting base. Franklin's really dependent on coordinators, as you probably learned over the years.
Yes.
So that'll be a big thing there. But how many offensive coordinators has a guy gone through? That's a negative against Franklin. But I just don't think Penn State people. I don't know where they come off thinking like, championship or bust. Bob, besides Georgia and Ohio State, who's disappointed when they don't win the national championship?
No, I hear what you're saying, and I think that's a good way to look at it, Marty. Thanks for the call, because your point, we've talked about that. If the 12-team football playoff was in effect over the last 15 years, how many of those would have included Penn State? A lot. So, just because they changed the format he went to the national semifinals last year, and you can say it was a weak field. They took advantage. Whatever the case may be, you're judged by where you go. So we'll see. I just think Franklin's a good call. He's a very good recruiter, and I think that's already been on display down there at Virginia Tech. Victor in the South Hills is joining us right now. Hello, Victor. How are you this morning? Afternoon.
Hey, Bob. Good to talk to you. Hey, I know you're a big TV watcher, but I was wondering if you caught the Elsbeth show on CBS Thursday nights. They had a really good spoof on Bill Belichick and his girlfriend situation.
No, tell me about it. I did not see that.
Well, it was on December 4th, but they did it on a basketball situation instead of a football. But they had a young girlfriend, and she solved the crime, but it was hilarious. But on a separate note, I was wondering if you caught the Monsters, Inc. on the Philadelphia Eagles Chargers game on Monday. The video on that was amazing. I don't know if it was a little bit delayed. I think they took cameras from the referees, from the Sky Cam, and they blended it all together. And they had a real live broadcast talking about the players. But the video on that was amazing. It was almost like from a Madden kind of angle, and they kind of switched it around. It was really interesting.
I didn't see it. Now you've spiked my interest. I'm going to have to go and try to find that because I like to laugh at things and see different things like that. Anything else, Victor?
No, just
all right. Most of my TV watching, by the way, thanks for the call, is late night trying to catch up on NBA and NHL games. And I stay up late and I watch a lot of them because I just enjoy that, especially after work. Got to calm down a little bit, get home late, and you just stay up for a couple of hours and watch some interesting stuff. Chuck in Uniontown joins us right now. Chuck is on the hotline. Hey, hello, Chuck. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thanks. And should I not talk to you? Merry Christmas to you.
You too.
Thank you. But I was going to ask, if there is nothing done with the Pirates before Pirate Fest, do you think the vitriol will be up real bad?
Well, yeah, I think people are going to be in an angry mood at that point. There's still a lot of the offseason left, but by then you're going to get to guys who have not been wanted by other teams, and you may be able to get at smaller prices. I think they need to make a big play. I still do. They got to figure out how to maximize Paul Skeens.
Bob, I think this. I think you're right, but I think it's this. The Pirates' attitude towards flinging big deals might be better this year than it's been in several years, but they are paying so badly for the sins of the last 10 years or more when they did nothing. They have embedded themselves in the corner, and it's so hard to get out because their reputation is so bad.
Yeah, it's brought upon themselves. They did it, and that's the reputation you have to overcome. And the only way you overcome it is by overextending deals by another year. If someone gets 4 years, you got to offer 5, I think. And if they're not going to do that, then they're not going to be in the game.
Did you think they? I heard that they missed out on Brandon Lau now.
Did he get traded? I haven't seen if that was the case.
No, he re-signed with Tampa. Did you think they should have gone after Polar Bear?
I think they should have gone off. Yeah, I would try until I got some. They all fit needs here. So, Chuck, I'm not going to be shy about it, especially when I know these guys could be scooped up. The premium guys are going to be all gone. And then, again, you'll end up signing guys in February who will command 1 year, $4 million. It's the same thing. That's why I thought this thing would change. And, Chuck, I'm up against the break. So, Merry Christmas again. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Jeff, hang on. We'll get to your call next. Got to go to a break here at 412-928-9370. I want to tell you real quick about the forecast. If you look outside, it's getting to the point where you're going to start seeing some snowfall. This afternoon, snow begins, and it continues into the evening, potentially 3 to 6 inches, depending on where you are. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. One more segment before Austin Bechtel steps into the hot seat. That's coming up right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your Fan Headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. This afternoon, the Penguins host the San Jose Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is at 3 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Do you want a roof that leaks? Of course you don't. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Must finance HMF loan APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Hybrid models only. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end January 2nd, 2026.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Both available with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $4,250 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Happy holidays from Pellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account, because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel, FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Keeping it live and local.
Tell it then.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. We continue. We're almost done with the program. Austin Bechtel standing by. Cold winter's day. I told you about the forecast. We're expecting 3 to 6 inches at some point throughout the course of the day. Hopefully it'll be kind of a slow accumulation, so it doesn't do much. But be careful when you're out there, certainly. And on a day like this, you may want to go to a golf simulator place. There's a new one open in Ross Township. It's 9 Yards Golf Lounge. They have one in Washington County, and now this one. And this is opening day weekend. They have all sorts of stuff going on, special deals. They have a long drive contest, closest to the pin. Lots of other stuff, discount cards, practice prizes. Check it out. It's a good place. And if you want to swing your golf club and enjoy some of the social atmosphere that comes with it, that's a good place to go. 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Right now we go back to the lines. It's Jeff in Pittsburgh. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, Bob. Happy holidays.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, I just want to talk about Pitt. I think this is a good opportunity with Penn State, going through transitions, for Pitt to go through transitions. I think, Coach Narduzzi, kind of needs to move on. I don't know how many more years he has on his contract, but I just think they need freshened up. And what do you think about that?
I think it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything at this point. They have buyouts. They have, Pat Narduzzi's not. If you had told me at the beginning of the season that they would produce the season they had, and I thought at the end they should have been able to get themselves closer to an ACC championship game. I think it's fine the way it is. I don't think they're going to do that. And I think it's going to be hard. To me, the number one issue is just trying to get talent and then retain the talent. It really is. It's not as easy as it would appear. But, Jeff, thank you. I think Pitt's going to be interesting to watch over the next couple of years. They got some good young talent in here. They do. And Mason Heinzel's going to be around. You hope so. Turner, their young running back, is going to be around. There's a lot of stuff going on. Let's go to the other Jeff who joins us on line 2. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Bob, I was wondering if you heard if Skinner's going to start today or tomorrow?
Logan, can you look that up? They should know this by now. It should be out somewhere. I haven't seen that yet. I would think he'd start tomorrow. I'm not sure if he's in town. That would be kind of a quick turnaround.
Right. Well, what about Jari on Tuesday? Do you think?
I think Jari versus Skinner on Tuesday. Yes.
He is not available
That's
on
gonna be
Saturday.
awesome.
So Skinner is not available today. So I would think he'd be in goal tomorrow. But we'll see on that one.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man.
Sounds
Appreciate
good.
it. It's going to wrap it up. 412-928-9370. You can keep the conversation going with Austin Bechtel. He is in coming up next from 1 to 4, and then it's Pitt basketball. Pitt travels to Villanova today. Pitt's had its issues, and Villanova, just by name recognition, is always a good team. They're 5-2, I think. We'll see what kind of matchup that turns out to be. And then, of course, Monday night, the big one is the Steelers, who have 4 games left. They have home against Miami on Monday night. That's not going to be easy. At Detroit, at Cleveland, Baltimore at home. Baltimore, on the other hand, has at Cincinnati. They lost to them already, and they have to go there, and they seem to have a lot of issues in the Ravens camp right now. And then at Packers, Patriots. So they got 2 teams really good, one in the NFC, one, of course, one of the top teams in the AFC before they end with a game here in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. A lot going on. Thank you for joining me today. I do appreciate it. Thank you to Logan Arblaster. Thank you to Joel Nelson. And we have plenty more coming up over the weekend on KDK TV. We actually have a pregame show to the game on Monday, tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m. We call it BetMGM Steelers Kickoff. Get a lot of analysis about what we would expect in that matchup. Take a look at the Dolphins, what they've been able to do. And they have really reinvented themselves to become a run-first team with Devon Achane doing the work. And in this weather conditions, if you can establish a run, you're going to have an advantage here. I think the Steelers would like to do the same. because Miami, quite frankly, plays a cover 2 defense, and I don't think down the field opportunities would be as plentiful as they were last week against Baltimore. So running the football could be big for both of these teams. That's going to do it. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'll see you again on Monday on Pomp and Joe Show. We have a lot to recap and look forward to on Monday on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Happy holidays from Number One Cochrane, because Number One Cochrane is making spirits bright with their best savings of 2025 during the year-end wrap-up. Get up to $12,700 off MSRP on new select models, or find starting prices under $19,000. You can take advantage of super low lease payments and the most attractive financing rates around. Plus, with 20 new car brands to choose from, Number One Cochrane has a vehicle for every budget and every lifestyle. Hurry in for the year-end wrap-up, now at all Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Max savings applies to 2025 Kia EV6 with MSRP $54,015. Stock number WX251724. Total savings off MSRP may vary and include manufacturer offers available to select customers only. May not stack with other offers. In stock only while supplies last. See dealer for details. Ends 12/31/25.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric would like to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. And this afternoon, the Penguins host the San Jose Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is at 3 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Happy Saturday afternoon. Austin Bexhold with you. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Logan Arblaster producing Behind the Glass. Great to be with you as the weather outside is not yet frightful, but it seems like it's going to be the case at least in a couple of hours. So everyone be safe out there. As I'm taking you up until 4 o'clock, we will talk to Brian Batko. At 2, we will talk to Kevin Gorman of the Trib. At 3 o'clock on some Pirates. Brian from the Post-Gazette joining with the Steelers practicing today for the final time before playing against the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Logan, good to be with you. How are you?
I am great, Austin. It's always awesome when I come back from a 1-hour period of time with Bob Pompiani and go straight into you. It can't get any better than that.
Yeah, you go from the living legend and a man on Mount Rushmore to me.
The Mount Rushmore of Pittsburgh broadcasting, the next Mount Rushmore.
You go from a Mount Rushmore to a nice little pebble that is starting to avalanche like a snowball further on down the hill, and try to create that for the next 40 years for myself as I look at you past these very nice poinsettias that we have in the studio today.
I was going to mention that. I don't know who decided to put those there. It had to either be Pony, Crowley, or...
I think it was a combination of everyone.
It might have been a combination. Now I can see your face. Nice.
There we go. Yeah, we'll move it more towards here so people can see it. There we go. You can see it on the video feed. You can watch us, 93.7 The Fan, on YouTube as well. Hit us up on Twitter. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm at Austin R. Bechtold. The Fan is at 937. Well, the news just seemingly continues to get worse regarding the TJ Watt front. And it started out with the report on Wednesday that Watt was in the hospital due to treatment, or Thursday, I should say, due to what happened on Wednesday, treatment at the facility. He has to go to the hospital, first viewed somewhat as precautionary, but obviously there were some signs of concern. There were reasons to worry about this for TJ Watt, and it seemingly either got worse or wasn't reported entirely as how bad it truly was until J.J. Watt came out with some further clarity, saying yesterday TJ had successful surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung suffered Wednesday after a dry needling session at the facility. This was after Tom Pelissero said earlier in the day yesterday that it was just a small hole in Watt's lung. I think a partially collapsed lung is probably a lot bigger of a deal than a small hole in the lung. Now, I'm not going to try to play doctor on the radio. We'll let Dr. Chow do that in a moment. But TJ Watt, probably through his brother, I would imagine JJ and TJ talked about it before JJ put out a report that has been seen by 5.5 million people on Twitter. JJ saying recovery timeline is still TBD, but all went well and he's being released from the hospital today, that being yesterday. He and his family are very appreciative of everyone's kind words and their well wishes. To which Ian Rappaport reported just a little bit after what Watt said, that Watt is expected to play again this season following surgery on the partially collapsed lung after the dry needling treatment. Rappaport said sometimes this heals on its own, but this did not. So surgery was necessary, calling it a scary 24 hours, but a full recovery is expected for Watt. Obviously a very scary situation, something that you never want to play around with. And you don't want to speculate on what entirely happened, but it does seem like something went wrong at the facility. Or maybe something happened previously to Watt during the season, and in the treatment that he was receiving, he either aggravated it or a problem became worse. And that's as far as I want to go with it from the medical side. From the football side, I actually think the Steelers are going to be okay in this game against Miami. I don't think that losing TJ Watt for the Dolphins game is that much of a loss. And yes, I know it's TJ Watt. And the Steelers, without TJ Watt in his career, it is staggering. They are 1-10. They have won one game when TJ Watt has been on the roster and 11 opportunities without him. Now, my story completely changes if this is lingering on to Detroit, if this ends up being against Cleveland and Myles Garrett ends up getting to Aaron Rodgers a couple of times and TJ's not out there. But at the same time, this is a situation that you have to be very careful with. You can't mess around with this. Heart issues, lung issues, head issues, those are three very, don't rush players back from concussions, from really bad issues with their heart, with the things that matter most in the human body. And the lungs are another very, very important part where you can't mess around with it. And as unfortunate as it would be, I would be completely okay if this was the Steelers and they hold out TJ Watt for the Dolphins game, which they're already doing. They hold him out for the Lions game, and they hold him out for Cleveland. Will it hurt them on the field? Certainly. But you have to worry more about TJ Watt's life, man. And TJ Watt's ability to move forward in his career. And yes, Rappaport did say he expects to still play this year, and a full recovery is expected. But I don't want to take any chances with a collapsed lung, a partially collapsed lung. I don't think it's worth it. And the Steelers are the best equipped they've been, I think, since drafting TJ Watt for this type of situation. We've had the conversation earlier this year. Should Alex Highsmith be traded in the offseason? Should they extend Nick Herbig at the end of the year? After TJ Watt was paid $41 million, and it's very unfortunate that he's not going to be able to be out there, but things happen. This is why you have Alex Highsmith still on the roster. This is why you've developed Nick Herbig and have played Nick Herbig in certain packages for unfortunate situations like this. Of course, it'd be great to have all three on the field at the same time. They've deployed it in some areas, and at other times they should but haven't. This is going to allow Herbig and Highsmith ultimately to play together. And Logan, this is, as strange as it is to say for a team 1-10 without Watt, the best that I feel about a Steelers team, and maybe it's because of the opponent, that is going to be able to handle an injury to their star player as impactful as Watt is.
Well, you asked me how I was doing this morning, and I might have to correct my answer because I was very optimistic after the Ravens win, and I noted this in the Pomp show during the last hour that Joey Porter has mentioned before that this game against the Ravens can heal all wounds that happen during a season.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they were coming off of that victory on a high, and they were going into this next game against Miami with some of the most positive vibes that the team has had in maybe years. And now with this TJ Watt injury thing, it makes me a lot less optimistic than I was previously. And I just really feel like he makes the run defense a lot simpler. He simplifies things for the Steelers, and this is a run defense that hasn't been all that good this year. They've been really bad at times, giving up over 200 yards on the ground in multiple games. So when you have TJ Watt out there, you know that the opposing team's going to run to the opposite side of him. And this isn't to take anything away from Nick Herbig, because I still think he's had a phenomenal year. He's up there in the conversation for Steelers MVP, although I think that goes to Darnell Washington. But not having TJ Watt out on the field. Aaron Rodgers is great. I love Aaron Rodgers. I am fully bought in. And after what he did last week, my goodness, I mean, he looked like 2020 Aaron Rodgers at times with some of those deep balls. The Steelers had no deep balls of 20 or more yards in the whole entire month of November.
Yeah, Darnell Washington, I think, is probably the surprise player of the year. But the way that Aaron has been able to stabilize the offense with a defense that has been historically bad at times, what they give up, they gave up like 450 yards combined in the Buffalo game and in the Ravens game. Still ended up beating Baltimore. For me, part of it is, and again, it's just the on-field side of it, I feel like it's a good matchup against the Dolphins, especially how cold it's going to be and how bad Tua plays in that type of weather.
He cannot throw in the cold.
And Achan's going to play. That came out today that he is expected to go, has been battling an injury. When they play against Detroit, my concern, panic, and doom meter is on panic without TJ Watt, bordering on doom. But I'm just concerned, a little bit concerned, with him not being out there in this Dolphins game because I think they can mitigate it based on, plus Jack Sawyer I think is serviceable. He's not somebody I would consider a starter right now, or I would put him in that type of position and give him huge snaps. But with Herbig and Highsmith, a healthy Highsmith right now, as healthy as he's going to be in, week 14, I think that they can avoid any catastrophe in this game. But when you go to the Lions, and if you don't have TJ Watt, it's a completely different conversation. For this week and this week only, I still like the Steelers' chances without Watt. And it feels strange saying that because I feel like we never have. Because when they've not had TJ Watt, they've not just lost games, they've lost games poorly. Buffalo, 38-3. The only game that they've won was against Tampa Bay on October 16th, 2022. They got destroyed by Philadelphia that same year, 35-13. That's when Watt missed a significant chunk of time. The first game he missed is when they lost at the Bears because they haven't won in Chicago since, Soldier Field was built. 23-17, they lost in Chicago 2017. They even lost to Cleveland in 2021 without Watt. Blown out by Cincinnati by 14 points in 2021. Beat by the Chargers, 41-37. And they lost to Cleveland again. They've lost to Cleveland twice without TJ Watt. And how frequently do they lose to Cleveland? On the road sometimes, yeah. They rarely ever do at home, both of those games being on the road. TJ Watt has to focus on TJ Watt. And I think the Steelers, which Mike Tomlin is probably going to end up being the case, letting TJ rest for as long as possible. And this is what he had to say yesterday.
Questions about TJ. This is the update that I have. He had a medical procedure today or yesterday. He's been released from the hospital. He's at home resting comfortably. And so that's good news from a medical standpoint, but from a participation standpoint, he'll be described as out this week for Monday night.
Mike, do you know how long he might be out this week?
I do not. I hadn't looked beyond Monday night. I'm kind of 1 week at a time. I know he's not participating this week.
Mike, was this an issue coming into yesterday, or did it happen during the treatment?
I have no idea of the details, to be quite honest with you. I'm just getting information secondhand.
Mike, JJ said in a statement on social media that it occurred during dry needling. Do you know if that was performed by a team employee or is it in the contract?
Again, I don't have a lot of information, so I'm certainly not going to dispute something that's said by someone close to him. I hadn't had discussions along those lines yet.
How concerning is it when something like this happens?
It's day-to-day life in this business at this level. Thanks.
And TJ Watt's wife, Danny, came out and said on social media yesterday, TJ completed successful surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung suffered early Wednesday after a dry needling treatment session at the facility. It has been a very long, hard couple of days, but he'll be home soon to recover. Thank you for all the incredible outpouring of love, prayers, and support the past couple of days, and praise God for the amazing medical teams at both hospitals. So it seems like multiple hospitals that TJ Watt was at. So it feels like there are a lot of details that we still do not know, but I think the basis of the conversation needs to be, it's great having TJ Watt out there on the football field. What's more important is his life and his long-term future in the league as well compared to the short term. If you get him back for the playoffs and he doesn't play until then, it would be bad for the defense. There's no denying that. But some things are bigger than what's better for the defense. And I think that this falls in that category in playing it safe rather than sorry and rushing him back.
Well, I think it can be a positive thing, too, from the standpoint of if he misses the next 4 games, the Steelers go into the playoffs with a very healthy TJ Watt in terms of he gets the rest of everything else in his body, on his body, to come back and give 100%, and he gets chip blocked more than anybody else in the league. The second closest to him, it's not even close, the number of times that he's been chip blocked to other players. So if he's able to rest his full body, come back healthy, I think that could really pan out for the Steelers. And maybe in a year that he hasn't played up to his career number years that we're used to seeing, he could come back and have a career playoff type run. And for this Dolphins game specifically, it's been this rush attack of the Dolphins of over 160-plus rushing yards on this win streak they've been on. That's the first time since 1977, Austin, that's happened. So when you're talking about this week, it's going to hurt having T.J. Watt not out there. But I think there is a positive angle to look at it down the stretch.
Yeah, and another unfortunate thing about it is T.J. Watt this season has just not been nearly the same player. Paid $41 million, and he's not playing like a $41 million a year type of guy. 7 sacks, 22 solo tackles. He does have the 3 forced fumbles, but this is a down year for T.J. Watt already. He had 5.5 sacks 2022, but that's because he was injured and only played 10 games. 7 sacks this year after 11.5 a year ago. 2023, he had 19, and of course, tying the NFL record in 2021 with 22.5. He has been an all-pro player every year that he has played either 15 or more games since 2019. Don't expect that to be the case or make the Pro Bowl. Be the Pro Bowl every year since his rookie season. But I think that they are going to be able to overcome it for a week. And we'll see ultimately what the case is after that, because there's still a lot of details that we might learn, that we might not learn about the state of the procedure. But am I an idiot? Do I sound dumb for saying that I think the Steelers can be able to survive 1 week, this game in particular against Miami, the matchup I think benefits them, without T.J. Watt? 412-928-9370. You can also chime in on the fan text line, brought to you by Egger, Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Logan has a headline. We'll take your calls. We'll also hear what James Harrison had to say on the Debo and Joe podcast. Also, Dr. Chow weighs in, a former team doctor for an NFL team. Their thoughts from a player and a doctor's perspective on Watt's injury and where the Steelers should go from here. Austin Bechtold with you on a Saturday afternoon on The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. T.J. Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. This afternoon, the Penguins host the San Jose Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop there is at 3 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
When you walk through our doors, you're not a case, you're family.
At LGKG, we take time to listen, to care, and to fight for what matters most, you.
AV-rated super lawyers, taking your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now they're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on on any NFL bet. So you've got the Ravens and Bengals today. Baltimore, a small road favorite. No T. Higgins for Cincy. And Joe Burrow feeling very down in the dumps. That's why I like Baltimore to go there and win, and even their record at 7-7. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The holidays are here, Pennsylvania, and while you're checking off your festive to-do list, don't forget the most important step before any digging project, contacting 811. Whether you're putting up a fence, building a patio, or tackling that long-awaited backyard project, Pennsylvania One Call is here to keep you safe this holiday season. Just contact 811 or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked before you dig. It's quick, it's easy, and it's the law. Happy holidays from Pennsylvania One Call System.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now. now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. It's a great moment, great guest. We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The holidays are coming in hot. Gifts to grab, parties to host, a to-do list longer than a string of lights. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the holiday hack to make shopping and saving easy. Fill a tote. Step 1, grab tote. Step 2, fill with 6 select bottles of wines and spirits. Step 3, save an additional $14 at checkout. Now relax. You're ready to gift and celebrate. Shop Fill a Tote at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Coupon required. Available at premium collection in select Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores. Ends January 4th, 2026. Please enter responsibly.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
For one night only, on Wednesday, December 17th, that's next week, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, 100.7 Star, Whammo 107.3, and Y108 will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore, where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to hear a song like Harry Callis's rap.
I'm in a jazzy mood today. The Steelers won a football game! Everybody just calm down. But go ahead and turn that frown upside down. Just make sure not to get clowned. Harry Callis is back. Are the Steelers that bad? Let's go and take a look at the week's recap. Is this a week we can just relax? The Steelers beat the Ravens. In first place, they're back. But was this just a hack just to get us jacked just to see another playoff where they get dragged and bagged? The running game wasn't so strong. But passing to DK, the Steelers couldn't go wrong.
We still got to clean up some mistakes.
Certainly hope they do for Mike Tomlin's sake, though this week he didn't show any fear.
And I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Guess we'll see how the Steelers finish the season. Should we have any hope? Give us a reason. Tomlin has a simple request for us.
Man, it's Monday Night Football. I expect him to show up.
And the haters, Rodgers went to seek.
Maybe you guys will shut the hell up for a week.
Rodgers is showing emotion.
Yeah, Harry kind of does that a lot.
I kind of like what he said. I like how he's flowing.
Yeah, I mean, some games you feel better than others. I was just telling the lineman, you'll understand this when you're 40. You know, some days you feel better than others. Wake up and there's no specific reason why, you know. Just thinking like, what did I do last night? Did I sleep wrong or whatever? But some days you feel great. Other days you feel maybe just good. Today I felt great.
How do you feel about that one, Logan? I thought it was just okay. He's done some really good ones.
I am no musical expert, Austin, but my goodness, I listened to the first two, and then they were probably like A, B performances, somewhere in that range.
A, B performances.
I thought they were great. Yeah, A, B. Pun on a little pun there, but I just no, I didn't think it was all that good. And
wow, you didn't think it was all that good?
I'm sorry, it wasn't good.
I didn't think it was that good.
Okay, here's
he's
the
had
thing.
good ones though.
We just came off a win.
We're gonna play what I think is his best one.
Okay.
Here's Callis's week up. If I can only speak, weekly wrap up. This was from November 21st.
Let's go Steelers! Yeah!
That's now the second time that he's gone with the Let's Go Steelers at the very start, but this was a good start.
Harry Callis is back. Are the Steelers that bad? Let's go and take a look at the week's recap. Is Rodgers healthy enough to play Sunday, or will Rudolph be asked to pull the Steelers' sled? Against the Bears, Rodgers always loves to make them fall.
Opponent has nothing to do with it. It's his love of football.
My bad. They need a receiver out of desperation. Trey said,
our receivers aren't getting a separation.
why couldn't Pickens be disciplined? That's a mystery. Will that be the worst trade in NFL history? Jamar Chase will serve his suspension fate.
I have no message if someone spits in your face.
Jamar Chase turned himself to a disgrace. Ramsey seems like a hero now that we know what took place. They found themselves in the hizzy. Chase went on spitty, which got Ramsey to a tizzy. Punches thrown, things got busy. The
Whoa!
which got Chase very guilty, and there was no pity for who Ramsey called. That made me quite dizzy. Now the Steelers will turn to play the Bears. Can they mess up Caleb Williams and his painted nails? Will Rodgers make sure his wrist is repaired? Hopefully he'll be healthy enough to stay out there.
I think you just got a kind of a creepy man crush on Rodgers.
But what has Mason done to make you think that he's the guy, Bill? Do you have a man crush on him? Do you have a Mason Rudolph whoopee in your bed?
Were you over my house?
That one honestly slaps.
That
is so good. And I think the reason why is it's upbeat, it's quick, it's more energetic, and this last week's was a little bit slower. The music wasn't as pop fun type of atmosphere.
The flow was there. His rhyming was there. The drops were perfect.
Yeah.
That's why I said it was an A. And I remembered listening to that one and thinking it right away. And then I listened to this week's one, and it was not quite up to par. But he's certainly got a second career working for him, too.
All right, Celebrity Karaoke Wednesday next week at Mike's Beer Bar. There's no admission cost, but we ask that you please bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. More details, you can find them at 937thefan.com. Shout out to Harry Callis for his weekly wrap. So TJ Watt is going to miss this week. He is officially ruled out for the Steelers against Miami. And are we underestimating the Dolphins? You could say that that is a possibility. I just flat out coming into this year didn't think that Miami was all that good. And the teams that they have beaten, the Bills, yes, that took a lot of people by storm a month ago on November 9th. But then they've beaten a beat-up Washington team in overtime that didn't have Jaden Daniels. They beat the Saints by 4, and they crushed the Jets. And everybody beats up on the Jets. So I don't really think that the Dolphins' season has been all that impressive. Their other wins are the Falcons, the Jets again. They got crushed by the Colts, beat by the Patriots, beat by 10 by Buffalo in the first time that they played. Carolina beat them. The Browns beat them 31-6, and the Ravens beat them 28-6. I just don't think that Miami is all that good. I really don't. Now, I don't think the Steelers are going to come out and win by 14 to 20 points or anything. And a part of that is because of Watt's injury. It narrows the gap a little bit. The line shifted about a half a point. So just like me, I guess Vegas is thinking similarly, where obviously Watt makes a difference, but is not as big of a drop-off because you have Herbig and Highsmith, two very capable starters. So on yesterday's injury report, D.J. Metcalf was a full participant with an abdomen injury. Queen back with his hip. Rodgers with his left wrist was full. Skoranek and Calvin Austin both limited with hand and calf injuries, respectively. Looks like Kyle Duggar will be back this week with a hand injury missed last week. Full participant in practice. But James Pierre didn't practice. Malik Harrison with a concussion was limited. Andres Pete with his concussion still didn't go. It looks like Cook might end up being the left tackle. Darnell Washington, concussion limited. Watt's not going to play. Y.A. Black, shoulder, did not practice. Keanu Benton, ankle, limited. Cam Hayward, knee, didn't practice. Derek Harmon, knee, didn't practice. There's no defensive linemen who are healthy on this team other than a Tomlow.
They're still going to win. That's my take.
And they're still going to win.
They're still going to win. 45 degrees Fahrenheit or below, and Tua is 0-6.
I
I'm
just don't think that Tua is honestly that good. I remember a game that we watched. It was at Doran's house a couple years ago when Miami played at the Chiefs in a playoff game. And I think Andy Reid had like icicles on his mustache. It's not going to be that cold. But Tua looked legitimately like a third-string quarterback in that game. He was almost as bad as when the Broncos brought that wide receiver in during the COVID year and played quarterback, Hinton, and he completed like one pass for like 8 yards or something.
He did look that bad, and that's no exaggeration. I remember watching that game, too, with my dad in the basement. I was like, he looks like a JV high school quarterback right now, the way he was throwing the ball. It was terrible, and he couldn't hit a target. He certainly couldn't throw the ball downfield whatsoever.
So A-Chain with a rib injury, limited, but we got word today he's going to play. Elijah Campbell with an ankle and a knee injury for the Dolphins, one of their defensive backs, limited. Rasul Douglas as well, limited. Jack Jones, a corner, knee, limited. So they have some issues. Melifonwu at safety, also limited in practice. Nobody completely missed practice for the Dolphins yesterday, but a lot of guys, including Chop Robinson from Penn State with an oblique injury, was limited. And Darren Waller also just limited in practice just for rest reasons. Waller has come on for them and has been a pretty decent piece. So the Steelers historically have been very good on Monday Night Football. Under Mike Tomlin, they are one of the best in all of sports. Thursday night, they're one of the worst. Monday night, they are absolutely one of the best. They are 21-3. 21-3, including a 22-game home winning streak in Monday Night Football games stretching back to 1991. That 22-game winning streak is. Tomlin is 21-3 overall in Monday Night Football. 22-game home winning streak for the Steelers in general. Last loss, 91.
And they're wearing the Color Rush uniforms this week.
Yeah, I don't really care about the Color Rush uniforms. Is that a big deal that they're wearing those? I'd rather see the block numbers. Did they wear Color Rush last year? I don't think they did. I think they took like a year off from the Color Rush.
I just know whenever they wear them, my confidence in them pulling out a win just skyrockets.
It's high? Yeah.
It's very high.
Well, not when they wore those throwbacks against Green Bay.
My goodness, those were horribly constructed.
412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. Our guy Doc in Claysville is on the line. Hi, Doc.
How you doing?
I'm good, Doc. Good to hear from you. I'm surprised to hear from you outside of baseball season. Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. I got to talk about two parts. One of them is Andrew McCutcheon. I think he earned another year with the Pirates.
So you would bring him back as the DH then, Doc. Would you play him every day, or would you have him split time with somebody?
I'd have him split time. But the big reason I called was Spencer Horwich is a professional hitter, one of the best I've seen, and I think they should go after him because he gives you the great defense.
Go after who?
Spencer Horwich.
They already have Spencer Horwich, Doc.
I know that. I thought I'd never seen him. I thought somebody said they released him.
No, he's still on the roster.
Oh, well, great. That's great. I'm a big fan of his. He had, remember, in the last 2 or 3 months was really good. And he, like I say, he plays good defense. And he give you about 20 home runs. And he's not going to be, I mean, I'm so happy he said he's still on the team. But I tell you what, I think he's what they call it, a jewel in the rough or something. And, yeah, I'm going to listen to you today and enjoy it. And I always like you guys to do a good job. And but I'm so happy that I hear that because he's a big part of the Pirate off, and he's a professional hitter, that's for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. And look, we're going to talk some more Pirates coming up and the lack thereof of what they're doing right now in the offseason. But they've clearly shown an indication that they're willing to upgrade over Spencer Horwitz. They were hanging around Pete Alonso. Were they really? Who knows? They've been rumored with one of the guys in Japan that plays corner infield position where maybe Horwitz bounces around a little bit. He's also played the outfield in the minor leagues. So Horowitz is fine. 11 homers, 51 RBIs last year, hit 272. But he's ultimately not somebody who I'm going to write in with pen into the lineup if you can't improve off of him. There's definitely opportunities to be able to do so. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. This is what Dr. Chow, a former NFL doctor, team doctor, had to say about the TJ Watt injury and all that comes with it.
I didn't think it would be possible, dry needling causing a partial lung collapse. I'm still dubious. Do you know how deep you have to stick that needle? Dry needling is a muscle relaxation technique for knots. Do you know how much muscle TJ Watt has, even on his chest and thorax and trap and everything else? You'd have to be burying that needle really deep in him to get down to the lung. And even so, the thickness or that diameter of a dry needle, like acupuncture, is much smaller than the needles that we would use for rib blocks. And, you know, I used a 25 gauge needle dozens of times in the NFL for rib blocks, never had a drop lung. Did I perhaps hit lung tissue on occasion? I mean, it's hard to because it's deep in there, but it's small gauge, and these needles are even smaller. This had to be jammed in really deep and multiple times for it to be the cause. And even so, the report of surgery is interesting. Was the surgery a chest tube or somehow to repair the lung? I don't see how you sew or resect lung tissue and don't leave bigger holes than the dry needling. So look, let's hope for the best. This is good news for TJ Watt. It's not a pulmonary embolism. It's something he can recover from. Let's hope it was just a chest tube. The other possibility remains that he had dry needling, but there's a bleb, and the bleb or air blister or cyst, however you want to call it, in the lung popped spontaneously, as can happen in young active athletes. He was weightlifting, exerting himself before. Rare, but can happen. Maybe the dry needling is still extraneous, but it just blows my mind that someone could dry needle someone so deep and so often to cause this. The good news is TJ Watt's season should not be over. As long as the Steelers stay alive, he's got a chance to return this season. But the good news is his health is actually going to be fine. Go to sicscore.com for all the latest.
But man, that sounds really concerning to me. And I think Dr. Chow, in his best way to be able to put it, brought some pretty interesting insight into what could have happened. Don't want to further speculate, but wow, it's really concerning and scary stuff for TJ Watt, and wish him the best. Here is John in Baldwin. What's going on, John?
How you doing?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to send my prayers out to TJ and his family. You know, football's just a game, man. I'll see you back here next year in July. I don't think he's coming back this year.
You don't think he's going to play at all, even if they move on to the playoffs in a month?
Yeah, you can't play around with that.
Right, and I did find it interesting, thanks, John, that they discussed with Watt, or at least in this reporting, that he's expected to make a full recovery, in Rappaport saying, and that he's expected to still be able to come back and play games this year. That is maybe on the optimistic side, where I don't think you can really tell at this point. Rappaport also saying that rest is required. Who knows how long it's really going to take for the rest to be able to kick in? Is a week good enough? Is 2 weeks good enough? It's just something that you have to monitor and take day by day. I don't really think that there's an accurate timeline that you can put on it right now. 412-928-9370 if you would like to join in on the conversation. Let's go inside the locker room to how this is affecting the Steelers. We'll hear from Alex Highsmith and also Aaron Rodgers, the latest on Rodgers in the offense. Did he go rogue to start the game last week? And could he do the same again against the Dolphins? That's next. Austin Bechtold with you right here. Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The holidays are coming in hot. Gifts to grab, parties to host, a to-do list longer than a string of lights. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the holiday hack to make shopping and saving easy. Fill a tote. Step 1, grab tote. Step 2, fill with 6 select bottles of wines and spirits. Step 3, save an additional $14 at checkout. Now relax. You're ready to gift and celebrate. Shop Fill a Tote at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Coupon required. Available at premium collection in select Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores. Ends January 4th, 2026. Please enter responsibly.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. Pitt men's basketball is at Villanova today this afternoon. They tip off at 4:30 with coverage starting here on the Fan at 4 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe. And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is unwrapping amazing December lease deals. Slide into a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. These offers melt away January 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and drive into the new year in style.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls, plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Well, here comes start of the snow. We're expecting it this afternoon and evening, potentially totaling 3 to 6 inches of snow. Really? That much snow?
I guess so. I might be sleeping in the studio tonight.
Wow. Well, everybody be careful out there. Be safe. And hopefully you have four-wheel drive or just take it easy. Somebody not taking it easy is Phillip Rivers. The Colts have activated Phillip Rivers to their active roster, according to Adam Schefter, from their practice squad, paving the way for him to make his first NFL start in 5 years Sunday at Seattle. And by signing to the active roster, he will now go from being a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame this year. So Rivers could be inducted in the class of 2026. If he had just sat on the couch, stayed home, he's a semifinalist for this year's Pro Football Hall of Fame. He will now not be eligible again until 2031 because he is activated to the roster. Now, if Rivers would have just stayed on the practice squad and decided, I'm not going to play, then the clock would have stayed the same. So we realistically could have seen Rivers in like a Colts practice jersey where he's warming up, he's getting ready to go, he's starting to practice, he's seeing if he can go. But as soon as he's activated and on the active roster, that's when things change. So Phillip Rivers with the Colts 13.5-point underdogs. With Daniel Jones out for the year, really sad to see the Achilles injury he suffered. There's also a report I saw earlier today that said that the Colts, at this point, there's a good chance that they move on from Daniel Jones. So they're going to be looking for another quarterback option. Phillip Rivers has not played since the COVID season. And it's honestly insane to me that Phillip Rivers was, one, an option. He's also a grandfather. Him and Brett Favre are the only quarterbacks to be grandfathers and start an NFL game at quarterback. The last time he played was at 39 with Indianapolis. Remember, he played for the Chargers for 16 years for the final year in Indy, where he goes back now. 24 touchdowns and 11 picks. He actually threw for 4,100 yards. So was Phillip Rivers just bored at home? Did he want to get away from his family? Like, that was a pretty solid Colts team in 2020. And they were led by Phillip Rivers. They actually went to the playoffs. They went 11-5 with Phillip Rivers as their quarterback. And then he went 27 of 46, 2 touchdowns, no picks against Buffalo. Jeez, I forgot how good Phillip Rivers was in his last season. But he decided to hang it up, retire. First of all, I wonder why the Colts called Phillip Rivers. One, Sam Ehlinger, who's like 20 years younger, they must feel that poorly about him. They're trying to salvage the season, but salvaging the season with Phillip Rivers as your answer, I would have called Tom Brady. That would have been my first call. See, Tommy, you want to come out of the broadcast booth? You want to come play for the Colts for the rest of the year? Now, I don't think that would have worked with him being, a part owner of the Raiders. That might not even be legally allowed. But it also makes me wonder, Logan, would Big Ben have been able to come out of retirement right now and play? Like if Aaron Rodgers got hurt and let's say Will Howard wasn't on the roster and they didn't think Mason Rudolph could play or Mason was hurt, could Ben realistically come off the couch and play an NFL game? Because I don't know how much Rivers has been working out, but he is legitimately coming off the couch and playing with less than a week of practice.
44 years old is absolutely insane. Like, the storyline is he is a grandpa.
Yeah.
This guy is a grandpa, and he's coming off the couch. And I'm sure that he can certainly still deliver check-down passes and be able to at least complete passes. My concern for Rivers is if he's under pressure and he has to take a hit, will he be able to sustain the hits, and will he be able to stay in the game? And I think the answer to that is questionable.
I think he's going to throw for 200 yards.
Do you think they win?
But a big reason why is because they're behind by so much. They're not going to win. No, they're going to get crushed by about 14, 17 points or so. But Rivers is going to throw for 200 yards, and we're going to see him scrambling around at times, looking like backyard football Phillip Rivers with his unorthodox arm angle that he throws the football. I'm locked in tomorrow on this game. We'll be here. I'll be on 1 to 4 tomorrow, and we will definitely have that on in the studio to try to rack our brains around Phillip Rivers playing for the first time in 5 years. Insane to me.
2 days in a row we're together too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a very fun game to watch, and I think, like he said earlier in the week, from the neck up, there's no issue for him. So it'll be a situation where he has to conduct an offense on a very small week of prep. If Big Ben came back, though, to answer your question, I without a doubt think Big Ben would play well, and I think he could do it, but it would be the same thing for him. But, yeah, Big Ben could still sling it if the Steelers need it, if Mason went down, if Rodgers went down, and it was an emergency situation. Could you imagine Acrisure Stadium or Heinz Field, if you still refer to it as Heinz Field, in a situation where Big Ben has to take the Steelers back to the playoffs and pull them back into contention, and he's the last
That would be insane. I mean, as insane as the Phillip Rivers discussion is, that would top it. Because it's Ben. He's more accomplished than Phillip Rivers all time in terms of championships and team success. Man, Phillip Rivers back, 44, and will play against Seattle for the Colts. Brian Bacco of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join the show next. What is the latest on T.J. Watt? Is there an update that Brian has learned? And what are the chances he gives the Steelers of beating Miami on Monday night? We know how good the Steelers have been historically under Mike Tomlin on Monday Night Football compared to how bad they've been on Thursday Night Football. Do they finally win a game that starts at 4:25 or later? Because it has not happened yet. That's next. Austin Bechtold with you as we roll along on a Saturday on The Fan.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4MDE5TP390565. 39 months. $49.99. Do it signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 10/5/2026.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are rewarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. And this afternoon, the Penguins host the San Jose Sharks at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop there is at 3 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Texter, Tom Brady can't unretire to play unless he sells his interest in the Raiders. You dump truck. Yeah, buddy, we said that. Thanks for listening. You can hit us up on the fan text line if you'd like. Brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Brian Bacco joins us now. Brian, are you out there in the winter wonderland?
I actually was just outside trying to get my big inflatables up, but they were down for a while and they kind of got covered with ice and some of the tethers, I think, snapped. So they're in bad shape, Frosty and Santa. We'll see how they hold up through this snow.
Do they need Rudolph to guide them through it? Do the Steelers need Rudolph to guide them through practice right now? I saw they're at Acrisure Stadium.
Yeah, they were down there today, probably to acclimate to the gold end zones. Got to make sure that you aren't thrown off when you show up there and the end zones are painted for the first time this season.
Does the color rush give them any superpowers, Brian? Like, does the color rush matter? They seemingly play better in that uniform every time they wear it.
Maybe, yeah. I know they've got a good record in the color rush, but they also tend to wear it at night, I think. And, they're traditionally pretty good in prime time. Not this year so far. They have not won a game at prime time, or, 4:25, too, was when the Bills game kicked off. So all their victories thus far have come at 1 p.m. or that Ireland game, which is sort of a one-off in and of itself. But their Monday night record traditionally is absurdly good. It's almost defying explanation, because it's not just under Mike Tomlin. It spans several coaches. They're 11-0 under Tomlin on Monday nights. They've won 22 in a row at home on Monday nights. So, yeah, it's crazy, but something's got to give this week.
Yeah, why do you think that they've been so poor in those primetime games? Do you think it's just opponent base?
Yeah, it could be. I don't think, when you get into these discussions, it's not like, they can't see in the bright lights, or they've got a bunch of young players who aren't ready for that challenge. I mean, I think it's probably has a lot to do with the opponents that they've played. They had to go out west for one of them. We know the Steelers, every team, struggles, I think, when you have to make a long trip like that. But, the Dolphins have their own issues playing in the cold. So a lot of historical trends and whatnot will be on the line Monday night. And that one about the Dolphins, and specifically Tua, playing in cold weather, I feel like there could actually be something to that. That's not really mystifying. That's just, not really being at your best when you're used to a certain environment, and then you have to travel into one that you're very unfamiliar with playing in.
Yeah, it didn't end up affecting the Miami Hurricanes when they played against Pitt, but we've seen...
No, it did not.
We've seen what Tua has been like in those cold weather situations. He hasn't really silenced anybody. But, Brian, let's go right to it now. TJ Watt, what do you know? What can you tell us? And has there been any additional information that you've learned?
No, I mean, it's obviously a bizarre situation, and seems notable to me that the latest information gets released by someone in his family rather than the team, who, of course, got out in front of it on Thursday. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know when he's going to be able to return. You look at the experts, or the so-called experts on social media, and some saying he can come back in a game or two. Some saying he'd be lucky to play again this season. And obviously right now everybody's trying to close ranks and, not let this story get out too much. But I'll be curious to see limits. Does J.J. Watt continue to be kind of the mouthpiece for TJ if this becomes a him versus the Steelers thing in any way? That would be a shame to see for someone who is not just the highest paid player on the team that this occurred to, but the face of the franchise in a lot of ways. The guy who's got the most jerseys running around out there on the North Shore, or at elementary schools on a Steeler Friday. So, yeah, really bizarre saga thus far for TJ. And, obviously all parties involved can agree that they need him out there as much as possible.
Yeah, I know you're not a doctor, Brian, but I found it very strange the way that it's been reported, where Tom Pelissero said it was a small hole in his lung. That sounds a lot different than a partially collapsed lung of what J.J. Watt had to say. What do you think went down in this situation? Why the discrepancy between the two?
I don't know. That threw me for a loop for sure, and maybe that's actually why J.J. Watt kind of came out and said what he did yesterday, because maybe it wasn't so much an anti-Steelers thing, but it was hey, we've got all these national insiders speculating or trying to piecemeal reports together, and maybe that one from NFL Network was just completely off base, and he wanted to sort of gently refute that, because, that one painted it as TJ was lifting, and it exacerbated something that was already there. And there's not really much gray area with what JJ said. It was dry needling gone wrong. And, I was texting with my uncle the other day because he's a huge Steelers fan. He's like, I've had this done by someone who's a trained expert, and everything was fine. And obviously, a lot of players we're now finding out, do this sort of thing fairly often, and there are never any issues. But that's kind of I guess a procedure, or whatever you want to call it, a therapy that you kind of have to have zero tolerance on that one. You can't just have a bad day with the dry needling and screw up, because something like this can happen, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like you probably just have to be really careful about how far those needles are going in. And I don't want to speculate anymore on the injury, but, man, it's just scary to see and to hear about. And I think that what they should do with Watt is just be as cautious and as careful as possible with him. Don't rush him back. This is kind of like, like a bad head injury or a heart injury. This is right up there, your lungs, Brian, where this is just something that you don't mess around with. You make sure you're 100% before you come back.
Yeah, but I think it's difficult sometimes to tell these top-of-the-line pro athletes that kind of thing. I mean, I remember a few years ago, Minkah Fitzpatrick had he had an appendectomy, I believe, and he missed one game, of course, but I think he was out there the following week playing through that. So yeah, it's crazy the recovery that these guys do, because it's their life's work. I mean, of course, I tend to agree with you that err on the side of TJ's overall health rather than the health of the 2025 Steelers and their playoff chances. But he's going to want to fight to get out there. And let's be honest, especially in this game, and then another really good running team, I think you miss him a lot. I know people were down on his play this year. The sacks aren't really there, but I think he's been pretty darn good against the run. Bills game notwithstanding, no one was good against the run, but I feel like Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins are going to try to scheme up things to run at that side, try to take advantage of Nick Herbig or Jack Sawyer if he's in there, and you might be feeling the loss of TJ on Monday night at times.
Brian Bacco, the Post-Gazette, joining us here on the Fan Hotline. Brian, I think, and yes, the Steelers are 1-10 without TJ Watt in the lineup since he's been on the team. I think that this is the best.
1-11, actually.
Oh, it is 1-11.
You got to count the playoff game limit.
Yeah, you're right. I was just counting regular season.
Sometimes that eludes people. Yeah.
Okay, so 1-11, even worse, which may make my point sound stupid. But I think, Brian, this is the best equipped that they've ever been to be able to counteract a TJ Watt injury with Herbig and Highsmith on the outside and Jack Sawyer, who I think is fine. He's not breaking down any doors to start anytime soon, but is a fine depth piece. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the best depth that they've had at edge rusher. I'm trying to think back to that 2022 season, that the bulk of that 1-11 mark was accrued. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was Malik Reed was in the mix that year. Guys like Derek Tuska and Taco Charlton have been part of the equation at times. And I think certainly Nick Herbig is a better number 3 than they've had in quite some time. And, Jack Sawyer, even if a lot of us were scratching their heads using a 4th-round pick on him, that looks pretty prudent now with, not just this for TJ, but Alex Highsmith missing as much time as he did. Nick Herbig missed some time. So the presence of Sawyer has been, good foresight by Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin and company to feel like, hey, you can't have enough good edge rushers, or at the very least, you need 4 of them because of the toll that injuries have taken on that unit in recent seasons.
Cam Hayward popped up on the injury report with a knee injury. Do you think he could be held out Monday?
I don't think so. I mean, if he played through that ankle scare a couple weeks ago where he was in the boot and we really didn't know what was going on with him, I forget what game that was prior to, but yeah, I mean, I think Cam will be able to get through that. They were managing a lot of guys this week in practice. Yesterday, Derek Harmon, Y.A. Black, Cam, all out. Keanu Benton limited. So, Logan Lee, Broderick Martin, Rhodes, and I can't even think off the top of my head who the next man up is out there. But they got oh yeah, Big O, Asezi Otomiwo.
Otomiwo, I definitely pronounced that correct.
Yeah, so they logged some serious practice reps out of necessity this week. But yeah, I don't love the overall health of the Steelers roster going into this game Monday night against the Dolphins team that, yeah, they've been without Tyreek Hill, all season just about. But otherwise, they are healing up, and they haven't been leaking too much oil on this 4-game win streak. James Daniels, I also should mention him, former Steelers guard. He hasn't played since week 1. He's not going to be back for this one, but they could still get him back by the end of this season. Otherwise, though, they've got most hands on deck.
Out of Benton, Black, Hayward, and Harmon, how many of those 4 do you expect to play?
I'll lean toward all of them because, like I said,
really, even Harmon.
I think they were just managing it. He was back out there today, and he sounded optimistic. Now, I sort of wonder with Harmon, like, because he had an earlier knee injury this season, maybe you don't want to risk rushing him back. And I know he said it's a different injury, but if it's the same knee, again, I'm not a doctor who can really opine on dry needling or collapsed lungs, and I won't pretend to be a knee expert either, but that can't be good if you have multiple different injuries in the same knee, especially with a guy who's lugging around as much brute force as Derek Harmon is. So they also, I would think that you really want to have him back against the Lions too, if you want to have any chance of it. And plus, that's his hometown, so he wants to be back in Detroit for his homecoming. But he sounded optimistic. He was out there today. I'll just go ahead and say that maybe he can be out there on a limited amount. Remember, week 3 in New England, he was out there on a snap count, and he looked pretty good. I think he might have ended up exceeding it, but there is already some recent precedent with Harmon playing, even if he's not, given the full go.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Did Mike Tomlin speak today, and why is he always so angry when he has to speak after practice?
I don't believe so. Chris Carter was down there. I mean, we know how Tomlin operates, right? He's not like most other NFL coaches where they talk multiple times throughout the week. He does his lengthy diatribe on Tuesdays, and then we generally don't bother him throughout the rest of the week unless there's a situation with the starting quarterback, as has happened each of the past 3 seasons. Probably beyond that, it probably pops up at least one time in every season. Or, he met with us twice additionally this week because of the TJ Watt stuff. I don't think he was actually required by NFL bylaws to do it again today, a daily media update like in training camp. But, I think at this point, the TJ stuff is kind of got a bow on it for now. And obviously they've got a game to play, and we'll revisit his status after the Dolphins game and going on the short week to Detroit.
Is Tua versus the Cold a real rivalry where the Cold might win out again?
Yeah, and I think Tua in general is, we've come to know, somewhat limited. I don't know that you want to put the game on his shoulders, particularly against a good team. So combine that with what the temperatures are going to be. Dolphins need to try to just dominate this game and impose their will on the ground. And they've been doing that lately with their run game and Devon Achane, who's dealing with a rib injury. But I guess if it's a pain tolerance thing, maybe he'll be okay. But will he be one of the fastest running backs in the NFL as he is when he's 100% healthy? I guess we'll see. But he's so shifty. If he gets a crease, he can be gone. The backups have been pretty solid too. Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon, the second rookie out of OK State. It seems like they've all been taking advantage of opportunities presented by the Dolphins O-line and Mike McDaniel's run game. So I think if you're them, you're certainly trying to shorten this game, let Tua be a game manager. Don't force him to make too many plays or being obvious passing situations where even a Steelers front missing TJ Watt can still tee off on him, or a secondary that's actually been playing pretty well lately can get in those passing lanes and turn him over and give Aaron Rodgers a short field.
I don't know if we should have the credence to be able to basically say that, oh, yeah, I have so much faith in the Steelers to be able to win this game because they've been so up and down. But based on how they looked in Baltimore, I feel that way about this game, where it would have been the opposite if Baltimore smoked them. But in the first half, they pretty much pushed the Ravens around. Is it right to feel like the Steelers should be able to handle business?
I mean, I think it's right to pick the Steelers. I don't think that's anything crazy. I'm probably going to pick them in the Post-Gazette, but I don't feel great about it because, this TJ thing probably threw them for a loop this week. Those guys were dealt a blow there that was unexpected, and it's probably been a week of distractions to some degree here in Pittsburgh. Plus, it's a Dolphins team that's riding high right now. Now, the Steelers are coming off one really good win that sets them up to take their division. But the Dolphins have reeled off 4 in a row, and it seems like they're sort of bought back in to what Mike McDaniel is preaching down there, or at least they aren't completely tuning the guy out when it looked like he was dead man walking not too long ago, about a month ago. And I know they haven't played the greatest competition in this stretch, but it is a run that started with beating the Bills, who completely destroyed the Steelers.
So you don't think they're a mirage? Because I kind of think they do, that this run is like that.
No, not necessarily, especially with the way they match up against the Steelers. Mike Tomlin loves to say styles make fights. Well, this is a sophisticated run game, and we know the Steelers have had their issues stopping the run, even in some of their victories this year, like that Ravens game. So, no, I don't think this is as much of a layup as I thought it would be going into the season, and certainly a couple months into the season. I figured there's no way they're losing to the Dolphins. Just mark Week 15 as an automatic W. I don't feel that way now.
What do you think of Kenny Pickett starting against the Eagles this week?
He was destined to start against one of his former teams this season. We thought it would be Cleveland in Pittsburgh Week 6. Instead, it's Raiders at Philly Week 15. I mean, hey, I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I'm actually, I don't root against Kenny like I feel like some people in the Steelers and Pittsburgh media do. I covered Kenny at Pitt. I had fine dealings with him. He was a Pitt legend in this city and always will be. So I think it'd actually be cool if he could rejuvenate his NFL career. But the cool thing about it is, Austin, you can actually have nuanced opinions. You don't have to be all in or all out on a guy, and I just don't think this is going to go well for him in Philly. I wouldn't mind if it went great for him, but just looking at this Eagles defense, how desperate they are, and more to the point, how much of a dumpster fire the Raiders are, I think Kenny's going to have a tough time in a quote-unquote revenge game.
Philadelphia is 11.5-point favorites, and the Colts are 13.5-point underdogs against Seattle. Who has the better game, Kenny Pickett or Phillip Rivers?
I got to go with Kenny. I mean, Phil Rivers he's playing against the Seahawks.
I'm going with Rivers, Brian. Give me Phillip Rivers. He's going to throw for 200 yards. It might all be in garbage time, but he's going to throw for it.
Why? Why do you think he's capable of that after being retired for 5 years?
Because you know what? Sometimes there are special stories that come out of nowhere that you would never expect. And Phillip Rivers, a Hall of Famer, coming off the couch because either he needs a paycheck with his 10 children or he needs to support his grandchild. He is coming off the couch to start for the Colts. And it's so stunning that I think that they will not win. They'll lose by like 17, but he'll throw for 200 yards.
Or he's just sick of all those kids being around. I mean, don't get me wrong. I miss my kids when I'm on the road, but there are some days where I'm like, man, is it time to leave for Baltimore yet? I think I'm ready to go and get to that nice quiet hotel room. So, hey, it's going to be a good day tomorrow, even without the Steelers on. You watch Kenny versus the Eagles if you don't want to red zone it. Then you can watch Phil Rivers at the Seahawks. And then, well, I don't know about Vikings Cowboys really moving the meter on a Sunday night, but maybe you'll be footballed out by that point.
Is this the collapse of the Roman Empire? Will we see Roman Wilson play again this year?
If everybody stays healthy, I doubt it. It feels like he's in some sort of doghouse, or at least is just no longer in the circle of trust. How about that? Let's go with a Meet the Parents reference rather than the cliched doghouse, which is probably overused and quite trite, actually, and too harsh. But he may have fallen out of the circle of trust for Aaron Rodgers or Jack Burns in the case of Meet the Parents. But Thielen and Marquez Valdez-Scantling seem to be in there, and Roman Wilson seems like he is very much on the back. Actually, I shouldn't even mention those two. It's more of an indictment of him that Scotty Miller has even leapfrogged him, so it feels like Roman's on the back burner.
Will we see DK Metcalf have a repeat performance of last week's game?
Well, you've got Minkah Fitzpatrick out there trying to keep a lid on it, but he's also playing more slot corner at this point with the Dolphins, so maybe he won't be in that center field role quite as much against DK. But I don't know. I never like to predict a huge passing game when it's going to be as cold out as it will be Monday night. And I think the Steelers, too, will probably want to, break the Dolphins and run it down their throats. Especially, the Dolphins have a really young defensive line limits. They've got 3 rookies in there playing significant snaps. So I think if there were ever a time to get Isaac Seumalo and Zach Frazier and Mason McCormick moving people around, moving some furniture, it would be this game.
And you led me right into the Minkah question, Brian. How will our friend Minkah, who was traded back to Miami where he wanted out of anyway to come to the Steelers and then had to go back, fare against his old team?
I don't know if I'm going to go out on a limb and say he comes away with a pick or anything like that. He's got
When will Minkah's next interception be, Brian? 2026, 2027, 2028? It might be incrinculant.
Hey, he's got one this year.
He does. He's a pick 6, I think it is.
I don't know if he returned it for 6. Maybe he did. Well, he also had a fumble. He has a couple fumble recoveries. It could have been a scoop and score, too. But, yeah, he's still not Minkah magic of 2019 and 2020 levels, but he's getting a little more takeaway juice back with the Dolphins. So I think he's got to be motivated to try to go out there and show the Steelers that they made the wrong move. Trading him away, that had to be somewhat of a hit to the ego. He was such a foundational piece of the organization, and they let him go for a guy who's a little bit older, maybe a little better resume, but I'll be curious to see, is Minkah trying to fire up the Dolphins on the field before the game? Maybe he'll do that behind closed doors in the locker room. I assume he'll want to give his best against the Steelers and certainly get one from Aaron Rodgers, who was, I guess, never technically his teammate. Well, no, he was for a few days. I guess they overlapped in minicamp. And the next thing you know, Minkah to Miami.
Do you think they're going to wave towels around like Seattle did during Renegade, and Minkah will try to fire everybody up that way?
Well, the power of Renegade is not
Zapped.
Good right now. The Ravens game was a much needed victory for the Steelers, but last time they were at Acrisure Stadium, things were rather bleak. So they've got that monkey to get off their backs as well.
Who wins, Brian?
Like I said earlier, I wouldn't bet on it either way. It feels like a little bit of a coin flip to me, but I'm going to take the Steelers. I cannot trust Tua in the cold, even against a beleaguered Steelers defense. I think the ground game will sort of do everything they can to prop him up, but that doesn't really make you an explosive offense. So I think it's going to be low scoring. Give me Steelers 15, Dolphins 13.
Wow. Will we hear some boos tomorrow? Or Monday?
Well, probably tomorrow, too, in Philly. But, yeah, probably at some point. 3 and out, a turnover, whatever. The people who are there, they're going to be the diehard out there in that weather on a Monday night with work in the morning. So, yeah, there'll probably be a smattering of boos, but if they win, all will be forgiven.
You going to make a snow angel today, Brian? Maybe a snowman?
Maybe. We've got one that he's kind of been defeated, though, from the lack of snow since we made him on that first good snow day. But, yeah, I've got the snowblower ready in case it comes to that. But I'm not looking forward to it, Limits.
No.
I'm really not.
I'm kind of not looking forward to my commute home in an hour and a half. But we'll see how it ultimately turns out.
Here's a quick fashion question for you, Limits. This might be a first, but we're having a cul-de-sac dinner party tonight with our neighbors who, of course, we're good friends with. We hang out with them all the time. Should I feel obligated to put on jeans or nicer pants, or should I just wear sweatpants for such an occasion?
Well, you know that I'm the last person to ask at the station regarding anything fashion, but I'd say yeah, I'd wear some dress pants. Jeans would probably be appropriate too, but I would throw on some dress pants. How about this fun fact, Brian? I have not worn a pair of jeans since I was required to for an assignment my junior year of high school. And the one other time prior to that was in 8th grade when I was required to wear jeans for something.
Do you have jean phobia?
I just felt like they didn't fit very well, and I just didn't like how they feel. And I like sweatpants and dress pants better.
That's a yes. Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Brian. That's Brian Bacco of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Up next, we'll hear from you at 412-928-9370. And also, the Penguins made a move. Tristan Jarry out, multiple pieces back in. The Penguins also dealt away a forward in the deal. We'll break it down, and was it a good move? Plus, a twist on the deal that I've thought about over the last couple of hours that I think really benefits the Penguins in two separate ways. That's next. Logan is a headline. We're back in a moment on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your Fan Headlines. Pitt men's basketball is at the Villanova Wildcats this afternoon. Tip-off is at 4:30 with coverage starting here on The Fan at 4 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Give the fun and excitement of Keystone Shooting Center this holiday season. Gift cards, memberships, and classes are unique and easy gifting options for any person. Their state-of-the-art facility offers over 600 firearms in stock, premium training, and walk-in friendly ranges. They have something for everyone. Follow Keystone Shooting Center today on social media to be the first to learn of exclusive offers this holiday season. And visit at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. Keystone Shooting Center, Pittsburgh's shooting destination.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts, build a same-game parlay, enjoy live betting, and more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365. Riding a surge of momentum after coming off a 4-game winning streak, Miami heads to Pittsburgh for the Week 15 Monday night matchup. Pittsburgh, meanwhile, returns home feeling confident after a gritty divisional win over Baltimore that pushed them to 6-7 for the season.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania. Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Let's talk food. Maybe some tailgate food, chili, buffalo chicken wings, maybe some barbecue ribs. And don't forget the drinks. Maybe you wash that down with a hard seltzer or a liquor of your choosing. Who puts on a tailgate like that? You, while losing weight with Awaken 180. Yeah, all program approved, and the reason I chose Awaken 180 weight loss. Ditching the flavor for weight loss was not in my wheelhouse, and it shouldn't be for you either. Whether it's hosting the game at home, tailgating with friends, a weekday night in, you will be satisfied. Trust me, when I was dropping my initial 45 pounds, I was in the middle of a chicken wing eating tour. Yeah, and I still lost 4 to 5 pounds every week, if not more. Experience it for yourself, how tasty losing weight can be. Do what we all did. Choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Assisted Goals Foundation is helping keep kids in hockey. Shop the equipment sale December 27th and 28th at RMU Island Sports from 11 to 4. Donate gear too. Thanks to partners at Play It Again Sports, Cranberry Township, and RMU Island Sports. Proceeds support annual scholarships. Details at 937thefan.com. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's grand lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House in Greensburg and ask about Christmas food and drink specials. Also now booking holiday parties only at Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekends.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Today
here. This is your day. Look out, 2-on-1.
2-on-1, full speed ahead. Happen to see you flying in. Fire, save made by Jari. Now trying to bank it in. It's loose and it's in the goal. Athanasiou persists, and he has scored from below the goal line. Chicago a 3-1 lead.
Nurse at Hathorn the other day in Pittsburgh, bidding for the hat trick. Good save by Tristan Jari. Prevented him from getting the hattie. Looking to join Cale Makar last week for hat tricks. Wide open.
His first of the night. Stuart Skinner. Full stretch. Ovechkin can't believe it.
Penguins make a huge trade yesterday as they send Tristan Jari to the Edmonton Oilers, and they receive a pretty good deal back. They acquire Stuart Skinner, who was in the Stanley Cup final with Edmonton the past 2 years, defenseman Brett Kulak, who consistently played over 20 minutes for Edmonton in the playoffs, and they also get Edmonton's 2029 second-round draft pick for Jari and Sam Poulin. Look, Kyle Dubas has done some things that has made me scratch my head. The Erik Karlsson deal has not been very good with ROI for them. The Ryan Graves signing is one of the worst deals in franchise history, but they've made some moves of late, including the Ben Kindle move, drafting him in the first round. The decision that the organization as a whole has made with Murashov and how they've handled Murashov, I think they've done a pretty decent job with him. I'd like to see him up with the club now, and I thought that trading Jari away was supposed to be making room for Sergei Murashov, who is currently here on an emergency basis because Stuart Skinner and Brett Kulak are having some immigration issues getting into the country, coming from Canada to the USA. And they also get a 2029 second-round draft pick. So for that, and sure, it's in 2029, and by then, it's, 4 years from now? Seems like a long time away, but Kyle Dubas, for what he's doing right now, I like the move. And I was very critical of the first year of Kyle Dubas. But there are some things that we just have to be honest with ourselves about. The Penguins are in a better position now than many expected them to be, trying to make the playoffs, probably be a wild card team. Maybe they'll end up finishing top 3 in the Metro. But they're in a better position than many would have expected. Tristan Jari, who, by the way, they put on waivers a year ago, bounces back, has a season with the Penguins this year where he goes 9-3-1, a .266 goals against average, and a .909 save percentage. Tristan Jari, at 30, was playing some of the best hockey that he's played in recent years. Two-time All-Star Shore, 19-20, 21-22 seasons. And yeah, he had that season a couple years ago where he had a league-high 6 shutouts. He has 1 this year. This was the right move. Tristan Jari's value was not going to be any higher than it was right now. And instead of, I think, blindly thinking to yourself that Tristan Jari was going to be able to sustain this, because I don't think he will, to trade him and his $5.7 million that he is owed this year, next year, and the year after that for Stuart Skinner, who is on an expiring contract and is somebody that, 5.375, I should say, is Jari's contract. That'll expire after he's age 33. But to acquire Skinner, who, from Edmonton, a lot of pressure put on him. And kind of like how the fan base turned on Jari here, the fan base turned on Skinner there. But when it's in your own home city, it's like when David Bednar, the fans turned on him and he played so badly and he had to be sent down to AAA. And they were booing Bednar. Like, that's a really bad situation for a player to be in, and it's hard to be able to bounce back from that. Bednar was able to. Skinner still took them to the Stanley Cup final, but I thought it was very interesting, the guest that the PM team had on yesterday, saying that, look, when you're playing in your home city and the fans are getting on you as much as they did, it can be pretty difficult to be able to navigate that. And even if it was like a 1-0 game in the playoffs and Edmonton lost, the blame wouldn't go on McDavid and the offense for not scoring any goals. The blame, Rob Brown, former Penguin Rob Brown, who now works as an analyst in Edmonton, said a lot of it would go on Stuart Skinner. So the first thing that came to my mind is, great, they dumped Jari's money. What were they going to be able to get for him? Maybe a third-round pick, I thought. They get a third. They get a goaltender back where you could flip him at the deadline if you decide that Murashov's ready and you like what you're seeing from Shilovs. And don't forget about Joel Blomqvist as well. Brett Kulak is also a player who gave significant minutes to the Oilers, whether it was the third pair defenseman or even being able to move up to the second pair. 31 games this year is a -7. Last year as well, a -7. But overall in the playoffs was a pretty solid player for them and gave them considerable minutes. So I'm actually pretty pleased with this deal. He was a +8, or a +5, I should say, in last year's playoffs. A +8 in Edmonton's run to the Stanley Cup the year prior. And that's what you want from defensemen that aren't on your top pair, that are on your second pair, that are on your third pair. So they're able to get Skinner, Kulak, and they get a second-round pick. Sure, it was a 2029 pick and not next year or the year after that or year after that, further on down the road. But Edmonton's second-round pick right now is not going to be pretty good for a team that consistently goes deep into the playoffs and is probably going to do so again with Connor McDavid. So let's say hypothetically McDavid is gone after a year or two and he decides he's done with Edmonton. I know he signed a short extension with them. 2029, Edmonton might be bad. Where's Draisaitl? Where's McDavid? That might be a strategically good move from Kyle Dubas to do that. And they gave up Sam Poulin, but they never played Sam Poulin. I would have loved to have seen them give him more of an opportunity to be able to play here. And he is a young player. Former first-round pick by the Penguins, 21st overall, 2019. He's still only 24 years old. But he's mainly just been a guy that's played in Wilkes-Barre. 9 goals this year, 20 total points in 22 games. He had 43 points in 57 games last year at Wilkes-Barre. Has barely had a chance to play with the Penguins after he made his NHL debut during the 22-23 season. I thought maybe that was because it was Mike Sullivan not wanting to play him as a young guy. But Dan Hughes, who is embracing young players, including the kids line on the third line, welcome back Rucker McGroarty, Sam Poulin has basically fallen out of favor. So he's included in the deal. Altogether, I really like this trade for the Penguins and what Kyle Dubas was able to do. I'm impressed by it. And I'm starting to turn a little bit on the Kyle Dubas era. They make some other moves where Shilovs will start in goal today as the Penguins will play 3 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena as they try to get away from their shootout woes. And the Utah Mammoth are in town tomorrow. They play against San Jose today. Archer Shilovs in net, with Murashov being the backup. Ricard Raquel also coming back and will play. And they're taking it a day at a time when it comes to Skinner and Kulak with their availability, meaning to make sure that they get all the appropriate paperwork done. But after cutting Jarry and trying to move on from him, cut ties and say, anybody that wants Tristan Jarry, please take him and his money off our hands. The Penguins do not retain any salary. They get Skinner, who's just 27. They get a defenseman that can play considerable minutes. And they get a second-round pick for a goalie that you cut and was in Wilkes-Barre last year and didn't really have much commitment to, and also can't win in the playoffs in exchange for a goaltender that you can flip at the deadline if you want, or even keep him if you don't like what you're seeing from Shilovs and you could pair with Murashov. This is a home run trade for Kyle Dubas, and he deserves to be applauded for it. Home run move. Big time trade. And man, I got to give the Penguins all the credit in the world for pulling it off, Logan.
I mean, they're right in the thick of it in the Metropolitan Division, so this is a move when you still have Crosby and he's scoring at the rate that he is. He could still pull the Penguins into a solid contender here with the right goaltending, and good teams have great goaltenders, so hopefully this is a move that propels the Penguins towards a better position as they go.
Yeah, and I think that this was just all about, look, sell high on Tristan Jarry as he ups his value. I was somebody who, when the contract was first signed, was putting my hand right on my head and screaming, why did they do this? I thought it was a terrible free agent move when they did it. Now that they're able to get it off the books, getting Ryan Graves off the books would be like moving heaven and earth. He's in the lineup tonight with Clifton as the third deep pairing. As the Penguins move Kindle, McGroarty, and Brazeau as the second line with Evgeny Malkin on injured reserve. Crosby, Raquel, and Rust with puck drop at 3 o'clock. At home against San Jose, it is bobblehead night for Sidney Crosby today at the arena with Utah in town tomorrow. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to join in on the conversation. Here's Brad in the north side. What's up, Brad?
Hey, Limits. What's up, man?
What do you think of the move, Brad? I love it. I think it's a good move, and they should not have tried to convince themselves. I'm glad that they didn't, that this is the Tristan Jarry they were going to get moving forward. Sell high, get some good pieces back. I like it a lot.
I mean, I honestly think it's unbelievable that he went from being on waivers to being able to yield us a second round and 2 solid players.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
Are still on this contract.
I'm stunned by it, truly.
Like, to me, it's just being able to get a consistent goalie. Like, I feel I talked with Tony and more about this yesterday, and with the thing with Skinner compared to Jarry that I like is that Skinner seems a lot more consistent. He's not an all or nothing player. Like, he's someone that, okay, he might give up a goal or 2 a game, but he's also not having games where he's giving up like 4 or 5 and putting us out of it so early on. That, to me, was the biggest issue with Tristan Jarry, is that he just wasn't able to put that kind of performance together on a regular basis.
Remember all those games where they would consistently allow, 13? They allowed the first shot of the game to be a goal? Like, that was insane, and Tristan Jarry was a part of that.
Right, and it kind of reminded me of, like, Garrett Cole when he was with the Pirates, is that when Cole was on fire, like, you couldn't get on base, but he would let that one guy get on base,
right,
and it would just kind of go down from there. So getting that kind of, like, we don't have to deal with those collapses anymore as far as I'm concerned, knock on wood. So I love the trade. I'm really looking forward to see how it is.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brad. And another thing about Jarry for me is he could never consistently win in the playoffs. And look, yeah, Marc-Andre Fleury might have had some of that at times. He also went to the Cup in 08, won the Cup in 09, and was huge for the Penguins, because I know that's a big flack on Fleury's career for good reason, for those 11, 12, 13, 14, that type of range seasons. But Tristan Jarry, what did he ever show you to give you huge confidence? Like, Louis Domingue gave them a better run at one point when Jarry was banged up. Trading Tristan Jarry for a second-round pick, a starting goaltender, and a defenseman that will play considerable minutes, I think is a huge win. And I think it's flabbergasting to think a year ago, Tristan Jarry was having so little success that they decided to send him to Wilkes-Barre, put him on waivers. Anybody had the opportunity to get him, and you get a second-round pick and a goalie that was in the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years? I think it's a heist. Here is our guy, Johnny and Farrell. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, Limits. Hey, did you happen to catch when Pony and Muller, they did that interview with Rob Brown?
I caught part of it on my way home, yes.
Well, he's high on Skinner, man. He said with Pittsburgh's defense, Skinner may thrive in it. He said that Edmonton, their defense is so bad that it was all a left-to-right game, and that's where Skinner's not that good. He's like, if the Penguins can play decent in front of him, he said Skinner will be money. And he also said that, like, that the other guy we got, like, if we have to, like, we can use him as a trade.
Yeah, you can flip him at the deadline. Because I thought the whole point of this, Johnny, was to be able to clear room for Murashov to be able to come up, because he seems to be ready.
Right, and here's the thing. I mean, it was already a foregone conclusion we were going to make some type of move. They just waited and found a great one. But if we could just get to the deadline, man, if we can just get to the deadline a little bit better than where we're at, and then do something, oh, man, I'm excited.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Johnny. Always good to talk to you. I don't think they're a Stanley Cup team this year. They're a borderline playoff team. I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs. I thought there was a greater likelihood that they were going to be a team that was top 5 in the draft, even, at least right in that range. So they're ahead of schedule. And I don't think trading Tristan Jarry really hurts their long-term outlook. Sure, he was better than Shilovs. And we have not seen a lot of Murashov with the team. And Blomqvist remains a mystery. So, ultimately, I think that this is a move that you had to make. And there were a lot of people trying to convince themselves, well, look how good Jarry's playing right now. Should you keep him, thinking that maybe this will last? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I don't want to get fooled again from Tristan Jarry, and I feel like we were fooled multiple times. A lot of topics out there to talk about. Penguins trade of Tristan Jarry, also TJ Watt's injury, and the state of the Steelers. Here's Kevin in Vegas. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Nada. I'm at Sportsbook getting ready to watch Army lose to Navy again, but go Army. So, hey, on TJ real quick, I think we may have talked about this once or twice, Austin. So I've had like 20 surgeries and probably 100 and 150 procedures.
Jeez.
And 4 or 5 of the surgeons I was with, well, when the helicopter doesn't land properly in Iraq, stuff happens.
Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
But, no, I mean, I'm fine because I've been blessed with world-class surgeons over time. One of my surgeons is the U.S. ski team orthopedic surgeon, et cetera. But every single surgeon I've been with, I have to sign the same waiver before every single procedure, whether it's dry needling or anything else. And I've had it up in the area where TJ had it.
Okay.
Stuff happens. I don't care if they're world-class, professional docs, PAs, orthopedic surgeons, et cetera. Mistakes happen. That's why you sign those waivers every time that talks about risk of injury, death, illness, etc. And God knows I hope TJ is all right, and it sounds like he's going to be great from a family perspective. But everybody trying to jump on whoever made this mistake, I think is a little out of hand. I got it. These are $41 million, athlete, but mistakes happen. And so hopefully TJ makes 120% recovery. He's back on the field in 2 weeks. But if he's not and he's healthy the rest of his life, then that's just fine too.
Yeah.
As far as Steelers go, they're probably going to win just because it's supposed to be 12 degrees at game time, and the Dolphins. I don't care if they got a couple players. Like the running back played at A&M, so he played Big 12 and he played in this weather. But it's still a difference when you're changing 50 degrees from the day before to game time. But I think they're going to lose out after they get by Miami this week.
You think they're losing to Cleveland?
I think that what's going to happen is they're going to, and again, big part because of the weather, not because TJ's out, because we got better depth now, is they're going to win Monday night, and then they're going to go into Detroit. They're going to get beat up pretty bad, and the Browns are going to play off that same game plan. They're not going to put Shador in a position where he's got to throw for a lot because he can't. And they're going to lose at Cleveland and go into the Baltimore game at home. And Lamar's going to be a little bit healthier, and we're not going to get the calls we got the other night. And we're going to end up with a 8-9 record. But so we'll see how it works out. But it just got that feeling that this is where Mike T's going to take us this year. Hey, real quick on the Penguins, I think it's a phenomenal trade.
Incredible trade.
But the only thing I will throw out, and I said this to Josh the other day, is I hate how much Jarry got beat up once. And I got it. He didn't, he was average while I was here, sometimes, great in the regular season. Everybody beats up on Tristan a little bit. He's probably played over a 5-6 year span in front of the worst, least disciplined Ds that the league's seen over the last 10, 20 years.
Yeah, but he's also let up a lot of bad goals too, Kevin.
I don't disagree with you to a certain degree, but you know as well as I do, when you're a professional athlete or an athlete at any level, and you are consistently playing it behind a D like that, where you think you have to be perfect on every single shot attempt because you know that D's going to give up a ton of odd man rushes. You know that Christian's going to, Tanger's going to be standing in front of you in your own blue paint when there's nobody around shielding you from the guy shooting the puck like he did against the New York Rangers 5-6 years ago.
Right.
He screened Jarry like 4 or 5 times in that series. He was by far the reason they lost that series. It wasn't the goaltending. And so I hope Christian goes up there and just has a phenomenal output. Just like I hope KP goes off the rest of the season to shut some of the haters up that I think dumped way too much pressure and responsibility on those two individual players because of the lack of coaching and or team talent around them.
All right, Kevin, I appreciate the call. Good stuff. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Snow this afternoon. It's already falling. And into the evening, there's potentially 3 to 6 total inches of snow that will fall. So be careful out there. From one Kevin to another, we'll talk to Kevin Gorman next of the Trib. Kevin was also at Steelers practice helping out with the Trib on the Steelers. And, well, another move has come off the board. Another free agent, I should say, is off the board. Who is he? How did the Pirates miss out again? And is Kevin hearing that they're going to sign anyone at this point or make a trade? What are the Pirates going to do next? Kevin Gorman will join us next. Austin Bechtold with you. 1 hour to go before we walk you up to Pitt basketball right here on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your Fan Headlines. T.J. Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers-Dolphins kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's pittsburghgaragedoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
The weather outside is too cold to function. But inside Fine Wine and Good Spirits, you'll find everything you need to warm up. Our shelves are stocked with the seasonal spirits that bring your favorite cocktails to life, like schnapps for peppermint eggnog or Buffalo Trace for bourbon cream tiramisu. No matter your taste, we have the assortment to warm up every celebration. Shop for seasonal favorites and more today at your local Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please endure responsibly.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 1/5/2026.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This New Year's Eve, escape to Margaritaburg at Rivers Casino. Kick off your flip-flops and join us on Wednesday, December 31st for Island Vibes, live music, party favors, drawings, a midnight confetti celebration, and more. Visit riverscasino.com for full details and waste away the last hours of the year. Rivers Casino style. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. NFL Sunday's coming, and you've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now they're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So you've got the Ravens and Bengals today. Baltimore, a small road favorite. No T. Higgins for Cincy. And Joe Burrow feeling very down in the dumps. That's why I like Baltimore to go there and win and even their record at 7-7. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The Pirates swing and miss on another free agent as Jorge Polanco, middle infielder, has signed with the New York Mets. It's a 2-year deal worth $40 million. So Schwarber off the board, Alonso off the board. Were they really realistic? You can be the judge of that. Jorge Polanco off as well. Seemed like more of a viable option as we welcome in Kevin Gorman of the Trib to join in on the conversation. Good to talk to you as always, Kevin. Hope you're being safe with the snow out there. But as the snow arrives, it doesn't seem like any free agents are arriving to Pittsburgh anytime soon.
Yeah, maybe the snow's scaring them off. Yeah, none of this is surprising to me, though, Austin. Sure, I think people might have gotten excited about the Pirates, the word that they were going to be spenders and that they were going to, offer the kind of deal that they did to Schwarber, even though it came in high on average annual value but low on years. And the years were going to make a major difference for a guy his age. I just don't see the Pirates being big spenders, and I'm talking to the tune of $30 million on for 5 years on Schwarber or for $20 million on 2 years for Polanco on guys in their 30s. I just see if they're gonna spend big money, it's going to be on guys that are entering or in their prime. And that seems to me that's the type of investment the Pirates are going to make. I do think that they want to add a veteran, and I do think that they want to add somebody who has some pop, whether that's at a corner infield or a middle infield position, and certainly a corner outfield position. But it's nothing they've done to this point or haven't done has really surprised me. I actually like the additions that they've brought in so far. I think the Pirates have made a couple smart baseball moves in trading for Joe Stinson Garcia and for signing Gregory Soto. I think those were very smart baseball moves. So, none of this other stuff, it seems to me, is more kind of white noise, in the background.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of smoke around Schwarber especially and Jorge Polanco. Did you hear that there was any real fire around that, or was this just more so of the Pirates trying to say, hey, we were involved on the conversation, but it just fell short at the goal line?
Well, I mean, the Pirates aren't saying that. The Pirates are basically saying we're trying to be aggressive, and they have indicated that they have the resources to be aggressive in free agency and through trades. And by resources, they mean the money to spend in free agency and or the capital in terms of prospects to use in trades. So that's what they're signaling. What we're hearing, what you're hearing in the baseball world is probably coming from agents and from rival general managers. That essentially is that everybody except for probably Paul Skeens and Connor Griffin in the Pirates system, they're willing to listen on. That's the thing that you're getting when you hear rival GMs say that that the Pirates are willing to talk about Bubba Chandler and Jared Jones, but they want to haul in return. That makes sense. That there's untouchables, and then there's guys that are like, well, they're not untouchable, but we want astronomical returns, and that's where the Pirates are. That they actually have, for the first time in a long time, the opportunity to deal from a position of strength when it comes to starting pitching, and then some prospects in the minors who aren't quite ready but still have really good reputations. I mean, Termarr Johnson's star has fallen a bit, but this is a guy who's only 20, 21 years old. He's still very young and has proven at least last year in Double-A that he can hit.
So who's the next name? Who is the next player that we could hear the Pirates are rumored and rumbled to be around? I think Eugenio Suarez should be an option, but is there someone that I'm missing?
I think there's two guys, and they're both Japanese. And their names have not really been out there a whole lot yet, but their posting dates are coming up that they're going to have to sign these guys by either late December, early January. Munetaka Murakami and Kazuma Okamoto. Now, Okamoto is 29 years old, and Murakami is 25. I think he turns 26 on February 2nd. So, Murakami to me is the big swing guy. That's the one who had 56 home runs in Japan in 2022. Had some big homers in the World Baseball Classic. That I think as much as people talk about his high strikeout rate, that a young guy performed that well. He was in his early 20s at that point. Performed that well on the grandest stage in baseball. when you're talking about, performing for your country. Murakami, to me, it would be the big swing. That's one that's realistic. That the Pirates, maybe they offer him 5 years, $100 million. That might get the job done. Maybe not. Maybe he gets a bigger haul than that. And I would imagine there's going to be some teams like the Dodgers and others that need third basemen, that whoever doesn't get Alex Bregman, all of a sudden it's going to be Bregman and Suarez. What I don't like is this talk that the Pirates are willing to add a big bet at the expense of their defense. I mean, you have to find a little bit of a middle ground. Like last year, it was so much about their defense, and you just can't swing the pendulum completely in the other direction and think that's going to improve your team just because now all of a sudden you bring in one slugger or two sluggers. This is not a good slugging team, but it can be a good defensive team. It can be a team that scores runs by, getting extra base hits and running the bases well and being aggressive. So I think it's important for the Pirates to create an identity before we think about, creating a player who gives them an identity that may not fit in with the rest of the team. Perhaps they want to form the identity around certain guys. What I liked about Polanco, Austin, is not only that his playoff success, but also that he's a Dominican who could possibly be, a guy that could really help O'Neal Cruz. I think that's important, is getting O'Neal Cruz to be a guy who, you could go out and try to sign a superstar to big money, or you could try to get the one guy in your team who probably has more talent than any free agent out there to perform to that potential. To have a guy who led your team in home runs and stolen bases and actually was tied for the National League lead in stolen bases, if you can get him to perform at a much higher level, not just in terms of batting average, but in terms of reducing the strikeouts, hitting well against lefties and hitting more consistently. He already had his 20 home runs, two back-to-back 20 home run seasons, back-to-back seasons with, I think, 30-plus steals. I mean, O'Neal Cruz has superstar potential in terms of his talent, but he has not come anywhere close to performing that way on a consistent basis for the Pirates. And the more they can do to bring that out of him, I think the better they'll be.
I feel like one of the main concerns, though, Kevin, with Murakami is the lack of success that he had against fastballs 93 miles an hour or higher in Japan, 0.95 this past season against those pitches. Do you think that that's just an adjustment that he'll have to make coming to the majors? Is that like a real sign of concern?
Well, certainly. I mean, that's the biggest adjustment that a lot of the Japanese hitters have to make, is that that they have to show that they can hit the velocity at the major league level, because the level they're playing at isn't the major league level. It's a high level, but it's not the same. And it's like comparing minor league stats to major league stats and trying to make a valid argument. We're not talking about the same baseball game. So there's valid concerns around him. One is that he's not superb defensively. Another is that he has a high strikeout rate, and then certainly the velocity is an issue. I would imagine that most guys can adjust to the velocity. I would think a lot of guys must have a much harder time, hitting the breaking pitches. But, maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe that velocity is something that could be overwhelming to him. I think that's why I'd prefer to see, if you're going to sign a Japanese hitter, that you get one who's still very young and can adapt to the game. It doesn't seem like – it almost seems like he was a prospect everybody was talking about until it came time to pay him. And now everybody's talking about all of his faults. And so it sounds very much like the NFL draft, when all of a sudden they start picking a guy apart when he's a high first-round pick. And it's sometimes it's strictly to lower the value of the guy. But, I saw prior to the opening of free agency that 4 years, $75 million could get it done. I've since seen $85 million. In some ways, maybe they're trying to keep the market down on this guy, but to me, if you're offering a guy, and I'd like to see, 4 years, $80 million, I think that's a good investment for a guy who's going to be 26 years old. Then you got him through his, up until or through his age 30 season, and you're maximizing him at the peak of his career. But certainly, if he's not the guy, maybe Okamoto is. A little bit older, but he's also a guy that hits for power. He actually had between 2018 and 2023 6 consecutive 30-homer seasons. So you take those things into consideration. The Cubs signed Seiya Suzuki for 5 years, $85 million. Yoshida got 5 years, $90 million. Jung-Hoo Lee got 6 years, $113 million. So somewhere in that range is what you're looking at for this guy, and or for both of these guys. I think Munetaka Murakami probably might draw a little bit more money just because he's a little younger. I think that's a consideration. But those are just names that I think the Pirates should be involved in, and names that, especially when you consider that their scouting director is now Max Kwan, who used to be their international scouting director. They've done their work overseas, especially in Japan and Korea, and this is a guy who has connections over there. So that should be something that the Pirates should be involved in. I just don't know that they'll be the only team. I think in some degree we're going to see the Pirates maybe get outbid on some of these guys that they're going after.
Outside of the Japanese guys, will the Pirates sign a current free agent to a multi-year contract?
I think they will. I don't know. I don't know that they will, but I think they will. I think I think it's more likely that they're going to trade for somebody. And Brandon Lau's name is a guy that's mentioned, and that would be a good one. There's another up the middle guy, playing second base, which I guess if they're gonna bring in a second baseman, whether it's through free agency or a trade, I would imagine it's going to be somebody that's going to allow them to either shift Jared Triolo or Nick Gonzalez to shortstop. And it just depends on whether they want to address, first and third base, or have Spencer Horwitz and Triolo play those positions, or address those in free agency or through trades. But, that's another one. I could see them trading for more young outfielders. I always thought Jarren Duran would be the type of guy. I think Joe Adell's name has been mentioned. I could see the Pirates using some of their starting pitching. Mike Burrows has been mentioned prominently. I know a lot of people have talked about Mitch Keller being a trade chip. It's my understanding it's more likely for Mitch Keller to open the season in spring training with the Pirates than it is for him to get traded at this point.
Really?
I don't think the market for Mitch Keller is the same as the market for some of the young starting pitchers. I think people would prefer to have the Pirates prospects because they're young and they're controllable and they're affordable. So you're getting guys that are inexpensive compared to a Keller who's owed about $55 million over the next 3 seasons. So it would be interesting to see the Pirates open the season with Skeens, Chandler, Keller, and then figuring out what the last 2 spots in the rotation look like after trading Oviedo. But you certainly have from there to choose from. You have, right now Burrows, Ashcraft, you have Barco, you have who am I forgetting? Carmen Majinski. I mean, there's Thomas Harrington. There's a handful of young pitchers that have either been top 100 prospects or have that major league experience as starting pitchers. That makes the Pirates, that gives them some kind of depth a lot of teams wish they had.
Kevin, I got about 30 seconds. What if they do not go out there and make a big move? What do you think the reaction of the fan base will be? Because we saw what it was last season. How much worse could it be this year if they don't make a significant move?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that even Paul Skeens couldn't draw people to the Pirate games last year. That's how significant of a factor it could be. I'm not the type to suggest that they won't sell out the home opener, because that's kind of almost like a baseball holiday for fans, that they're going to show up regardless. But you're going to see a fan base turn its back on the Pirates more than they did last season, when they had planes flying over the stadium, telling Bob Nutting to sell the team, where they chanted, sell the team. I mean, it was bad last season. If they don't make any moves, which I expect that they will, but if they don't, you're going to see a real fan backlash, and to the point that I think they're going to turn, fans are going to turn their back on the team. So that's why I think the Pirates are going out there being aggressive and trying to change things, because they know that not only do they only have Paul Skeens for a couple more years. I mean, I think they have 4 more years of control, but most likely trade him with 2 years of arbitration, second year of arbitration. But that this is, you've got to maximize that window when you have that young talent like Skeens and a Connor Griffin.
Kevin, appreciate the time. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me, Austin.
That's Kevin Gorman of the Trib, fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, let's go around the NFL and make some NFL picks before a big slate of games tomorrow and the Steelers center stage on Monday night. Austin Bexler with you on the Fan.
The season of savings is here at South Hills Kia. Stuff your driveway with the 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive, only $309 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose a 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Don't miss out. These holiday deals end January 2nd, 2026. Celebrate the season with a new ride at southhillskia.net for details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. Pitt men's basketball is at the Villanova Wildcats this afternoon. Tip-off is at 4:30 with coverage starting here on the Fan at 4 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, December 18th, come to Cheerleaders' annual Christmas party, open bar from 7 to 9, and guest DJs all night long.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Happy holidays from Hellman Electric, your electrical repair and design experts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session and will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers, Dolphins. Kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com. The Assisted Goals Foundation is helping keep kids in hockey. Join them December 27th and 28th at the RMU Island Sports Center Garden Rink during their Nutcracker Tournament for an equipment sale. Shop discounted used gear from 11 to 4 each day. Drop off equipment to donate between 8 and 10 a.m. and give new life for a young athlete who needs it. Sale proceeds help support annual scholarships. Thanks to partners RMU Island Sports and Play It Again Sports Cranberry Township, the Assisted Goals Foundation, helping keep kids in hockey.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. The Assisted Goals Foundation is helping keep kids in hockey. Shop the equipment sale December 27th and 28th at RMU Island Sports from 11 to 4. Donate gear too. Thanks to partners at Play It Again Sports, Cranberry Township, and RMU Island Sports. Proceeds support annual scholarships. Details at 937thefan.com. Happy holidays. Enjoy the City of Pittsburgh's annual Gingerbread House competition presented by Clearview. View hundreds of edible masterpieces on display in the City County Building's grand lobby through January 2nd. Details at getinvolved.pittsburghpa.gov. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House in Greensburg and ask about Christmas food and drink specials. Also now booking holiday parties only at Tapped Brick Oven and Pour House.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
The holidays are coming in hot. Gifts to grab, parties to host, a to-do list longer than a string of lights. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has the holiday hack to make shopping and saving easy. Fill a tote. Step 1, grab tote. Step 2, fill with 6 select bottles of wines and spirits. Step 3, save an additional $14 at checkout. Now relax. You're ready to gift and celebrate. Shop Fill a Tote at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Coupon required. Available at premium collection in select Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores. Ends January 4th, 2026. Please enter responsibly.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got some great sports going on right now. The Army-Navy game with Navy in the lead. Army driving, though. Penguins in a 1-1 game against San Jose. Sidney Crosby scores for the Penguins. He's now just 4 points away from passing Mario Lemieux to become the Penguins' all-time points leader in franchise history. For one night only, on Wednesday, December 17th, our Odyssey Pittsburgh stations, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, 100.7 Star, Whammo 107.3, and Y108 will be flipping the turntables and turning Mike's Beer Bar into the biggest Christmas karaoke spot on the North Shore, where our on-air hosts and local celebrities take the mic for celebrity karaoke. There's no admission cost. We ask that you please bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares. Details 937thefan.com. We ask that you please bring canned food donations to support North Hills Cares, and we will be at Mike's Beer Bar this upcoming Wednesday. Really excited for it, for Christmas karaoke. And Logan, I already have somebody, a local celebrity, a local comedian that I will be singing with that I'm very excited for. And I think I also locked in yesterday another big-time celebrity, a Jason Momoa lookalike character.
Wow.
Yes.
I remember your performance last year, and every day since I've been waiting for this next one.
I know you have. There's also a rumor that Callis is going to do a live rap of the Steelers.
Well, is now a good time to bring up that I challenged him to a rap battle in the group chat?
Really?
I did. Did you not see this?
I did, but the audience doesn't know this.
And his response was, it was, and let me pull it back up, because he said that's okay with the laughing emoji. I said, Callis.
So he's brushing it off, and he does not want to accept your challenge.
Well, he might want to know that I have experience rapping, actually. In high school, I did rap. I wasn't very successful at it.
Further explain yourself.
So, when I was in high school, I thought it was a good idea to go on this spree of making diss tracks at times, of making
diss tracks,
anthems. I was a very
Who were you
emotional...
diss tracking? Your 10th grade science teacher?
It was whatever I felt at the time, honestly. Whatever was emotionally charging me, I would make a diss track about.
Just a real free spirit.
I don't want to make a diss track on Callis. That's not what I'm trying to say, but...
Wow, I think you are insinuating that you want to make a diss track on Callis.
I'm insinuating if he doesn't take my proposal seriously, maybe I would consider it.
Well, if you don't hear back from him...
I think I could do a better Steelers rap than him this week.
If you don't hear back from him by Tuesday with an acceptance to the rap, I think it is well within your range to do that.
So you think I should just go ahead and do it anyway? Even if he doesn't give me a proper...
I would prepare for it.
Okay.
And then decide to break it out in the moment if you think it's necessary.
Got it.
Let's do some NFL picks, Logan.
Sounds good.
Hit it. Baltimore, Cincinnati. It's a 2.5-point spread with the Ravens favored in Cincinnati against the Bengals. And to be completely honest, I don't really think that Baltimore is going to win this game. They were beaten up, pushed around, and basically thrown around against the Steelers last week, especially in that first half. This is not a good sign right now for the Ravens.
Yeah, I think that this game is one that the Bengals, they're on a very bad run here, where if Joe Burrow's standing up at press conferences and saying, how much longer do I want to play football?
Yeah, he's like actively threatening to say, like, I'm going to take my ball and leave like Notre Dame did, but I'm going to another team.
They very much seem like they're out of it in Cincinnati. So although the Ravens are also limping their way to the finish here in the AFC North, I think they bounce back this week with a win.
Yeah, I actually do think Cincinnati's going to win this game, where the Ravens have so many problems and some of that is falling on Harbaugh. It's a 6-7 Baltimore team against a 4-9 Bengals team. That just does not sound right, and nobody could have possibly had that on their bingo card with the Steelers in first place at this point of where they are in the season. Buffalo is at New England and is 1.5-point favorites. There we go. 1 o'clock kickoff in New England. The total is 49.5. That seems pretty high, but it's two high-flying offenses. New England went into Buffalo and won earlier this year. I don't think that New England is going to win this game. In part to that, they have not lost since they played the Steelers. New England's due for a loss. Josh Allen is going to put on the Superman cape, and I think that Buffalo is going to win this game. I know so many people are down on the Bills because they really don't have any receivers, and their defense is bad. Yeah, I admit that's problems. But do you see how they pushed around the Steelers? Have you seen some of their offensive outputs, putting up 39 on Cincinnati? Sure, that defense isn't very good, but you see what they did to Tampa Bay with 44 points? They could not protect Josh Allen in that game against the Texans, but the Patriots don't have the same ferocious attack as Houston's defense. Give me Buffalo to win the matchup.
There's no doubt that Josh Allen can be Superman on any given Sunday, but Austin, I'm going to take the other angle on this. I'm going to take the New England Patriots to defeat Buffalo, and the reason for that is I think that the theme of the team this year in New England is a bunch of misfits. They're put together. They were cast-offs.
Misfits.
Including Stephon Diggs. Well, at least how they were looked at by their teams that they were let go by, and Stephon Diggs was let go by the Buffalo Bills. And the Patriots, the first time around, played a very close game with Buffalo, and I think this time they're going to pull it out.
The Chiefs are favored by 4.5 against the Chargers. The wrong team is favored in this one. Kansas City is going to miss the playoffs. They're 6-7. They've lost 2 in a row. Houston forced 3 turnovers of Patrick Mahomes. The Chargers, despite not having their 2 tackles, they beat a banged-up Philadelphia team, but they still won it in overtime on Monday Night Football this past week. I just think that this is the destruction of Kansas City, and we're going to see the Chargers win it and further cement themselves in the AFC West as the number 1 wild card and still knocking down the door trying to take down the Broncos for a top spot in the AFC playoffs.
Each week we're hearing this is going to be the week that Kansas City turns around. This will be the week, and it's not going to be the week again. The Chargers have the Chiefs' number this season.
And I think that a reason why the Chargers are going to get closer to potentially winning the division is because Denver will lose to the Green Bay Packers that are favored by 1.5 in Denver. Look, Denver has also won 10 in a row. Now, I think New England is a more put-together team, and they're more for real than Denver is. Denver, Pat Surtain, reigning Defensive Player of the Year. They beat the Raiders 24-17. Washington, they only won by a point. They beat the Chiefs at home by 3. Another game against the Raiders, only by 3. At the Texans by 3. Congrats on beating the Cowboys and needing a miracle comeback to be able to beat the Giants. I just think that Denver, they're a good team. It would not surprise me if they win a playoff game, but I don't think that they're an elite juggernaut worthy of the number 1 seed.
Sean Payton's done an excellent job with the Denver Broncos this year. Bo Nix has taken a huge step forward as one of the league's elite quarterbacks. I'm also going to take the Broncos.
Indianapolis and Seattle. Phillip Rivers.
Don't do it.
Phillip Rivers.
Don't do it.
Will not even come close to helping Indianapolis win this game.
I agree.
I think he'll throw for 200 yards because they'll be trailing so much in this game where, think about it from this way. Mike McDonald is a defensive coach. Seattle with Sam Darnold as an MVP candidate. They've won 3 in a row. They embarrassed the Falcons last week. I just don't know what could make anybody think that Indianapolis is going to be able to win this game where 44-year-old Phillip Rivers hasn't played in 5 years. Sam Darnold looks great. Kenneth Walker is running well. Jackson Smith and Jigba has 1,400 yards. He might be the best receiver in football right now. And it's in Seattle. There is nothing that makes me feel good about the Colts in this game.
Troy Polamalu retired from the NFL in 2014, and he is at age 44 right now. Phillip Rivers is at age 44 playing this week, and I see there's no way that the Indianapolis Colts will win that game. I'm taking Seattle.
Browns and the Bears is interesting because the line is 7.5 in favor of Chicago. Now, I do think that the Bears are going to win, but that 7.5 is a tricky number, man. I'm going to take them to win it by 10, but could you imagine Myles Garrett, who is starting to, he's really in the conversation, and I think is probably going to set the new all-time sack record in NFL history. Only needs, I think, 4 more, and they have 4 games left. Watch him end up breaking it against your Pittsburgh Steelers on December 28th in Cleveland as the Steelers beat Cleveland by 14 points.
That would be quite the scenario, and I wouldn't put him against him. To do that, to speed things along here, rapid fire, I'm picking Chicago over the Browns, although that could be a trap game.
And I would be stunned if they actually would win that game by 14 points, but it would be absolutely hilarious in a game where Myles Garrett had 5 sacks earlier this year that they ended up losing that game in convincing fashion, 32-13 against the New England Patriots. Logan, I'm going to make my Steeler pick tomorrow and Monday. What is your Steelers pick for Steelers and Dolphins? I think you can tell which way I'm basically trending towards picking.
So back at the beginning of the season, it was week 1 of the NFL. I did the early morning show as I was in for Callis on Labor Day, and then I also did the debrief the next day for the PM team. And what I said then was, I am so high on Aaron Rodgers and his ability, and still think that he has it in him to perform at a very high level, which we saw last week. The 3 deep balls, 2 in the first half, first play of the game. Another one was in the first play of the third quarter. What Aaron Rodgers showed me last week is he's proving me right. And what I said back then was the Steelers can go on a run. They will win the AFC North, and they can get as far as the AFC Championship game. I'm doubling down on that, and for that, I'm taking the Steelers over the Dolphins despite missing T.J. Watt this Monday.
The AFC Championship game?
They're going to the AFC Championship.
You've gone crazy.
I have not gone crazy. This is what's going to happen because they're going to play a playoff game at home in the first round.
Yeah, and you think they're beating the Bills? You think they're beating Houston?
They could definitely beat the Chargers or Houston.
I don't see them beating
any
of those teams. Other than Jacksonville, I can see them beating.
There weren't fans in 2020 in their last home playoff game, so that could make a difference.
Thank you, Logan. I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks to Kevin Gorman for joining the show. Thanks to Brian Bacco as well. We might have Mark Cabali tomorrow. That still remains up in the air. We should have Cabali tomorrow. We'll see if the plans end up working the way that they're supposed to. And we'll also talk to Jeff Hathorn. Austin Bechtold signing off. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Snow in the afternoon, in the evening. Potentially 3 to 6 inches of snow. Be safe out there. Talk to you tomorrow on The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Logan Arblaster with your fan headlines. TJ Watt underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung sustained during a dry needling session, and he will miss Monday night's game against Miami. Steelers Dolphins. Kickoff Monday night is at 8:15 from Acrisure Stadium. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. More at 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Let's talk food. Maybe some tailgate food, chili, buffalo chicken wings, maybe some barbecue ribs. And don't forget the drinks. Maybe you wash that down with a hard seltzer or a liquor of your choosing. Who puts on a tailgate like that? You, while losing weight with Awaken 180. Yeah, all program approved, and the reason I chose Awaken 180 weight loss. Ditching the flavor for weight loss was not in my wheelhouse, and it shouldn't be for you either. Whether it's hosting the game at home, tailgating with friends, a weekday night in, you will be satisfied. Trust me, when I was dropping my initial 45 pounds, I was in the middle of a chicken wing eating tour. Yeah, and I still lost 4 to 5 pounds every week, if not more. Experience it for yourself, how tasty losing weight can be. Do what we all did. Choose the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Santa Claus is coming to town for Spitzer Toyota Monroeville's Merry and Bright sales event, delivering gifts that keep on giving, like our lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra cost, and the Spitzer VIP app, jingling with rewards that slay. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $199 a month during Toyotathon.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 cents. VIN 5YFB4 MDE5TP 390565. 39 months. $49.99 do it signing through TMS with approved credit. $477 doc fee. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. 1/5/2026.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF loan ERTO 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Hybrid models only. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end January 2nd, 2026.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's. Both available with 0% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $4,250 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is Attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So however you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep. And it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
This is the Pitt Panther pregame show. This pregame show on the Pitt Radio Network is brought to you by UPMC Health Plan, official health plan of Pitt Athletics. GBU Life, providing life insurance, annuities, and community service since 1892. And Pepsi. Grab yourself an ice-cold, refreshing Starry Lime Soda today. Starry hits different. Starry is a proud sponsor of University of Pitt Athletics. The Pitt Panthers pregame show is on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Hello again, everybody. They call this the Fin. It's the Veteran Pavilion on the campus of Villanova University. It used to be the DuPont Pavilion, then it was just the Pavilion, but now it's got a sponsorship name. The Panthers, the visitors, and they're a 10.5-point underdog today to the Villanova Wildcats, and they're coming off a strong performance, but a losing one. And under Kevin Willard, the former Panther, they are 7-2. He's in his first year. Curtis, this is a daunting task, but let's see if the Panthers can do well on the road.
Well, from what I understand, they had a couple good practices, and that's always the key to a successful game. It's how you practice, how you prepare. This is a tough place to play. I know that firsthand. Had some tough battles in this building. However, both teams are coming off of really tough losses, Bill. It'd be a nice bounce-back win for either team. The Panthers probably needed a little bit more than Villanova.
And today we have kind of like a basketball history lesson, and that is the fact that we have both sides, sons and fathers, Division I coaches. There's only 15 of them in college basketball, and Kevin Willard, his dad was Ralph, and of course Jeff Capel, his dad was Jeff. Were Division or are Division I coaches, so it's kind of a history-making event. We'll be back with more on the pregame show, and stay tuned because Jeff Capel has some interesting things to say. But we will say this before we take a break, that Papa Amadou Kanté is not available, and they say that he's out indefinitely with that knee problem. So that's the bad news. Hopefully we got some good news from Northwest Philadelphia when we continue with more Panthers basketball on this, the Pitt Panthers Basketball Network.
The holidays can feel overwhelming. Instead of material items, give the gift of connection with a GBU Life social membership. Social members gain access to volunteer opportunities, community events, and experiences that inspire all year long. It's a meaningful way to be part of a community that values giving back. This year, share something truly meaningful. Give a GBU Life social membership. Learn more at gbu.org/gift. GBU Life is the marketing name for GBU Financial Life in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Social membership is valid for 1 year with renewals available for $25. Purchase of life insurance or annuities is not required.
At PNC Bank, they pride themselves on being boring. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to serve up brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. As a proud sponsor of Pitt Athletics, PNC digs your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams throughout Pittsburgh, all ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association.
Looking for the best place to buy your next car, truck, or SUV? Head to Memorial Highway Chevrolet in West Mifflin at 2430 Lebanon Church Road. Nobody pays more on trade-ins than Memorial Highway Chevrolet. And when it comes to service, any repair made to your vehicle over $200 is guaranteed for the lifetime that you own it. That's our Repair for Life guarantee. So don't wait. Discover why so many drivers choose Memorial Highway Chevrolet. If you go anywhere else, you'll pay too much. Memorial Highway Chevrolet, proud sponsor of Pitt Athletics.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters.
Back here at the Fin on the campus of Villanova University, Bill Hillgrove along with Curtis Aiken. And it's time now for the KeyBank Keys to the Game. KeyBank opens doors. Curtis, what do you think?
Well, Bill, always on the road, you got to protect the basketball, so they have to eliminate their turnovers more importantly, they have to establish a low-post game. But with the absence of Papa Conte, as you mentioned earlier, Bill, it's going to be important also to keep Cam Forehand out of foul trouble. They cannot afford to have him, play this game out. Protect the basketball. Of course, on the road, you want to make your free throws. But I think that's really important is the play of the big inside of Cam Forehand. He's clocking a lot of minutes, Bill, and I don't know if he can continue to do this throughout the year. That's one of the big problems with the Pitt Panthers right now is that 5 spot. He's a natural power forward playing 5, and against games like this when they're playing against bigger and better talent, it really shows. So Panthers have to make shots, of course, protect the basketball, and make free throws.
He played 20 minutes in the second half, all 20 minutes against Hofstra in that bitter loss. And in the country, I think he's first in the ACC in minutes played, 14th in the country. So not too many basketball players are busier than Cam Forehand.
Well, I tell you, that's a great point. But you know what, Bill? He has showed up and showed out for this Pitt Panther basketball team. A much improved outside shooter. I don't like those 3 balls. I cringe every time he takes it. But he is a much better mid-range shooter. He's a threat there. He can put the ball on the floor. He can play with his back to the basket, but he cannot continue to play this many minutes for the Pitt Panthers and expect him to be that effective long term.
Charlie Borges will go inside the numbers, and we'll talk to Jeff Capel when we continue with the pregame. It's Pitt against Villanova. We'll be right back. You're listening to Panthers basketball on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Mom, can you tell us a story about Ted?
There once was a Clearview expert named Ted who helped a family plan for their future ahead. A savings account started their journey to grow.
Financial advice is closer than you think. Clearview, clearly different.
At PNC Bank, they pride themselves on being boring. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to serve up brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. As a proud sponsor of Pitt Athletics, PNC digs your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams throughout Pittsburgh, all ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association. Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan. Hey Pitt fans, at LB Foster Company, we innovate to solve global infrastructure challenges. Our technology and product-based solutions support both efficient rail transportation and public infrastructure. We work hard every day to help keep our world moving. If you'd like to join our team or want to learn more about us, please check us out at lbfoster.com. Thanks, and hail to Pitt.
Mom, can you tell us a story about Ted?
There once was a Clearview expert named Ted who helped a family plan for their future ahead. A savings account started their journey to grow.
Financial advice is closer than you think. Clearview, clearly different.
Welcome back to the Pitt Panther basketball pregame show. I'm Charlie Borges. Today, the Panthers will be taking on the Villanova Wildcats out in Philadelphia, trying to rebound from an 80-73 loss against the Hofstra Pride this past Sunday at the Peterson Event Center. Villanova is a very tough team to do it against. But before we get to the Wildcats, let's go inside the numbers and take a look at today's matchup brought to you by UPMC. UPMC, the official sports medicine provider of the University of Pittsburgh. The Panthers at 5-5 for the first time through the first 10 games of the season, or at least 500 through the first 10 games of the season since the 2021-22 season. So it's been a while since we've seen the Panthers at 500 this deep into the season. It was also the first time that they've lost back-to-back non-conference games against mid-major opponents at home since 1996. So it's been a long time since we've seen that. The Panthers were the victim of pretty much just one guy, Cruz Davis for the Pride, 14 of 25 from the field, including 5 of 11 from three-point range, had 36 points against the Panthers. Cameron Cornhan for the Panthers, somebody that they really lean on heavily, didn't score his first basket until about a minute